Good morning. Good morning. So we haven't really started, but thank you. I was just seeing that there's a bit of struggle in the seating arrangement. So isn't the point of coming to a summit to try and network, right? So feel free to fill in the seats. I'm not saying force a neighbor. That's not the point, but it's okay to fill in the seats and be next to each other. You know, in church, it's where you might be scared and wait for the usher, but this is a summit. You're all here because you need to learn from each other to engage. So even the ushers in the middle, please help us to fill in the seats versus taking people at the back, yeah? Yes.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Love it when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Right. Thank you. Good morning. Maybe the music lowers so that I can hear your voices better. Imagine it's a dev summit, a tech summit, and the tech has refused to take. Wonderful. Good morning. Good morning. You know, they already say us in tech we are boring. Let's not prove them right. Yeah, wonderful. But we are the smartest. Brains are engaged. Good morning. How are you? Do you expect good things out of the next 2 days? Like what? Money? You're going to meet someone good to give you what? Anyone, just throw the word. Don't put up your hand because I don't want to know who said it. What are you looking forward to? Who? Huh? Knowledge. Someone says they're looking for. Is there anyone else looking forward to knowledge? Yes? You're looking forward to knowledge. Okay. What else are you looking forward to? Job. Clap for jobs because economy is the economy. Anyone else? Someone, sorry, yes. Networking. Friends or personal, professional? Both. Okay? I'm not going to say who it is, but there's someone here who's looking to network personally and professionally. There was someone else. There was a hand. Is it the same? Okay, I want to point. What was it? Yes? To expand. Okay. I studied communication. You should be able to communicate what you just said. To expand business relations. You're looking for capital for your business? Okay. I gotta send. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Flavia Tumusime Kawura, and I will be your host for the next 2 days. I have spent the years of my life proving that the best job in the entire world is being famous. Until I met someone called Michael NITA-U. Does anyone know him? If you know, you clap. Hey. So many people know Michael. And he proved to me that there is a certain industry that will humble you. And indeed, it is humbling. Because for a long time, I could not take, in fact, I don't even know how to say the word. Is it concatenation? 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 Huh? You guys don't know that word. Anyone from Refactory? Don't embarrass Michael. What's the word? Contrastination? No, Ivan, you are disqualified. When I meant Refactory, I meant those who have studied at Refactory. What's the word? Concatenation. I used to sleep and I just hear. So the concatenation, I'm like, hey. Do you know what does it mean? Because I zoned out during Irene's class, if anyone took that class. Because that word, concatenation, no. So when you concatenate, I said, no. This is where I will stop. So being humble is what will actually keep you in tech. Because there's so much to know, there's so much to learn, and the opportunities are so many. You know what I'm proud of? Is that the people in this room, you might look at yourselves and say, I'm just going to see someone who can give me. Do you know you have value as well? Don't take it for granted and think the people who are sitting on the front rows are the ones who are going to give you value. There's so much value you bring. Can I be honest? If you didn't have value, Refactory wouldn't exist, right? Yes. If you did not have value, Refactory it only exists because there is opportunities, there is a need, and then there is you. So they're saying, we will do anything to get you here. That's the only reason Refactory exists, so that they can make sure you are perfect for this. Imagine if somebody was getting you ready for, I don't think I can use A-level as an example, because by the time I went to A-level, we were not really prepared. but imagine somebody's getting you ready for the job of your life, right? And they give you everything that you need. This is what they might ask. But if they ask this, they might not ask this. But if they do, this one might. That's exactly what Refactory is doing for you. So today, I expect that everyone, because Michael said they have, is it 99% or 100% success rate? 89%-ish. Yeah, about 100% success rate. I assume everyone today and tomorrow will leave with one opportunity. And let's agree that the opportunity doesn't even have to come in terms of a contract. It can come in terms of somebody to mentor you, somebody to coach you. It can be in terms of, okay, you have an idea. You know what? Let's set up a meeting. I'm willing to listen. Can we agree? All in favor, clap. Open your mind. The opportunity does not have to have a contract with a salary at the end. The opportunity can be, we can set up something soon and follow up. Does anyone know how to follow up? They were asking on Twitter, on X, yeah? I'm stuck there. They said, I'm going into tech. What must I know to succeed? And they gave all those things. You must know how to code, blah, 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 blah. Until one person said, if you cannot network to save your life, leave it. Because you're going to keep quiet with your idea. You're going to keep quiet with what you know, and nobody will ever know. Those who have just come out of my year or my class in Refactory, there is a certain girl. She's here today. I'm going to just tell you about her before I invite the next speaker. That girl gave us a headache. But I can guarantee you, she's somebody to look out for in the next year. In fact, if the next month she's not hired somewhere, I'll be shocked. Because guys, it's remote, we're online, but she'll ask 30 questions per minute. We're already not seeing you, we're already annoyed. And then we're hearing your voice. And then even when you say, don't say that, don't say that. No, let's go back 10 steps. You missed telling us. You're like, but friend. And then the worst thing about being online is, okay, share your screen. Share your screen and we see. And before you share your screen, she's like, me, I can share my screen. But what I realized is that I need to be more like her. Because why am I being shy? Why am I being afraid? I could learn so much if I could share my screen and ask the questions and be inquisitive and speak up. So I'm telling you, everywhere I go, I say, can you be like a team? Can you be like a team? A team, are you here? Hi! Where's your sister? Because you're equally the same. Yeah, stand up, please. Stand up, both of you. First of all, a team's computer crashed on a certain day and she was unhappy. A round of applause for these ladies. These are sisters, but they will not keep quiet. So please, if you're looking for the next best developer, Refactory has given you products. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, have a seat, thank you. I would like to welcome somebody who I believe you'll be seeing pretty much the same way as you're seeing me. He'll be my co-host for the later part of the day and tomorrow, but he's going to now come in his capacity as chair of the UG Dev Summit. And if you are at Refactory in some capacity in bootcamp, I'm quite sure you've seen this person. Now for me, should I tell you the story of how I know this person? I won't embarrass him. We are together for a long time. But if you want to know professionalism, because you go very far, especially in tech, because in tech you're not working with just Flavia, who knows you from your village. You're working with people who are used to things working and actually working efficiently. This is somebody who's willing to teach you professionalism. Please welcome the chair of the UG Dev Summit, Ivan Koreta Katumba. And if you don't clap loudly, hey.
I just have to say, Flavia, thanks for staying true to our relationship and not shaming me. I hope you all had a good morning. Good morning, everyone. You know, for techies, the energy is quite low. When you guys are out there coding, usually the keyboards are humping and what, but in the room, you're all silent. Good morning, everyone. Dear delegates, it's my great privilege and joy to welcome you to the inaugural Uganda Developer Summit. This is our moment. This is our place. It is our home. This particular event, I expected someone to clap, but it's okay, we shall get there. By the time me and Flavia are done with you these 2 days, hey, you will know what it means to be a techie. So this event that we have dubbed the UG Dev Summit, as you can see on the screen, is our chance to celebrate our ecosystem. There have been so many tech-leaning conferences, and I use these words carefully, tech-leaning conferences. But I kid you not, I could take a chance in this room and say, the one thing that unites everyone in this room is that every single one of us has written a line of code. If you've written a line of code, put your hand up. If you've written, okay, if you've started and stopped midway, don't put your hand up. But if you have written a line of code, please put your hand up. Don't get worried. I wrote one. It didn't matter whether it was C#, JavaScript, whatever, but yeah, you can already see in the room. Yeah? So the talent that we have amassed as an ecosystem, the opportunities before us, and most critically for us, the journey that we have to walk in this digital revolution. One thing again that I'll tell you guys is that when we were coming up with a theme for this summit, it occurred to us plainly, the digital revolution is around us. We can choose as a country, as young people, to bury our heads in the sand, and when we get to 2030 or 2040, look back at 2024, the chances that we would have taken for our children, because all of you are in your procreation stages, for those who don't have children anyway. But this is our moment, guys, to be intentional about this digital revolution and what we can get from it. So when I was asked to do this earlier this year, I had mixed feelings, I'll be very honest. So I was projecting success, but also I had that skepticism about our software engineering community. Because again, guys, I'll be honest to us, we are not a community that likes meeting often. Meeting really in spaces like this where we are asking ourselves questions, you know, having conversations. I think techies in general don't like having conversations, yeah? But we are choosing in this year to start doing something about our community, to be intentional about coming together to discuss the things that matter to us. So today, I am thrilled to report to all of us that we have shattered that notion, the notion that everyone had, that our ecosystem cannot come together to forge meaningful relationships, but most importantly, to have essential conversations. Yeah? So everyone has been taking advantage of us, how fragmented we are. So, but now we have a chance to have a better negotiating power for our talent, but to also challenge our global stakeholders to position more opportunities to us. So for me, really, your presence here today, as industry partners, as tech practitioners, but also the global partners that have traveled from as far as Nigeria, the UK, the USA. Yeah, we are honored to have you here. So if you're in this room and you do not connect with anyone that is non-Ugandan, again, as a tech professional, don't blame me, but the opportunities are here at the UG Dev Summit. Over the next 2 days, we promise an experience unlike any other. And to be precise, you will engage in enriching sessions. And for those of us that have attended the master classes this morning, you can really tell that there was a difference. And for all the conversations that we have lined up, the hands-on demos, the vibrant discussions, I can only say this to all of us. And if you've not heard anything else that I've said before, please listen to this. And I'm going to read it verbatim. Let us seize this moment, ladies and gentlemen, to shape a digitally empowered Uganda. Let's not just talk about ICTs as a country, but let us shape our country to be digitally empowered. Because that's the only way we make it, guys. It's the only way. Go to Dar es Salaam, go to Tanzania, go to Kenya, go to Rwanda. It's only digitally empowered communities that can make it in this age. And I say that with a lot of passion. But I also hope, as I wrap this up, that this landmark event will push us to foster collaboration, innovation, but also growth in Uganda's tech sector. And to this team, I say this, to the incredible team at Refactory, Lillian, Julia, Tracy, Dorothy, I'll say their names all, Stephen, Mark, Wilfred, Jackson, Fiona, Joanita, Angel, Esther, and Michael Nietegeka. I say thank you. Thank you for wholeheartedly committing to selflessly deliver this summit for our ecosystem. This is edition 1, guys. And our partners have already said, you know what, you techies have shown us that you mean business. Just like the business guys go and have residential summits, they are saying the next one must be residential. Who's with me? Residential summit we go. Yeah, a few lines of code. So thank you so much, guys. I really pray that we all have fun over these 2 days. And I'd like to ask Flavia to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. He likes to ask everyone to code. Like every conversation, can they write a line of code? But how many lines of code have you written yourself? Shorts, eh? So there are a couple of important people in the room, and they're important, but most of all, they represent important organizations and spaces. And you know, when you're making your notes on, I will interact with that person in a break, please start now. So when I first heard about this company, I thought, okay, we're going to a dev summit. I'm not quite sure why they have Juice as a partner or as a sponsor. I was confused, honestly, but I didn't want to ask. You know when you're in a meeting and you're not sure whether to be the one who's wrong because people have respect for you, so you keep quiet. And so after the break, I went and checked and I was like, oh, brilliant. So these people are called Tech Juice. Do you know them? You know, who knows Tech Juice? Because your hand up, you're the only ones getting a job. Please, these are the only ones who know about you. Tech Juice gives opportunities through tech placement. So if you are somebody who's looking to grow from where you are, or to expand, or to be placed somewhere, you grow your career, whatever the conversation is, Jason Hathaway is the person to talk to. Hi, Jason. Good morning. Welcome, and thank you for being a fantastic partner. Would also like to recognize the presence. I started with this. You know, the person who signs the checks is the one you're supposed to start with, but I wasn't raised right clearly. But please, this is the person who's too humble for his own good. The reason we're convening is Refactory. Behind him is a fantastic team of people, and I know he would like for me to just clap for the people. Clap for Refactory. So I'm going to just say it before I say his name. His people are the reason Refactory is very successful. They are few, they are like a handful, but efficient. We could learn something from you. The Executive Director of Refactory, Michael NITA-U. You know how I did it. I gave them the bugalo, but also you in the mix, which is also important. With us as well, we've got Richard Zulu. Richard? We haven't met. Oh, hi, Richard. He is from NSSF High Innovator and the Outbox Team Principal. And we also have Arthur. Good morning, Arthur. Arthur Mukembo is the Future Lab Studio Lead at the Innovation Village. I know many of you know that. We also have, I don't know if Sam Barata has been able to make it. Oh, good morning, Sam. So, Sam, you're representing InterSwitch. No, Nation Media. Nation Media, there's somebody else. Feel free, wave. No, before you, those are the people who make money. If I didn't really show them, there'd be a problem. I used to work for Nation Media, and those are the people who would say, so I have a sponsor. So thank you so much for the hard work. But before the hard work are great decisions. Good morning, Sam. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a partner as Nation Media. But I'd like to welcome on stage, before that actually, Sylvia. Sylvia? Okay, Sylvia will be with us later on. I'd like to welcome on stage someone, and I just took the opportunity to have a 2-minute conversation with this person. And it's very important that when this conversation is happening, all of us are quiet and listen, especially the ladies, because we're already fighting for inclusion and to be understood as women in many spaces. Tech is already complicated as it is, but it's amazing when a woman hits through the glass ceiling, because then it's easy to see possibilities. But after you see the gender, please see the hard work. Now, her center is actually called Chill Femtech, and they use AI. First of all, you're a doctor. That's brilliant. Because healthcare is, I think he's run away to go get my guest of honor, but when we were here graduating, there was a doctor on stage, and they were asking her why she was studying, and she said she wanted to do data, because there's a lot of data collection in medicine. And she said I'm tired of seeing things written on paper and they get lost. And then when they come back after a young government is asking, you remember that, right? We were out with you. And they were asking us, okay, how many children get infected with this? You're like, Nabiwandika wano, you know? And it's high time that tech becomes that tool that we use. So you're in a really good space. But Chill Femtech uses AI telemedicine. It's a platform that extends scarce resources, so doctors, pharmacists, whatever you need, to the areas where they wouldn't really have these solutions anyway. Or if they had them, they'd be far and, you know, here and there. They'd maybe have them once a year, or they would not come as quality. So these people use this platform to make sure that these services that are much, much needed get to these people who actually need it. So when you clap for the keynote speaker, you're going to do it very loudly. Please welcome Dr. Shamim Navuma, the CEO of Chill Femtech. It's an honest pleasure to have you. She'll be delivering our keynote address as we get along. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Policymakers, leaders, tech developers, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all today, and a good morning to you all. I'm very happy to be, can you hear me? I'm so happy to be standing in front of you today. And I would like to, okay. So I think here I'm audible, yeah, I can hear myself. Yeah, I can say again, good morning. Good morning. I would like to thank this team for organizing such an event and for inviting me to come here today. I was contacted a few months back, and they're like, Shamim, we want you to come here and speak to your fellow Ugandans. I'm like, yeah, but they didn't give me the topic. But anyway, later they told me I'm going to talk about human capital development. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Navuma Shamim. I'm a medical doctor. I didn't go into practicing and all that. I just went into doing business because I know that if I'm a doctor, I can just sit in my consultation room and they see like, this is morning, it's around, I don't know. So I'm going to see in a day, I'm going to see like 10 patients, and by the time it reaches 5 p.m., I'm tired. But if I start a business, I'm going to be able to create a platform, and I'm going to ensure that I have doctors on the platform, and they're going to see so many patients, over 100 patients in a day. It doesn't matter how many they are. So that would be more impactful than just sitting and waiting for patients to come. More to that, I'm a mother. I have 2 handsome sons who are studying some small robotics at elementary school. I am married, and I'm an angel investor. But lastly, I'm a proud Ugandan. Today I want to talk about just some short stories. I'm just like any one of you. I grew up from Masaka, a small girl. A small girl, as you can see me, I'm still small. So, I grew up in a family that was well off. I don't know if my dad is still well off now, but then he had a car, my mom had a car, and every morning during holidays, you come from home and you go to the workplace. You sit, wait for customers. He has a hardware. So now, and I'm used to that life. It's good life, you know, time going back home. They drive you back home and you go back home. So that was good life to me. That is what I knew. But then as time continued, I realized that, you know, I am used to this life. I'm used to being picked from home. Then I go to work, then come back. And then my dad promised us that when we finish school, he'll buy for us cars, and then we shall drive. We shall not wait to move anywhere. So I'm like, yeah. But then as time went on, I'm like, this may not be the best option for me. You know, a bird gives birth to like a small bird. Okay, that's its child. So this small bird knows that it's the mother that gives it what to eat. So this small bird waits for the mother to give it food every day. Every day you're getting food from the mother. And it has not tasted any food from anyone else, so it knows that the mother cooks the best food. And I also knew my dad, my parents were having the best for me. I had not tasted some other food. And that is how I was. And that is how the African tech talent is. We are only comfortable with what is here. For example, Uganda actually recently carried out census, and then there are over 49 million people. And then you find someone, ask them, what do you do? I'm like, you know, for us, what we do, we are providing, let me say, healthcare services to people in the rural areas. And then you ask them, how are you looking at it in a global way? Like, you see, for us, already in Uganda, we are taking the space. We are there. We're already there. It's okay. I'm like, but the world has 8.2 billion people. Uganda has only 49 million people. Who are you leaving the other population for? It's like, you know, those things are for the other people. I'm like, what? When people are starting these businesses, for example, ChatGPT or something, this person just started something for everyone, and you sit here and you're using it. You don't know where he is from, but you're using it. So why are you comfortable starting a business or doing something or developing just for Uganda, just for Kampala, just for my region? No, we should have a plan. I want to be the next Google. I want to be the next ChatGPT. That is what you should have, and then you work towards that. So it also goes back to us, the entrepreneurs, because I'm speaking on behalf of the entrepreneurs because I'm an entrepreneur. I know the environment may be hard. I know the leaders have done their best. But for us as us, what have we done? What have you done for yourself? You go inside your heart and ask, what have I done for myself? How best can I be able to change the way I am? Because as Flavia was saying that people have learned how to develop. So what have you learned how to develop? And then how are you going to compete with someone who is competing for a job in Google and ChatGPT? How are you going to be able to compete with them? So now if you're able to get that, then you know what? I don't have to keep seated. I have to think of something else. What can I do? You know, as we read the Bible, there is a story of two women who are looking for, who told the king that this son is mine. So the king is like, oh, all of you are saying this is your child. Like, yes. So let me cut the child, and so that everyone gets their own part. So you get part of the thigh, and then so this one also gets part of the thigh, and then it's good to go. So then the mother is like, you know, let us leave. Let the other one take the child. So now we, the young people, we, the entrepreneurs, we, the developers, we are the children here. And the mothers are the policy makers. They are the leaders. There are people that are supposed to speak for us wherever we are. I can give an example. Do you know that there are some countries here in Africa whereby if there is any technology event anywhere, they lobby for it to come to their country. They do all it takes. It's not that they just wait and, you know, I want this to happen here, I want this to happen here. They take an initiative. I remember someone contacted me and was like, you know, we want that to come to our country. What can we do? If it needs you to convince everyone, I can bring for you the president. They're really pushing for these things to come to their countries. Why are they pushing them to come to their countries? It's because they are looking at it that if everyone seated in this room and an event happens like this, and then also another month, many young people, many tech developers, many people are going to be coming in here, and then you're going to be sharing knowledge, and then it will increase your knowledge base. You'll know that, oh, what I'm doing is Ugandan. I think I should make my innovation global. I can give an example. While I was still at medical school, I applied for a competition. It's called Global Students Entrepreneurship Award. So I applied, and successfully I was accepted. But what surprised me, I reached and I talked to one of the lecturers. I'm like, you know, I want to go and attend this event. It's like, you're supposed to be here studying. You are not serious. I'm like, I am serious because I know that I may not get a job, but I can try to do something. So I talked to one of them. One bought the idea. I talked to another one. I was like, no, those are not the doctors we train here. We are training doctors who are supposed to know what they are doing. So when you spend a week when you're not at school and you're going for such conferences, it does not make sense to me. So I'm like, now, if I do not go for this, my life will not change. So I wrote a letter to the dean. I'm requesting I want to leave just for a week. What we are going to do is going to help. It's going to help me as an entrepreneur, also as a doctor. So he's like, okay, you can go, but at your own risk. So I'm like, okay, let me take the risk and see what will happen. Interacting with other people, and this opened my mind. The risk I took changed my life forever, because I was looking at a bigger thing. We are still talking about the mother. This mother that said, please, let us leave the child. So, us as entrepreneurs, we should look into what we are doing and be like, okay, our leaders have done all that they have done to ensure that they put up events like this so that we can be able to network, so that we can speak to others, to hear what they say and what we can do about it. But what else should I add to this? What haven't I done? Like, you know what? You're doing something good. Could you come to our country? We are going to give you all the money. We are going to give you come. You can even come with some of stuff. It's okay. And then when I asked her, she's like, that is our role. We look out for those businesses that are looking like they will scale in the future. We pick them from Africa. We take them to our countries. And then the tax and everything will be coming to us. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, you say you're Ugandan, but maybe you're staying in maybe Netherlands or something. But for them, the benefit they have is that you're giving them the tax. You just speak that you're only Ugandan, the tax is not coming here. So it ends up that us as young people, for us to remain tech consumers, we're just consuming the ChatGPTs, the WhatsApps, the Googles, the Facebooks. But none of us is having a platform. It's like, you know, I'm doing this. Let us try to do this. But we all leave it to a given population, a given kind of people. Yet Africa has the youngest population and brightest minds because, as I said, they scout for us. Someone tells you, I'm going to give you everything. You can even meet the president, anything you want. There are those summits, actually, that usually happen. And they really take you and they give you everything. They even link you to investors. And you cannot refuse because now, if you've finished studying, after studying, you want a job. And then someone is like, you know what, may I have this job? It's going to give you everything. You're like, I cannot stay here. I'm going to give you everything. So obviously you go. So it's not that like you want to go, but the condition makes you to go. So this is something that is in the tech system for Africa. But maybe what I think should be done is that it's a matter of us working together. Yes, today we have our permanent secretaries here and also other leaders. It's about working together with us as the young people, with us who are looking for opportunities. As Flavia said, every opportunity counts. So you are here and then you're like, how best can I be able to make it? How can I be like her? How did she start? And you don't know how you can start. You don't know how you can approach her. But then you're asking if I can get that opportunity. For me, I cannot stay. I can just run away. That is my opportunity, you know. All that happens to your mind. But then it goes back to the vision that you have. What do you want to do? My vision is to do a business that is global. It's global. It doesn't matter where I am. You can go to Maiketi and then ask anything that you want from it. So us as, can I say, young people, entrepreneurs and all that, we should not look at business as something that it is war. You know, sometime I was attending the Bloomberg forum. It's something that has leaders, it has entrepreneurs, it has all kinds of people, as you see, everyone seated here. And then I saw two big CEOs seated together. These people are in the space tech. One is seated here, another is seated, they're in the same room. I'm like, okay. Out here, they're showing you that they are competing. But when they go for these forums, they sit and discuss and say, okay, let us do this. Let us do this. Why? Because you as a person who is doing maybe like a given food, for example, let me give an example of maybe someone doing Coca-Cola, another one is doing Marina Fruity, something like that. You may not even want to sit next to that person. You're like, that one is my enemy, he's taking my customers. But I'm telling you, you cannot take all the customers and finish them because everyone has their own preference. The same way you're holding an iPhone, someone else is holding a Samsung, someone else is holding a Techno. That is their preference. So you cannot take everyone like to be your customer. But you as people who are doing the business, you can sit together and be like, you know what? We can do this. We can do this together so that it helps. You can be able to sell this. You can also be able to sell that. Anyone who comes along takes over. So us as young people should look at networking. If you see someone better than you, if you see someone who's a competitor, you don't look at them as a threat. Look at them as an opportunity. You can just talk to them and just get an idea in your head and you're like, okay, I think I should add something like this. I think I should do this. I think I should do that. So that is how we are supposed to look at whatever we are doing. And then for the bit of exposure. Okay. For the bit of exposure, everyone here, I know that whenever it's your birthday, you'd want someone to tell you happy birthday to you, something like that. But you know when your birthday, for example, this is July, and your birthday is maybe in September, you start telling your friends, you know, my birthday is in September, and so that your friends can try to prepare for you, and you know, you have that party, you have those good gifts, and it started to become something memorable, something lovable. So if that attention that we give those like birthdays, those things that we love at heart, if we give more time to what we want to become. For example, you're a developer, you're an entrepreneur, give it more time. How best can I improve this? If you're able to get money to do a birthday or something, you can get money to attend a conference and be able to network with people, to be able to get those connections that can help you go to another level. Because I'm getting all the connections that I got, I was still in school. It's not that I had finished. I had issues with lecturers, I had issues at home with parents, I had issues with students. This one is saying she's not studying. The other one is saying she's not, but no one was understanding my vision because what I had seen the other side, I could not turn back. The other students were really doing something big. And I'm like, okay, me, I am in the village already. I cannot, if I don't do anything about this, I'll never get out of this village. And I did myself a good thing. I said, I'll not give up. And I started business even up to today. Because by the time I got the Forbes Youth Icon Award, the lady was telling me, but you're too young for this. I'm like, yes, I am small, but what I know in this small head of mine is too much. Because I got the experience. Thank you. I got the experience from school. People come to me and tell me, you know what, I want to do this, but my mom says, it's not good. It's not good, I don't know, and my mom is not happy. I also don't be happy. I'm like, yes, your mom is not happy. But in the future, she may realize that it was good for you. Not everyone is going to understand what you're doing. No one. It's only you who knows, it's only me who knew my vision then in medical school. I meet my lecturers and I tell them, hey, you taught me. They're like, we don't know you. We taught, because in class, obviously they couldn't say that I'm the best student. No. I'm not the one who puts up the hand in class. No. I have to make sure I just study. I hurry. I go for meetings. I pitch. I tell people, you know what, I'm doing this. All in the names of getting funds for my business. All in the name of people knowing. Hey, oh, okay, sorry. Let me summarize since my time is getting done. But then it was enjoyable, so I wanted to keep on saying and speaking. But one other thing, or two more things that we as young people, because everyone here is young, and also our leaders. I think we should empower these young people in a way that we give them the exposure they need. We show them that AI is possible. We show them it can be done by anyone. Me, I'm a doctor. The technology that I know, I've just learned it, and maybe my master's, but I was speaking the tech. They asked me, what language are you using to train your chatbot? Then I go and I say, okay, now I have to read about this. Who are the tech developers? What do you do? So as time went on, also my co-founder is also tech, but then I was the voice of the company. The voice of the company asks you every question. You will not say, I don't know. So you try to learn everything forcefully. So that's why you find us having businesses here, there, and then someone saying, but Shamin, for you to take our jobs, you are in the health tech space, you're in the agriculture space, you are in space. I'm like, no. I am trying to make sure that in every sector, I am doing something that can impact someone somewhere. So that is what I'm speaking to everyone today. You're all seated here. You're like, I don't know if I could be like her. I don't know if I could sit on platforms with billionaires, because I've been able to sit with the billionaires, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Bill Gates, the Bloombergs. And it's not by the power of my parents, as I said, they said they were well off. Yes, they were well off, but they didn't reach there. I said I'm not going to be comfortable in that situation of being driven and bought for a car after graduating. No. When I left, I saw some other food being cooked somewhere. It was really, really juicy. It was not the one my mother was cooking. No, it was different. People were talking tech. Now people are talking about AI. People were talking about AI back then when I was in, that was 2016, that's around like second year when I was in medical school. So I'm not so old out of school, but I started from school. So around 2016, the guys were talking about AI. I come here, I talk about AI, they're saying those things will not come. When COVID came, my lecturers were like, Shamim, you know how to use Zoom? I'm like, I told you, you're supposed to use such platforms, I don't know. So let me get done. I'd like to thank everyone for listening to today. If I start speaking, I may not finish, because I love speaking to fellow Ugandans, young people. But I have just a message for our leaders. Please work with us. Put policies that favor us. Policies at least, like now I was happy about this hub. What about us having hubs, like at least in every region? In Western Uganda, there is a hub. There are people who have brains that can, but they don't know where to put them. If someone did not pick me out from that conference, I would not be here. I would be in the hospital treating right now. I'm on ward. Please, what happened? Are you okay? Okay, emergency. This one needs blood. No. So I am now doing something different. I am impacting the community, not only Uganda, but everywhere else. So also our young people, whatever you're doing, it doesn't matter whether you're a doctor, whether you're an engineer, whether you're an accountant or someone. Whoever you are, you can be anyone you want to be. No one can stop you. I did not have support from anyone, not my mother, not my dad, not anyone, not even school. But I'm like, what I saw, I cannot change my mind. I have to be there. Yes, I have not yet reached where I want to be, but I know I'm going to reach. So thank you so much. But one last one before you clap. There is a platform. There is something that we developed as Shilfem Tech Center. We developed something called KT. It's not replacing doctors. Please, people don't get me wrong. People say I am taking jobs. I'm not taking anyone's job. It's just something for information. I've shared it with him, my neighbor who's seated there. It's on WhatsApp. I can share the number. You just go there and you say hello to Katie, and then it will tell you, okay, what do you want? You ask it any question. How can I bathe? It will give you the answer. What is your name? It will tell you. You ask it who's the president of Uganda. It will tell you. So how best can I be able to improve my health? I have a patient who has diabetes. How can I handle them? just the information just helps you to be able to know about, because doctors tell you these things. You know, I'm giving amoxicillin, I'm giving you ampicillin, and after you get out of the consultation, you've forgotten. So this one is here to explain to you more of what the doctor said, not to replace the doctor. Don't quote me wrong. Yes. So please, that is what we do if someone has not been able to see what we do. But I would like to thank you everyone for coming. I want to thank the team for organizing. And thank you so much. I will not finish speaking if I continue. But I would like to honor everyone who has come here today, and that my speaking has not left you the same.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shamim Nabuma. A bigger round of applause, because she mentioned Shamim. I would like to have two recognitions. Actually, we'll only happen the third, so I'll do it very quickly. First, recognize the Chief Executive Officer for Laboremus, also the board chair for Refactory. You know this person, eh? So even if I don't tell you their name. Welcome, Timothy. Good morning. Timothy Musoke. And you gave the commencement speech when I was graduating. I crammed a few things. We'll come back to them. Yes. Please also recognize the presence of Dr. Larry Muganga, who's the Vice Chancellor for Victoria University. Yes. But ladies and gentlemen, in our presence is our guest of honor for today, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Dr. Amina Zawede. Please welcome. Let's now rise to our feet, because Dr. Amina's presence means we can now, as Ugandans say, officially start. Please rise for the anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora.
can now have your seats. Allow me to quickly welcome the Strategy and Analytics Administrator, or Advisor actually, at Refactory, Lillian Nakasuja, to give us a prayer. Her prayer is magic. Once she has prayed, you don't need to do it again today. So welcome, Lillian.
May we humble ourselves for prayer. Gracious and loving God, as we gather for this inaugural Uganda Development Summit, uniting our ecosystems, tech, and software engineering talent, we pause to acknowledge your presence and overwhelming love. We are deeply grateful for the opportunity to come together, driven by our shared commitment to positively impact our communities through technology. Bless our efforts today and throughout this event. Grant us the wisdom to navigate our discussions with respect and understanding, and the courage to pursue bold solutions for the challenges and opportunities before us. Help us to recognize the value in each perspective and to find common ground, enabling us to move forward together. We ask for your guidance to inspire our minds, your love to open our hearts, and your strength to sustain our endeavors. May our time here be marked by collaboration, creativity, and a genuine spirit of partnership. Protect all those who are part of this summit, and may our actions reflect a deep respect to each other and for the world we seek to improve. Let our decisions be guided by justice, compassion, and a commitment to the common good. In your name we pray for peace, unity, and the success of the first ever UG Dev Summit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Lillian. This morning, if you missed it, there was a masterclass, and the topics they had: the universal acceptance, is your software ready for the world? And I know that Dr. Shamim was talking about the global stage. Don't do things just for Uganda, but I'm very happy she's very proud to bring back things to Uganda. Brain drain, tukoye, you know, you need to come back. Yes, you need to come back and show your skills back here at home. But I said that the commencement speech, which was given by Board Chair Timothy, he said something, and my favorite author is James Clear because of Atomic Habits. You must, step by step, one by one. And you talked about how every time they ask people, what do you do? They say, full stack developer. And what does a full stack developer do? Everything. Everything but nothing. Yeah, so he was saying that it's okay, even if you end up as full stack developer, step by step. You know, today, master something, next year, master another thing, next year, another thing, and then you won't even have to write it. We will call you a full stack developer because we know you know, so please start there. And when Dr. Shimim was saying that the majority here are young people, even us who don't identify as young, we will claim it. We are young. You know, there are a couple of questions, about 5 most Googled questions to do with tech and our continent, Africa. The worst of those top 5 questions is, how far behind is Africa in tech? I kid you not. Top 5 most Googled questions to do with 2 keywords, tech, Africa. Top 2, how far behind is Africa in tech? As in, there are human beings on keystrokes who've said, how far behind? Do you know those people include Africans? Yes, you contributed to that question on Google. You also asked, how far behind is Africa in tech? That's why you want the jobs remote. You know, I want to work with Australians, but like really when I'm here in Kampala, that's the problem. We need to use our strengths because that's what the other world is using. The rest of the world is using their strengths to beat us. Let's also use our strengths. You might be saying, but which strengths? Which ones? We don't see them. It is this brain that we have. Also, you're the youngest people. AI that you're talking about, you know a lot more about artificial intelligence. You know that most of the data and the information that's being used is around you people, young people. How you think, why you think that way. And do you know why? Because in the next 10, 20 years, you are the people who will be using artificial intelligence. So right now, it's in the world's interest to have young people drive the narrative and data on artificial intelligence. Me, I've told you, don't say I didn't steal for your exams. Yeah? Now you know. So don't say AI is for those people. It is because of you people that AI exists. They want to know a world that you will live in later. So they're creating it for you. If you want, instead of saying this will steal your jobs, learn how to actually manipulate that data. What will AI do for my industry as an accountant? What will AI do for my industry as a farmer? Yes. And then that's where you'll start. So rather than being a job, you know, she said that she's an angel investor. Did anyone catch that? Did anyone hear that Dr. Shamim is an angel investor? Eh? You be angel employees. Eh? Don't look for, you don't have the money, it's okay. You be angel employees. You start going to the Dr. Shamims, to the Jasons and saying, you know, me as me, I can do this for you. You need me. You understand? Because what an angel investor does, I have the money, bring your idea. Do it the other way around. I have the idea, I can add to you. Done? Now your CVs, I'll take the money that I have for this consultation there in the corner. Allow me to welcome back the chair of the Dev Summit, who will have the honor of inviting the executive director of Refactory. You remember we said Ivan. Momo Kubida, really heavy bugalo.
So I'm guessing I'm not an angel employee, Flavia. Confirm for the audience.
No.
Aha, that's very good. So the gentleman I'm going to introduce, I guess is inspired by the statistic I'm going to read, and I'll quote it. That the World Bank Group did a study demand for digital skills in the sub-Saharan region, and they estimated that in the over 230 million jobs that will exist by 2030, all of those jobs, the 230 million jobs, will require digital skills. So if you're in a job right now and you don't have digital skills, you need to ask yourself, NITA-U. In English, it means, do you pass the bar of the 230 million jobs? Meaning every single job that you're occupying right now, if you are a lead, if you are an angel employee, if you are an investor, do you pass the bar? Yeah? But well, I'll not get into that. But allow me, in a special way, to introduce this gentleman. This gentleman is passionate about so many things. He's demonstrated his commitment to society, to communities, to students, to corporates. When I look at his age, I wonder. It's like a reincarnation of sorts. But in his 21 years of doing whatever he has done, he's been to Makerere. He left, I think he went back small, then he came back again. But he managed to set up a lovely place called Refactory. And in setting up that place, his commitment was really around empowering our young talent with digital skills. His journey, and he will talk about that when he gets on stage, but the two things I want to say about his journey is that he has chosen in his life to say that he will not look at a young person pursuing something in futility. And his description of futility is pursuing something that does not leverage technology to empower them. He refuses to curate journeys for young people that do not empower them in the direction of digital, because that's where we're going. But secondly, this gentleman has also said that in his life, he will dedicate, I think, 60%, okay, let's say 40%. He will dedicate a proportion of his life to community service. And that's why this year, he's chairing the Rotary Cancer Run. How many of us have heard of the Rotary Cancer Run? So we have a developer that is in charge of making sure that we are also meaningfully intervening in the health space. But ladies and gentlemen, without saying so much, allow me request us to thunderously, in your seats, put our hands together to welcome Michael Nitegeka, the Executive Director of Refactory, to speak to us.
Good morning. There's a reason why we had breakfast. Good morning. That's much better. Welcome to the inaugural UG Dev Summit. Here it is. So at the beginning of this year, I attended 3 virtual sessions. And the 3 virtual sessions were all were organized by entities out of Kenya. And they were talking about technology. They were talking about how technology is going to shape this particular year. They were looking at the events. They were talking about cloud and remote. And listening to them, I asked myself a question: who is organizing such conversations in my country? And I struggled to find one that was very intentional about having conversation about software engineering as a practice. There was none. And sometimes I have conversations with different people, and one of the people that I had a conversation with was Arthur Mukembo. I said, Arthur, I want to organize a summit that is entirely software development focused. And Arthur told me, let's do it. Thank you, Arthur. The other person, she's not here, Doreen. Doreen, I had a meeting with her, and she's MS Africa. Yeah, so I had a meeting with her, and after having a conversation, she said, Michael, how do you want to go about it? I said, Doreen, I don't know. What I know is it has to happen. Friends, February this year, in our Monday meetings, I told the team, this year, we are having a developer summit. And you could sense, where are you coming from? Where are you pushing us? And at this moment, allow me invite the Refactory team. Can I invite the team that has worked tirelessly for the last 4 months to pull this off? Please give them a round of applause. Guys, another round. I was a vision bearer. I knocked on a number of doors, but what you're seeing and experiencing is this team. Now, some of your employers, I know you may start having ideas. Let's be clear. These guys have a Refactory DNA. I want to thank you before this team, before the audience, because you have done an amazing job. Thank you, because when we started, there were a lot of things that were not very clear. Very many things were not clear. But the one thing that was clear was the mission. Thank you, Shamim. One thing that was very clear was the mission. And I've started by thanking them, because many times we thank at the end. I wanted to start my remarks by thanking you. I am deeply grateful. Thank you. You can take your seats. I don't know whether there are seats, so you're going to continue, but so that conversation and the different engagement that I had got me reflecting deeply on, we've been training as Refactory. We've trained over 600 young people, and over 80% are working. How many of us are Refactory alumni? Thank you. Thank you. 80% are in work. In work. This year, with the support of the ministry and GIZ, we graduated our first cohort of AI and machine learning. 85 Ugandans into AI and machine learning here. I can go on and on. But the question I had was that we are doing all this training. It's exceptional. We need to create pathways for employment. And the only way you create pathways for employment is if you're able to attract the key people in the room and show them, this is what I have. And so over the next 2 days, we have curated this summit in a way that it's not just talk, panel, no. We have master classes in the morning. We have a panel, keynote panel. We break in the afternoon, continue the conversations with fireside chats. The essence is, can we have smaller, meaningful conversations as opposed to mass audience conversations? And that was very critical, because a lot of people ask, what is the character of the summit? And so for me, character is very critical. The experience is very critical. Over the next 2 days, we're going to talk about human capital. Thank you, Dr. Shamim. Thank you for accepting. I reached out to Dr. Shamim. I followed her on socials. And I sent a LinkedIn invite. It was LinkedIn. I said, Dr. Shamim, I'm organizing a summit in Uganda, and I would like you to be a keynote speaker. Her response was, dates. I sent the dates, and she said, I will be there. Shamim flew in from the US to come and be here. I am very, very grateful, extremely grateful, because you could have, you've spoken at forums many of us aspire to. You could have thrown the tag, this is my red tag. But in your humility, you said, I will be there. Tell me what you want me to do, and I will be there. I'm very grateful on behalf of the organizing team. And so people started connecting. The dots started connecting. So over the next 2 days, we have 4 keynote presentations with over 20 panelists who will be sharing their experiences and knowledge. Plus 5 master classes, 2 fireside chats, and then 1 webinar sponsored by MTN tomorrow. So it's going to be fun-packed, a lot of learning. But we couldn't do this without our partners. So allow me invite our first partner, who I reached out to on mail, told me he was coming to Uganda, wants to set up business. And as I was responding to all this, I said, by the way, here's something for you to look at. He said, Michael, we are in. It's the shortest pitch I have ever made, Jason. Jason, please come and speak to us. Jason, I am very grateful.
Hello, what do you want me to say? Oh. Hello, everybody. Well, we were delighted to be a part of this summit. Very much looking forward to meeting as many of you as possible. TechJuice has genuine jobs. We're looking to employ people. So, yeah, please come to our stand, which is just over there, and say hello. But, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Allow me invite the next who, like, you know, you meet someone and you talk, and you're not very sure whether they will bite. But finally, they did bite. NSSF, specifically the High Innovator. Is Bob here? So the NSSF High Innovator program joined us, and they joined us in a big way. So Bob, please speak to us.
Thank you so much, Michael. I met Michael, I think, in 2020 when I just joined Outbox. And in there, I was reaching out to him to volunteer as an expert speaker in one of our courses. So he willingly allowed to volunteer because the background to that was when we were launching the High Innovator program, the idea was to skill up to about 75,000 young people in person. Then COVID comes in. And so quickly, we had to think of a model that would enable us to reach many young people during COVID. So we went digital. In his engagement with Richard Zulu, our lead, he advised that we could build a digital platform where we could skill our young people and enable them access funding. And to date, we've had tremendous impact. And if you can look at the feedback that is coming from the 35,000 young people who have taken our course, it's amazing. And they keep speaking to the kind of guidance you've given. So for us as the High Innovator program, the mandate is to build an enabling ecosystem where we have different key ecosystem players coming together to share knowledge and resources. So the program is here, but that's not what I wanted to share about real quickly. So everyone knows the High Innovator as the program that enables people raise funding. But I want to talk specifically to the tech businesses that we have on the program. We have about 368 businesses we have funded, each of them raising $20,000 through the program. And about 30 of them are tech businesses. Now, I want to share interesting insights we've gotten from supporting these businesses. One, the tech businesses are struggling in these three areas. Just allow me to read them, Michael, real quickly. One of them is growth and access to markets. So all of us here that run a tech business or aspire to run a tech business, you know that getting customers and reaching new markets is a big challenge. And secondly, you struggle to get people that can actually work in that space and hope you reach new markets. And then lastly, which is really big, it's the money. Tech businesses in Africa, people don't see us for what we can do. They see us as people who can offer, for lack of a better word, remote desk jobs or desk work. We are developers, and we are able to do a lot more than our counterparts in different countries. And that's where the High Innovator comes in. We empower young people with the different skills and empower them with financing that can help them unlock job opportunities. As I wrap this up, different ecosystem players like Refactory, Outbox, are keenly and very interestingly pushing initiatives in the next 3 years, initiatives that are intended to skill young people in the digital economy and enable them access funding and technical support that can help them scale their businesses and also build their capacity to run everything. I would like to thank each of you for coming here today, but most importantly, I would like to thank Michael for putting this all together. We appreciate it. The fund through NSSF Innovator is very keenly following this and would like to continuously support this initiative. And thank you to the Permanent Secretary for honoring the invite to be here today. To everyone else here, just like our tagline says, let's engage, let's learn, and let's connect as much as you can. I don't expect you to sit with a person you came with. Sit with someone new, network, and learn as much as you can. Thank you so much.
Guys, we can do much better than that. That's the spirit. And finally, my brother, Arthur, come and speak to us.
PS, it's always a pleasure seeing you. Flavia, thank you for hosting us. Michael, very, very proud to see the conversation we started, getting to a platform of this scale and seeing as many young people in the room as we have today. Richard, the team at Startup Uganda, High Innovator, and the rest of the ecosystem players in the room, thank you so much for elevating these conversations. I think one of the things that alarms me the most is we spend a lot of time encouraging these young people about opportunities out there, and that they don't respond to the depth that we know the opportunity exists. I'd like to encourage you over the next 2 days to, for every insight you hear, take time to dig behind who are the key players behind it. I think just last week, Google announced they're going to do their largest ever acquisition of an Israeli, it's an intelligence tech kind of startup. And that the
As
idea,
humans,
oh, sorry.
We'll go to great lengths to meet our needs.
DJ Truck too.
Even in the face of multiple
Thank you. The work you're trying to do is valid. And sometimes when you're in our context, it's hard to believe. So I'd like to encourage you that whatever insight you pick up over the next couple of days, just look at who has been successful doing it. At Innovation Village, we're very passionate about yourselves. It's all about connecting you to systems of opportunity. But that until you yourself reach out and say, I'm going to capture this opportunity, you may not necessarily enjoy the full opportunity that stands before you. The ability, there are two important skills that I encourage you as young people to pick up on. It's the ability to sell. And as developers, you struggle with communicating what you're trying to do. It's the ability to sell. But that once you've got the gig, it's the ability to build. Be driven by excellence and the desire to implement what you're picking up on. I'm really excited for this conversation. Thank you for skilling over 600 people. I mean, that's incredible. And for the people in the room, take that opportunity and make something of yourself. On my side, I'm really looking forward to the conversation. I know we'll have an opportunity to interact further, but Michael, very grateful to you and the team for pulling this off, and we look forward to the rest of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Allow me also now to recognize our other partners and specifically our host. Flavia, you've been gracious. Can we give her a round of applause? I mean, they decided that we have this space as our playing field for the work that we are going to do for the next 2 days at no cost. Thank you. Take your seat. But also, there are people that I want, now, when you start, sometimes it's difficult to stop. But allow me to recognize two other people. One is, there's a team from InterSwitch here. Where are you? Yeah, InterSwitch. InterSwitch is the first company that accepted our model of them paying students to do projects for them. And they have since had more than 3 projects we have implemented, and they have paid us. Thank you for believing that it is possible. But also they have invested. And of course, our good team from Nation Media, Sam, Barata, for giving us media space, coverage, also as part of contribution to this. Finally, thank you. You can clap. It's good to clap. As I bring this to a close and invite my, at one time we were all choking. No, what were we choking? We used to use whiteboards and PowerPoint. Smart, yeah, we were updated a bit. Remote. But I want to thank, and I think before, there are 2 people who have just walked in that have been my mentors. Elizabeth Ntege and Badru Ntege. Thank you. And I don't want to go in that direction, but I want to thank you. Elizabeth, thank you. Badru, thank you. And finally is my board chair, Timothy Musoke. Please stand. Guys, this man is important. You're clapping like my job depends on him. When I was starting Refactory, the first person that we went to, and he told us, let's do it, and supported us to raise the first funding, was Timothy and the team at Labremas. We are very grateful as Refactory. It is now my pleasure to invite one person I call friend, colleague. Colleague because we've been in the teaching industry for a long time. Friend because our teaching made us, we were in the same faculty. So when you're in the same faculty, there are things that you share. Even when we go on strike, yeah, we were strikers at one time by association. But yes, friend, but above all, Dr. Amina Zawede, for your leadership. The one thing I want to admire and appreciate about you is your availability to the ecosystem. I personally don't take it for granted. It was very easy for you to become a permanent secretary and be unreachable. The fact that we can call you, the fact that we can reach you, the fact that you can make yourself available makes you an exceptional leader. And for that, I am very grateful. Finally, is your wisdom, but also the vision for the sector. The digital transformation roadmap is our anchor, and we are keen to work and make it work for Uganda. We know you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it for Uganda. The one thing I can guarantee you with regard to skilling is that we will be there. With that, allow me now, with a round of applause, invite our permanent secretary to come and speak to us and open this summit officially. Dr. Amina Zawede.
Good morning, everyone. I don't want to be like Michael to tell you to repeat, but I'm going to ask you to repeat. Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to see this innovation hub full today. And not only full of people, but full of young people. I am young as well. I don't consider myself old. But yeah, full of young, energetic people. I bring greetings from the ministers at the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Our Minister, Honorable Dr. Chris Bariomusi, was supposed to be with us this morning, but has not been able to make it. Our Ministers of State too, Honorable Joyce Bugwao, we call her Mama ICT, sends her regards, as well as the Minister for National Guidance, Minister of State for National Guidance. I thank, first of all, I also want to add my voice to the organizers of this event. We thank you very much. The organizers, Refactory, led by Michael and your team, plus all the partners that have been acknowledged. We thank you very much for this support and the effort towards having this summit take place. I'm going to talk off the cuff, passionately. I am as passionate as Shamim. I think when I listened to Shamim, I first heard from Shamim on some, I think I logged on to some then Twitter space. Now it's X Spaces, isn't it? And she was telling that story of how she was in this medical class and then you went to China? Was it to China? I still remember. She went to China and then, you know, she never turned back. And now then I ask myself today, these doctors that come and are harsh to us, and is it that they are not passionate about what they are doing? That is why we are being harassed? Or is it that that is why you ran away, that, you know, you wanted to be in another space? But what do we learn from Shamim's story? That, yeah, I know as parents, now I'm a mother, you talked about mothers. as parents, we also want the best for our children, but sometimes we think that some passions that the children have might lead them astray. But it is best for you, the young people, when you're passionate about something, of course you have mentors, but you also maybe try to explain to your parents what it is that you want to do. Maybe they can have a buy-in. But today, if you have anything you're passionate about in the space of technology, you can't go wrong. You know, the world is talking about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That is STEM. You can't go wrong if you're in that direction. But still, we are putting up such events, such summits for us to guide and support those who are passionate in this area to be able to learn. You know, back in the day, I'm learning new things today. When I saw, we have a master class for 2 hours, I said, what are people getting a master's in 2 hours? Because growing up, or where I come from, a master's is a 2-year program after someone has graduated. Or people would call it a beginner's class, or they would call it an introduction, introductory class. But in this space of innovation, we are calling them master classes. And I understand because you're mastering that concept for whether it's 1 hour or a whole day, you go out of that talking about things like, the fundamentals and where they come from. So that is where the concept of masterclass comes from. For those of you who might want a master's certificate from Michael, I think it is a masterclass for mastering that concept. And as a ministry, we are rallying, and government, we are rallying behind and emphasizing digital transformation. Every other day, I think people are going to start calling me digital transformation roadmap. Before, they used to call me business, BPO, business process outsourcing, but the two align and speak to each other, as I'm going to explain to you. The words we have heard from our previous speakers, Shamim mentioned that in this space of technology, there is a lot that all of us can do to fit in the space. It's not even a competitive space. Every one of you can thrive with your idea, with your innovation, without stepping on anyone's toes. If that is the direction you have, if you're that, open-minded, we can be able to work in this space. Today, we are holding all of you here to be, to master some things in software development, to master some things, maybe, I don't know whether you'll have coding classes, but everyone in the space of software engineering has a lot of work to do. When you go to the stats and need for software engineers to address the issues that we are facing globally, it's in millions of software engineers that are required. Millions and millions of people. But how many are we in Uganda today that have trained in software engineering? Or how many are there even in the East Africa? Even if we called Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania to get together, we cannot close the gap of the engineers required in the world to do that. So if you take on this skill today, it is going to help you do so many things. We are looking at supporting and promoting business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is where you can sit here in Uganda and work for Shamim in the US and work for Jason, wherever you are. I don't know whether it's Europe or wherever. You can work for anybody in the world, leveraging on technology. You don't have to go to the US to struggle for a US visa, those who are looking for visas or any other visa to go, but you can work from here if you have a skill. But you need to have the right talent that is required. Some of you go study, graduate, and then you wonder why you're not getting jobs. Yes, we know the job market is not so good, but sometimes all of you are missing certain skills or certain requirements that the employer wants. I have talked to, the Innovation Hub here gathers a lot of young people, and we build their capacity. We develop them to be able to pitch their products. We develop them to be able to know how to do the right business plans or cost their products. And it is a journey that we are walking with them. I have engaged some of these innovators that could not even speak in the beginning, or someone was too shy to talk, and now, after about a year or so, someone is competent and comfortable talking about their product, which is a good thing. And we are not only doing it for this innovation hub here. Shamim, you thought we only have this innovation hub. We have about, I think, 4 now that we have set up across the country in different regions. In Kabale, we have set up an innovation hub at Kabale University. We have set up one in the east with Soroti University. We have set up another one in the north with Muni University. And we are setting up other more, other innovation hubs. But we are also working with the private sector. Because the reason why we are putting or attaching innovation hubs to training institutions, you see, this one here is not standing alone. It is under our Uganda Institute of Information and Communications Technology, the training institution that is issuing certificates and diplomas as well as professional certifications. We attach these hubs to training, facilities or institutions because we know that when someone graduates, they need to be, like the Law Development Center does to its lawyers. They graduate with their degrees of law, and then they go to do the practice, so that by the time they go into court, they have been polished in such a manner that they can be able to present their clients well. So the same way with innovation hubs, that is what we are doing. You do some training, and then the hub helps you to build your products so that the potential investors or angel investors find some level of quality of a product that has been developed. So that is the use of why we, that is the reason why we are setting up hubs within training institutions. But they are also helping communities. So you see, this here is a community of people that have come from around Kampala, I believe. I don't know whether we have those out of Kampala, but, well, a community can be confined to that area, but also extended beyond that area. So we know that every one of us, even your housemaid at home, can be an innovator, because the challenges she's facing while doing her work will speak to what she thinks should be the right solution to address that. So innovation hubs are to help incubate ideas. It's not that, and I want this to be clear, when I say everyone can innovate, you don't have to have done a 3-year course of software engineering to be an innovator. And in Africa, we need as many innovators as possible, because as Africans, we have so many challenges. I was in Arua about 2 months ago. And Arua is one of those areas that has, I think they depend on a lot of fruits and vegetables. So they grow a lot of tomatoes and all these. But because they're perishable goods, they go to waste. So when they plant them, there's a lot of supply, and then they go bad. But however, they need to have kind of, either they have to do a value add to the product, or they need facilities to be able to keep these products good for a certain period of time. So they needed to have coolers. In the meantime, when they harvest these tomatoes or anything, they have to have coolers for as long as, the demand for those tomatoes is on. But they could, Arua is hot sometimes, very hot. That is why the tomatoes could go to waste and rot. But some young people, and the importance of you having innovators in your community that understand your problem, they will come up with a solution that speaks to that problem. And that solution is cost-effective because they use the most cost-effective means to address that challenge. So these young people, it was a team of so many boys and one girl. That's what I recall, because whenever I go to any community, I look out for the girls. And I was happy to see that we had so many girls behind this organization of this summit. And I'm seeing so many girls around here. But I'm not saying I don't want the boys to grow as well, but you all need to grow together. So these people came up with a cooling facility using resources from their community. I think it was some sand and some boxes, but then they needed technology in terms of solar to keep to keep the temperatures cooler and stable and cool. And they said they needed to scale up their product to support the market in Arua. So these are things that are being done. If I'm in Kampala, I can't think about that because it's not a problem I'm facing, If somebody else came up with that problem from abroad, probably it could be so expensive and might not even work for me in that moment because it's not addressing my particular needs. So we need innovators to think about the ideas, but then we need software developers to translate these ideas into the technology that we want. So we need everybody in this system. And when we are working as innovators, you can't work as software developers alone. You have to have, even these guys who do social sciences are relevant because those people best understand how to either write or to pitch or to market, because you cannot work on your products without selling them, without communicating what you're doing in order to attract other investors. So the young ladies and gentlemen in this forum, what I am trying to emphasize to you is that among all the things that you do, seize the opportunities that that are available. Just like we have had the previous presenters saying, I always say that opportunity meets the prepared mind. Or opportunities come dressed like rugs and you can take them for granted. You're here for a summit today, by the time you're all paid up to come and attend, you must be serious. But if it was free, there are those who can say, is this really for me or not? And then the opportunity is passing. So seize that opportunity. You don't know where it will take you. The Ministry of ICT signed an MOU with Refactory in 2022. And when they were coming to me to sign the MOU, I told them, for me, I don't want those things of signatures and cutting ribbons and cameras, and then we are done. What I want to see is what is the output of this MOU or partnership. And ladies and gentlemen, today this is one of the outputs. Not the first output, but one of them. Because every other time we come and celebrate, we celebrated graduates of AI. We have celebrated so many other trainings and outputs out of that. But we have also celebrated the fact that we train and people get employed. At one point in my life, I was called a professional student. People get professionals in doing work. But I was called a professional of studying. Because for me, I study anything and everything. When I look at it and I feel that I think this is good for me, even if there is nothing that is going to come out of it in that moment, I know it will help me at some point in time. So don't take these trainings for granted. One day, it can help you. Or one day, it will make that CV that someone is looking for, but they have never found in a person. When we were signing the MOU, our areas of collaboration were on largely supporting the development of the digital ecosystem. And when we talk about the digital ecosystem, it comprises infrastructure in terms of connectivity, in terms of innovation hubs or spaces, ICT parks, name it. Data centers, computers, that is the devices you're using, are also parts of the ecosystem. Then we also have the, cybersecurity, data protection and privacy is part of that ecosystem. If we are operating in this ecosystem and it is not safe and secure, it's not a good thing. Digital services are part of the ecosystem, taking as many services online as possible. Then we have skilling, digital skilling. If we don't skill the people, we cannot get anything done. We shall do the products or systems and no one will use them if they cannot use, understand how to get onto this system. That is why you see, when I look at the generation here, it seems your grandparents must be knowing how to use these phones, but my grandparents or my cause might not be able to, might have done some classes to know how to use mobile money or something like that. But if you're bringing products and the community does not know how to use them, it is not a good thing. So we are also planning for that as well. Then we have the innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is that ecosystem where we want to appreciate the challenges and then grow the solutions therein. And that is what brings me to business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing requires that someone has some innovative mind, that someone is able to work online, that someone has connectivity, that someone has a device. The countries that are leading in this space are, the first is India, and then followed by the Philippines, and others follow. But we want Uganda to compete with those first two. And we have come up with an intentional drive towards that. And this year is one of those. I went to Philippines together with the minister, I think sometime last year. And the intention was to find out, how did you become number 2 in the world? What made you number 2? And when you want to find out what made India number 1, to be, the number 1 giant in managing call centers. And when I call an Indian, I figure out and say pardon like 10 times because I don't understand. But when you come to Uganda, people speak good English. I'm sure, Jason, you can never pardon what I'm saying or anyone else is saying here. We can be heard, we are audible, we are fluent, and all this. And we are educated. Largely, most of the young people are educated. In Uganda today, after the recent census, we have 45.9 million Ugandans. And the majority of these, over 80%, are young people. That is over 30 plus million are people below the age of 30 years old. Who graduate? We have about 50 graduates out of university every year. So when I talk to the Philippines people, they were colonized by the Americans, so they speak good American English. They are hospitable, we are hospitable. They speak good English, we speak good English. They have young people, we are also young. When we look at the time difference between us and Philippines, I think it's about 6 hours. So even if we're to partner with them, while they are going to sleep, we are waking up. So we can, coexist together and be able to grow this industry. But one thing they asked me was that they told me, or hint was that, you have to have a niche as a country in the BPO space. India then, their niche was on call centers. They really supported call centers a lot until AI came in and AI took over. Today, I just log into some application or some website where I want to buy goods or get information, and AI will start immediately. Hi, it even knows my name. What do you want? etc. It's so personal. So they left that space and took on to software development. I think the Philippines are more into hospital administration. They do a lot of clerking, administering books. Maybe Shamim can understand this. When you're with a doctor, there is a nurse who keeps recording everything. In the hospitals here, the doctor can be the same person recording, but in other settings, the doctor is examining while somebody else is taking notes. So the Philippines are doing that, but doing it as a business process outsourcing, component. So even here, if we say that our niche is going to be software development and build that talent, build the right software developers, get a database of all these developers, and when Japan comes to me, for example, I tell them I have 5 million software developers, or 1 million at the least, if I'm to start with 1 million. This is what I have this year. Another country, the other day, I was talking to people, I think yesterday, we have people from South Korea who are also looking for developers. So everyone is looking for these developers. Don't seize the opportunity. It is going to make you, I know young people look at money, it is going to make you rich in the next 2-3 years if you listen to what we are saying and take it seriously. So this summit today, I talk off cuff and come back to my speech. As a government official, I have to bring some points forward. This summit has attracted over 500 participants that we are going to have for the next 2 days. I am informed that we have participants coming from the United States. I think that is Shamim and others. We have, but Shamim, you're from Uganda. So I can't say you're from United States. So we have people from UK, we have Nigeria and Kenya, and others are still signing up. The format that has been adopted for this summit is one that is not just about talking, but we are engaging, we are learning, we are connecting, we are unlearning what the old things or outdated things that we had and learning new ones, and also relearning to emphasize what we already know. So every day starts off with master classes that I've already talked about what they mean. Michael said then we follow up with plenaries and networking events. I urge all of you participants to maximize the opportunities that this summit has. It is very critical for our sector. And I told you that with the roadmap that we have, this fits into the pillars that we have already, and I have already emphasized. So this summit provides an overarching implementation framework for our well-connected Uganda that delivers on the opportunities presented by the various technologies. The sessions that will be covered during the summit speak directly to the pillars of our digital transformation roadmap. Finally, allow me to thank again the organizers of this summit. We thank you very much, together with the partners. I have been informed on a special note that one of the summit partners has set up in Uganda and is planning to recruit over 300 software developers in the coming months. Over 300, but I told you, when they say 300, they want those with the right talent, not anyone. So you step up and make sure that by the time a call is put out, you have put yourself together, and probably this summit is going to help you get to that level that TechJuice is looking for. I am delighted to note that at the end of the summit, 2025 edition will be launched. This is going to be an annual summit. Today is the beginning. We are going to grow bigger and stronger and more impactful. Maybe, Michael, we should think of having the next summit in another region of Uganda so that we have it rotate across the country. As a ministry, we are pleased by the different initiatives that you have undertaken to strengthen the digital ecosystem as Refactory, as well as the other partners that we have. I was pleased to learn about the recently completed machine learning and artificial intelligence training that you undertook on our behalf, and saw over those number of graduates that you mentioned come up. I am aware that plans are underway to have your programs extended to different parts of the country. That is very good. Extend them to the countries, but also let's have these celebrations and events taken across the country to the different regions, because we don't want to leave anybody behind, and we don't want to leave any region behind. I also hope that as we are putting out these calls, all persons are engaged. That is, people with special needs should also be part and parcel of these trainings. Let us continue working together to grow our sector. It is now my singular honor to declare this summit officially open. Thank you.
So, Dr. Amina, I wanted you and I to stand here because they don't think they've had professional students in their lives in front of them. These are two professional students. Because I'm constantly learning. Dr. Amina, allow me to call back our partners for a picture moment. We'll have two. We'll have one on stage, and then I think there'll be a brilliant one when you're down there and everybody's in that shot. But also, once all the partners are on stage, I think I'll have you in my business, they say rewind and say that last official launch so that we can have another surprise. So all the partners, Nation Media, my namesake, who's our host, please come up. Innovation Village, Tech Juice, InterSwitch. Nita, please join us.
Lovely, and we're queuing up into our launch moment, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. So
I might have missed somebody, Ivan.
Yeah.
On the stage.
So we'll have representatives from the National ICT Hub, Flavia, NSSF. We'll have the Innovation Village, Nation Media Group, the National IT Authority, NITA, InterSwitch, the ICT Association of Uganda, Jengo Tech. We'll have Jengo Tech, Oscar Kampala, Laboremas, who also doubles as our board chair, Liquid Telecom, and then Tech Juice, and then Fly Hub. Sorry. And as techies, we always do these things in fancy ways, Flavia, not so?
And the Enjoy employees, what happened to them?
Enjoy employees are not welcome here.
All right.
As the PS prepares to have that magic word re-said, she has also asked, you know, she's very techie like us. She has said when she leaves the stage, she wants to come down with all the partners, we all stand up, and we have that lovely picture. But I think, Madam PS, the ball is now in your hands. Do you need a microphone? I think she does, to say the magic words. And when she does, I think magic will happen in the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to declare that UG Dev Summit open.
Lovely. Round of applause. Lovely. So our partners will now have a photo moment on stage. Please stay on stage. Let's stay on stage for a photo moment. So we'll have a photo moment on stage with all our partners and the PS. Please stay where you are. Our partners, please stay on stage. Madam PS, we'll have one photo on stage, and then we'll move down after. Okay, so we can... So, our camera guys, did you get that photo? You need another one? You need one more? Madam PS, they're saying pose very well. Jason has moved forward. That's very strategic. So, Jason, you can... Yeah, lovely, lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural UG Dev Summit 2024 is officially launched, and we get ourselves again, and as Michael will say very soon. So our partners will now move down, and we'll ask everyone to please rise. The PS would like to have that shot of the techies in the room. Yeah. So we can all rise wherever we are. You can stay where you are. The camera guys, I think, will climb the platform to make sure that you grab the entire room. And yeah. Let's all rise, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective seats. Techies are usually faster than this, otherwise your code would be in error state by now. Let's all rise, let's all rise. Flavia, you have a microphone. Maybe they want to hear a lady's voice.
Check. Yes.
Lovely. So this is a photo I wouldn't want to miss, so I'm going to position myself somewhere here in the middle. For those who don't know how to kwetega. So guys, there's more room here for those who want to be in action. So for now, we can all say, what's the universal tech word when you're coding? Universal language. So we're going to say hello world in 3, 2, 1. Hello world. The hands are not up. We'll go and Flavia prompt us. What's happening? Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1. Hello world! Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we can now take our seats to get into the interesting conversation. So, Thank you. And it's nice to see ladies also actively taking pictures and all. So ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into now an interesting segment. Earlier on, Dr. Shamim queued us up with an interesting keynote. Who can remember what the theme of that keynote was? Off cap. Human capital development. Good try. Anyone that can add more juice to it, more tech juice to it. Yeah? Human capital development was what she talked to us about. So we have a high-powered panel that's going to help us unwrap this thing. And remember, we came into this summit with a theme. The people who are going to speak to us are not just going to give us a story. They're going to give us an intro, but then they have to lead us to the climax by telling us how we are going to do this thing, how we are going to crack this thing called building human capital for this continent to deliver resounding tech solutions. So I am not going to preempt this panel because there is a gentleman who is going to open it up for us. But my role is simple, to introduce this gentleman. Now this gentleman also has an interesting career profile or outfit. The gentleman has been in the real estate world. The gentleman has been in the tech world. He has been in the corporate innovation space. But the intersection is one. In whatever he was doing, he was using tech to help all these different players throughout all the years that he spent there to do better. So ladies and gentlemen, the person I'm going to introduce has served as a co-founder and regional director at Remax Uganda. In there, they supported over 12,000 professionals in the real estate world in over 100 countries. Guys, 100 countries. This gentleman had 100 countries on his head. And you're going to see when he's coming on stage. It's worth every dime. This gentleman also supported commercial and residential developers in the real estate world to build better using technology. He's a serial entrepreneur. I don't know what that means, but he uses it a lot. He has co-founded so many ventures, I cannot name them all, but he has also advised so many startups and founders. He has co-created and executive produced an interesting program. For those of us who watch TV, how many of us watch NBS TV? How many of us have watched the NBS Housing Baraza? The Housing Baraza, NBS. That was the guy behind the Housing Baraza. So when he gets to the stage, you get to see who that was. But most critically is he serves on quite a number of boards, but important is that he chairs a number of ICT research and innovation committees. But for today, he comes to speak to us as the Future Lab Studio lead. Guys, Future Lab Studio lead. And I'm waiting for the guys to put up the man's picture, but the Future Lab Studio lead of the Innovation Village. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Arthur Mukembo, who is going to be moderating this high-powered panel, and is going to tell us who is on that panel. Thank you. So Arthur, this is a tech summit. You can code out which seat you want and do your thing.
Good morning, everyone. I think we'll start by inviting Dr. Shamim back up. And then our chair of Refactory, Mr. Timothy. Karibu. Don't worry, we're going to have an opportunity to hear from them. And I know Ivan did a great job at introductions there, but I'm not all those things. I'm part of you. We are developers. But no, pleasure. Thank you so much, Ivan, for the work there. I've not seen our good friend Renita yet. Okay, sure, no worries. And Vivian, I've not seen her yet as well. Okay, no worries. Pleasure. So our colleagues will be joining us, I'm sure, at some point during the conversation, but this allows us to actually get a lot deeper into the remarks today. Sorry, one second. Thank you. Okay, there's been a change to the schedule. Thank you so much, Ivan. I'd like to invite my good friend, Dr. Lawrence Muganga, to come and join us as well. Yeah. And Sylvia as well, my very good friend from Centretech, Karibu. Yeah, pleasure. Thank you so much. So what we'll do is just give everyone an opportunity to let us know a little bit about who they are and what their organization does before we unpack what is sure to be a really interesting conversation today. You'll allow me to make this a two-way conversation, so at some point we'll also ask you for your perspective and input for us to have a rich and engaging conversation. I know we had the pleasure of hearing from Dr. Shamim earlier, but again, I'd like to give you the opportunity this time to also tell us a little bit about your work as we then introduce everyone else. Karibu.
Thank you so much. I can introduce myself once again. My name is Dr. Nabo Mashamim. I'm a medical doctor by teaching. A co-founder and CEO of Chill Femtech Center. I am a co-founder of so many companies. This is the Chill group of companies, which has part of the solar chill technologies. This one provides solar-powered refrigerators to farmers, to hospitals, to any setting. It's just making your room cold so that you can be able to store your tomatoes and everything. The one that I'm known more about, since I'm a medical doctor, is the one called Chill Femtech Center. It's a hub and spoke telemedicine company. I can just say it's an online marketplace. This is a marketplace whereby we allow doctors, laboratories, pharmacies, all to be on the same platform. So just imagine someone in Aroa wants a doctor, and they don't have one, or maybe if they have, for example, they're looking for a specialist, a cardiologist or someone like that. They may not be having, and if they have one, the person may be so busy, or they have to first make an appointment, which may take days. So if it's an emergency, that means it may not be worked upon. So that is what we're doing. We are ensuring that there is easy and equal access of healthcare services for those in the villages. Not only just doctors, as people must say, but also laboratories, pharmacies, because those local health facilities in those rural areas, they are there, but they don't have enough money to pay a doctor full time. So that is what we do at Chill Femtech, and also our new ChatGPT AI-like platform that is able to give you all that information that you'd want to know about your health and everything. So that is a summary of what we do, and I'm a Forbes Youth Icon Award winner 2023. I was chosen among the 21 people in the world by Bloomberg Media as those that are using technology to change the world. I was also chosen by Google as among the 10 young ladies that are using technology to impact their communities. That is, I think, a good introduction about me. I can give the space to someone else.
Thank you very much. We'll discuss a bit more about that. I'm really looking forward to unpacking it. Timothy, human capital, I'm sure, is core to what you do. Would like to hear a little bit more about who you are and what you do. Karibu.
Yeah, my name is Timothy Msoke. I'm the CEO for Laboremus Uganda. I'm also involved in I founded a few other tech companies in fintech space. Laboremus specifically provides fintech solutions to financial institutions, specifically the regulated ones, and in the area of identification of customers. So we help financial institutions connect to government and proprietary databases with the intent of positively identifying their customers.
Over to you, Dr. Lawrence.
So almost good afternoon, but I'll say good morning. I think what I do is in the public domain every day, but my name is Lawrence Muganga, and like the Honorable PS here, I think I'm one of the senior most professional students in this room. I call myself as a lifelong learner, I think, on a daily basis. And I'm the Vice Chancellor of Victoria University. And I think, like Refactory, at Victoria University, we are not satisfied with what education in Uganda has to offer. So we are reinventing education. And we are making sure that it doesn't have to look like the education I went through, because what I went through that time doesn't fit the time we are in today. So, and we are seeing results ever since we started implementing a few initiatives. I think someone introduced Arthur. I think when we were starting that journey, there's so much I did with Arthur seated there. He did not just reach out to 100 countries, but there's also some other work. We worked together with Arthur. And Arthur, I'm happy to report that today, the number of students we had, you know them, we were, I think, a university of 231 students. Now we are a university of about 8,000 students in 3 years, I think. But to me, that is not what is most important. And I also suppose it's not important to us as well. What is important is that in the recent survey we took of our students, all our students, 87.2% are all employed, and they are still students. So that means what we are doing, infusing technology into our curriculum and immersing ourselves in experiential learning as a university, rejecting the notion of being content with basic digital literacy, but pushing it to a little bit digital mastery has really transformed the lives of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. I'm really looking to unpack that a little bit more shortly. But before, let's invite Sylvia as well to introduce herself.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Sylvia Nakanwaji. Right now, I'm managing IT service delivery for Centenary Technology Services. And Centenary Technology Services is under Centenary Group. However, with my experience that I think would be most important for this particular summit is before I was, within my experience, I've worked as a business analyst. So I critically know the life of software developers and the contribution software development has towards the ecosystem, and some of those nitty-gritties, critical skills that are actually required to enhance software development to foster our digital transformation. And while within my experience, I'm glad to say that as we are also riding against the digital transformation roadmap, I was part of the authoring team that is actually wrote and did the nitty-gritties to define, and also currently with a team that is supporting in driving to ensure that we actually meet what we are meant to do to drive our country. So my current role involves managing IT service delivery within Centenary Group, and Centenary Group I would call Centenary Bank, Centenary Foundation in Uganda, and also in Malawi, where we have Centenary Bank. So I look at that overall digital transformation overview, how are we able to manage, deliver IT services using technology and solve the underlying needs, which was also aligning to my previous role, working with the developers, because I also worked in government, where actually I supported the development of over 65 e-services. And these e-services were looking at the ongoing underlying challenges that are affecting the citizens and how we could use the software development techniques, working with the different parties involved in such a process to deliver what we needed to do to solve problems. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as you can see, we have quite an astute panel in front of us today. I think Dr. Amina cued us earlier around in her heart as Madame BPO, that we need to find a competitive advantage as Uganda in this landscape that is the digital economy. So what we want to uncover today is, so what's that gap? What do we need to unlock for us to be positioned as leaders in that digital economy space, and that what we've identified as stakeholders is that human capital piece becomes quite important. So I think to help usher us into the conversation, Timothy, you work very closely with industry and you deliver mission-critical work, as you've been mentioning, and that I'm sure that mission-critical work takes a certain degree of skill and care in being able to deliver it. From what you've seen of the supply of human capital, not just within the technology context, but all the value chain of how you create and deliver value, where would you say we are, and what's that missed opportunity?
I think to answer that question, it depends on what I will say may not be the same way other people look at it, but I run a software development company, and I have founded a few others that are also doing software development, and I've been there right from the beginning when we decided that Refactory should start. So if I'm to look at it from that perspective, in a country of 49 or almost 50 million people, we are still very behind. But we are moving quite fast compared to where we were, say, 3-4 years ago. The preparation of tech talent to be able to do meaningful work at scale is just beginning to show its fruits. So you've seen companies like in the past ThoughtWorks, you've seen Andela, you've seen financial institutions and a few other companies here really start to tackle digital transformation. You've seen the likes of Dr. Shamim, what she has been testifying here about, to be able to actually meaningfully talk about these things, even on an international scene. It means in the last 3-4 years, we've done a really, really, really great job. But if you look at it from a global context, or just even Uganda, what we need to do and where we are, there is still a lot of work to be done. What does it mean for the people in this room? Where you've had artificial intelligence, data science, all these things require software developers to build solutions on top of his platforms. Cloud computing, the biggest battles going on around the world around chips, development of microchips. These chips are supposed to power software. We have a lot of work to do, or the demand for you people is so immense that one company, the gentleman here, SoupTech, he wants to hire 300 people. Basically, this whole room he can hire now and take. But what about the rest of the... If this is what represents the developers in Uganda, and one guy can just come in one room and hire everyone, it just gives you an idea of how much demand is there for you guys, especially if you're prepared, but also it gives an indication of how far behind we are in where we need to be playing where we're supposed to be playing.
Thank you. And so I'm still sensing that there's immense opportunity in front of us. And thank you for even sending that signal around, yeah, if only tech juice alone can take everyone in this room, you know, how about the rest of the demand, not just in Uganda, but internationally? Maybe related to that, Dr. Lawrence, you're in the business of supplying said talent and ensuring that it meets the needs of industry today. How is the education space meeting the urgency of that need in industry, and where are you seeing gaps? And related to that as well is, what would then be your clarion call to a group of developers that are aspiring in the room today for them to ensure that we're seeding these ecosystems going forward?
Could you kindly repeat your last part of the question?
Sure. So in addition to reconciling the gap between the urgency in the industry today and the supply of talent available, for the developers in the room today who play a critical role in signaling to their colleagues and peers that there's opportunity here, what do you think they need to do to partner with you in closing that gap?
Thank you very much, Arthur. So let me begin by contextualizing this for us to understand the state we are in, and then how do we come in again as the education sector to maybe try to bridge the gap the best way we can. So to everyone seated here, and this is not, I'm not talking about hypotheticals, these are real life things. If you look at our country today, I think we have a GDP of about 45 billion US dollars. And our recent budget, to those again who follow these numbers, it was closer to 72 trillions, but almost more than half of that is a deficit, all right? So meaning, when you are in a situation like that, whatever you receive, they take, then you have a challenge with resources to invest within yourself, yourself. So now, if you look at the developers who are here, and I should be able to say that you are very lucky that you are even the developers who are here, and this country should be looking up to you as saviors. If you look at the world, and I think Dr. Shamim put it this way, we just have to stop thinking like in a narrow way. Like the problems we are solving must not be simply us, the 46 million people, 45 million people. We have to think about the world. But when you look at the world is, the global GDP, and I'm trying to contextualize our problem and how you fit in, is around $100 trillion. But, and that's as of 2023, but 13% of that, which is 13 trillion, has been contributed by disruptive technology, innovation. That means that is your space. And that has only happened, if you put that into perspective, in the last 3 to 5 years. So meaning that area of the disruptive technology innovation is growing very, very fast. Now, leaving the 87% or the 87 trillions to be the traditional economy. Unfortunately, that's where our country is, in the traditional economy. But now, let's look at what is going to happen in 2030. 2030, we are looking at a global GDP of 300 trillions, about there. But now look at your role. The contribution that is going to come from disruptive innovations, it is 200 trillions. Now, that is closer to 70%, leaving only 30% from the traditional economy, 100 trillions. So now, if you are a person going to school today, or if you are a government investing resources today, where do you put your money? So you definitely put your money, or you put yourself in a space where there is that 200 trillions, the disruptive innovation technology, such that you can be part of that. Because the traditional economies as we know them, they are shrinking. And that's where we are as a country. Now, how do we come in as the education sector? And I'll tell you what we are doing as a university, Victoria University. So we noticed that whatever was being learned in almost every university in this country was the same as what was being learned, for example, in 1990, 1995, when some of your fathers were going to school or your grandfathers. That's what is being offered even today. But that is being offered to solve the problems of today. And we all understand that those things, as you know them, you graduate, and you can't do anything. So therefore, we decided to digitize the entire learning experience at our university. From the time you enter the university to the time you exit, to the coursework, to the exam, to the teaching. Why? Because we need the graduate, the student, these developers, anyone who is daring to learn, to be able to speak the languages of the now and the future. And the languages of the now and the future is AI, it is software development, cybersecurity, you can talk of machine learning, you can talk of immersive technologies, you can talk of so many things. So what we did, we made sure that whoever comes to our university, you are able to speak that language. At least digital literacy is not just enough, but digital mastery is enough. And I always use a very simple example. For the developers, you're doing well, but feel pity for your counterparts who know nothing about even technology. Every day, they sit them down in the process of learning and assessment, and they make them handwrite everything and handwrite everything for the next 3 years or 4 years they are in the system. But when they get out, some of you are going to be employers, you don't expect this employee of yours to give you a report that is handwritten. So then why did they spend years learning a skill that is outdated? So that's just a simple example to see where we are coming and where we are supposed to be. So in the process, now these students, whenever they are learning digitally, they are being assessed digitally, they are writing their exams digitally, whatever they are doing is digital, inherently they learn this language that is needed in the labor market. So by the time they go to the workforce or the labor market, they are already speaking the language that the labor market is looking for. So even converting them to understand now the emerging technologies becomes a little bit easier. So that's what we are trying to do. And like I was saying earlier, we had to take a little bit of a survey to see if what we were doing was actually impactful to the population that is coming our way. I was so surprised and very much impressed when the numbers came out at 87.2% of our students are either running something of their own or they are working somewhere. And then the feedback we could get from the employers and everyone was even more amazing. So, meaning, if you immerse the young people, and we are so fortunate that we have the young people, which becomes very easy, not myself, even ourselves who have pushed ourselves beyond the limits to understand these emerging technologies. But the young people, this is their game. They understand these things. So to the developers out there, here, I think there are a few things we need to understand. That the signs are all written all over around us. Now, if you look at, and if we were even countries, like our own country, we would look at what are the top 10 successful companies in the world that perhaps Shamim is also aspiring to really join, the top 10. They share one common denominator. One, they are all tech-driven. And some of these, I was looking at this NVIDIA, I guess, you the developers understand this. I think it is now, if you compare it in terms of GDP, its market cap in terms of GDP is bigger than African countries combined, their GDP. So if you're a country, if you're a developer, it is now common sense that the path to pursue, the road to really chase is tech. But also, as you call yourselves developers, we all know that, and it may be bad news that you already know, that you are seeing these tech companies are beginning to come up with AI factories, AI industries. So the developers, the languages you used to speak, Shamim talked about when she's presenting this or her AI model, they are asking her, which language did you use? Now, the languages you've been speaking or you have been practicing today, I think AI is going to change these languages because it is going to be doing exactly what you're doing. Now, how can you reinvent yourselves and then step into the future such that whenever these languages are changing, nothing is, you are kind of future-proof to these languages. You are this prompt, like you are able to make AIs, these AIs and quantum computers and everything work for you because you are better than us. You have to prepare to fit into this future that we don't know about, but one thing I know is that these technologies are giving us an opportunity to equalize ourselves. The developed world and the less developed world, it is always going to depend on how much have we embraced this. So as a university, we have chosen to embrace technology. Very soon, maybe you'll get to hear, beyond just having students immersed in digitized learning, we have built one of the best AI education platform. It's called NextTrain.ai. We are going to launch that, where we have world-class developers and experts in this tech space, where now it is okay, it is possible for anyone interested to learn AI-related kind of certifications to be able to learn without even coming to our university. So we have made it even mandatory to our students that before you exit your degree program or the university, you have to have mastered or certified, like in 5 AI areas that are related to what you are trying to study. So that is one way of trying to reinvent these students, empower them, to future-proof them. But again, training a graduate or a workforce actor or employee or innovator who is not just for Uganda. We are creating graduates that are able to fit, apply themselves in the world, but to benefit Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. And some really shocking stats in there, beyond just the scale of the economic opportunity today, but where we're going by 2030, which is just here, and how you mentioned NVIDIA in I think just under a year, their GDP is equivalent to the African continental free trade area in terms of comparison, in terms of their economic value versus our GDP as Africa. Very, very interesting perspectives there. I think before I come to Sylvia from the industry perspective, Dr. Shamim is a testament to what you've just been talking about, these emerging opportunities today and the need to apply ourselves across disciplines. So, Dr. Shamim, I'd like to ask you, I don't know how many times the word AI has been used today, right? Do you think it's an existential crisis in terms of the skill sets that we need to build today as people in the workforce? How do you think it can contribute to not only enabling us to do our work better, but to making Africa more competitive? I think I don't remember if it was you or who had earlier mentioned that when you do a search for tech-related things in Africa, people are asking how far behind we are, and yet you're doing innovative things in that very space. Dr. Lawrence, Timothy are also working with organizations that are trying to stay at the top of that game. How does this relate in your world? Is this a passing fad? Is this something we need to respond to as an existential crisis? What do you see as opportunity, and how can we leverage this opportunity to strengthen our competitive position as Africa?
Thank you so much for that question. I think the people that rule the world are people that are doing tech. When you look at from number 1 up to 10, the richest people in the world right now are all having tech. Just tell me anyone who was rich, who has been rich before and now is in the top 10. All of them, the thing that brings them to having that much money is the technology, is the AI, in whatever aspect it might be. So where am I driving to? I talked about NVIDIA. No one ever, like, people didn't know more about it, but then it has come into people's, everyone is talking about it, everyone is talking about it. Why? It is technology. I think AI has come to stay. And when I talk about artificial intelligence, I mean that it's not about if you're just a developer or a beneficiary or anyone. The moment you start using AI, you find that it is making your work easier. Those days people used to write emails as well. No, I want to write an email to someone, and then you have to first set up how best you can write. But then now someone just goes to ChatGPT and like, please rephrase for me this. So if things like that have come, as I said before, you want to know, okay, I have maybe headache, how best can I be able to tackle this? Can I go to the hospital? Can I meet who? You just have to go to the KT that we've developed, and then it will give you information about it. So AI has come to make work easy. It has not come to take away people's jobs. Because most of the time people say that, artificial intelligence is replacing people. It's even now becoming more customized, like it can tell you, hey, Shamim, what do you want? So someone feels like, it has become more personal. It is telling me what I want to hear. But hey, to us the developers, to us the entrepreneurs, to us out there, also the students that are learning, if AI has come, it has come with opportunities. It has come to do some things that, okay, fine, there are those things now it does that you cannot do them because it's doing them better. But you as a developer, you as someone who has seen AI, how am I going to work with it that I can be included in the community that I'm doing this? Because you're writing CVs to get jobs or something. But then, what other skill do you have that this AI will not provide? Because AI has come, but it has also come with also opportunities on it. There is that it cannot do. There is some time when I was talking with some robot. I think I was in some tech summit that was in I think that was in France, and then it was speaking to me with a lot of emotion. I'm like, okay, how are you? And then it answers me, and then I ask it, okay, do you have a husband? It's like, no, but maybe if you would find me one. So I'm asking, like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, you've been trained all these things, and then you can speak. Then I'm like, okay, so now, if I want to go to the nearest place here, where can I go? It's like, okay, to go to the nearest place, I may not be of good help, but maybe you can go to your Google map, and then it will tell you what to do. So if someone is able to train that, remember, when you're developing all this, they're just imitating the brain. Because it's just a system whereby, for example, the system that you've developed, one for Katie, you ask it, okay, okay, if I have maybe stomachache, what can I do? So you are telling it what you're telling it, and then it's going to go to its database. and then it's going to look for something like that. And then it's going to compare what you've asked and what it has. It's the same thing. You're asking me a question, I get into my head what I know, and to what you've asked me, I give you answers. So that is the same thing. So it is the human beings, people that are training this. So now as we have to adopt, we have to look for those skills that AI cannot do. Because it has come and it's not going. So for those that were doing maybe, who are studying to become doctors or engineers or something, yes, the other time as he has talked about at Victoria University, the other time you just study and become a doctor. But now it's not enough. I need you to know things about tech, because the things you're going to be working upon are going to have tech on it. So if you don't know, you're not going to be fit for the job. Please study the skills that are needed so that you can fit for the job that I'm giving you. So we need to, it's more of adapting. And what I see right now is that, yes, the young people, the developers have all put in what they can, but then you assess yourself and see, if AI can do what you're doing, that means you're not competitive enough. I can put maybe an advert or something. I want maybe someone to do for me something. But then I look for that. What is that unique thing this person can do for me? Because I know you can go to, if you maybe a counselor, I can go to council platforms and then they can be able to write for me, maybe an agreement or something. So what different thing are you doing? How are you going to be able to compete on market that this is what you're doing? So to summarize everything here is that we have to look more of what is AI going to be like in the next 10 years. If it's like this right now, I see it for me in 2016, people already doing AI. It has just rapidly come, but iPhone, people doing it. And for them now, the level they're on a higher level than we are on, but it's still developing. So we have to just adopt and know that it has come, it's not going. And if we do not adopt, we are going to become consumers of this technology. We are going to just be the people that get on WhatsApp and then maybe chat and all that. So the other person is making money. For you just consuming. You have to also look at making your own technologies. Look at developing something. Because someone say, I'm a developer. A developer, yes, you can develop. But you have to work with another person who will help you deliver that information out so that you can be able to compete. I think that is what I had to add.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Shamim. And I'm hearing a lot of challenge there for us to find a differentiator, to reconcile your point with Dr. Lawrence around the language of today and the language of the future. So for the developers in the room, I hope you're hearing that clarion call. What skills are you building that not only position you to be competitive today, but in the industries that are emerging? And I hope that in the 2 days of conversation, you're picking up some of those signals and are able to go out there and be competitive. And for the industry partners in the room, it's that if you can also feed back to to the developers where you need them to build skills. I think there's a very important call you've given us there, Dr. Shamim. Sylvia, yours is a unique position because you've both helped shape how Uganda is approaching this opportunity through your work on the digital transformation roadmap, but that even with Centretech and Centenary Group, you're actually applying some of these learnings and whatnot, right? How are you finding the readiness of the broader workforce you work with? Because you're tech aware, you're tech enabled. A lot of the work you're doing requires that even the rest that you're working with have an appreciation for some of these concepts. What's the gap between where you think we need to be on the digital transformation roadmap and the readiness of everybody else that we work with to help us tap that opportunity?
Yeah, that's actually a broader question. However, in terms of readiness, we have to look at different perspectives. Basically, from the service provider bit, for example, let's say we are software developers, we are providing this solution. How ready is the public or other people you're giving the solution to utilize the platform? And also, the people you're working with, how ready are they to help in transforming whatever product you're providing aligning to the digital enhancement, the technology enhancement, and also from the government perspective, the resources that are available. Maybe to begin with, there are various resources that are available to help the public, to help the software developers, to help the tech industry, to nurture their ideas, nurture their solutions, to be able to market them. So one of the initiatives that is happening now, we have a program, on an S program, that is basically looking at particular youths in tech, those that are already dropped out of school, and they already have their academic documentations, however, not yet ready for employment. And such a program is going to nurture them to be able to get into employment, know the requisites in employment, regardless of the academic documentations they have. And also, those that are already having startups, you could be having your solution here, but how are you reaching out in the marketplace? We've been mentioning about networking with people, embracing certain opportunities that come. How are you venturing your business to be seen out there, not only within Uganda, but within Africa? So such resources are also there. And Dr. Amina also mentioned about the hubs that are in existence, like this one, where we have specific designated resources or places that provide resources like computers, data, and also mentorship programs. You could be there as a youth in the tech industry. The technology is developing, however, you're stuck there, maybe you need some guidance, so those resources are there. And also, as we are also building or fostering the tech transformation, we're also looking at, for example, the education industry. He's mentioned about the different advancements that are being undertaken on, but also from the level of the learner's perspective, the teacher perspective. How are these teachers that are equipping the students or the learners, how are they equipped also to be able to guide appropriately the learners to be able to adopt the advancing tech industry? Then also we usually encourage all the youths, not only software developers. There are various resources everywhere we look. We have online platforms. There are those that even provide free certifications that are well recognized in the employment industry. Those, sometimes you might sit around, you have your papers, but you do not have those specific skills, those specific certifications, but you can make use of such platforms. We have Coursera, we have Simply Learn that you can make use of. And also being able, we've talked about networking, being able to invest yourself in such networking opportunities. Just imagine you came here, you never knew, probably you wanted to network, but there are also further benefits. You can interact with someone, you could even get an opportunity for funding, opportunity for further enhancement professionally, and also one of the challenges in the software development ecosystem, basically I'd look at it as a skill required is project management. You know, as a project, we have a team of people that are supporting you to obtain one objective. We currently have an assumption or a tendency of working in silos as developers. You identify a need or a problem, you go lock yourself in a room, develop a system. Once you bring this system in the market, it may not be appreciated, it has gaps. So when you look at an aspect of project management, it also brings in that aspect of networking. You identify people that can communicate, you can identify people that are readily there to help you understand the underlying problem that you would want to solve, and also communicate it to the people that you intend to use, you might want to use the application. And besides the software development skills, we also look at the communication skills, other software skills. We look at critical thinking. You could have your product there, but in terms of critical thinking, you know, there are logical aspects when you're developing an application. For example, if a client or I come to your product, I'm requesting or applying for a specific product, and I reach somewhere and I'm unable to continue. Do I need to first call you? Is there an aspect within the solution where I can tap and maybe get guidance? There are those particular critical thinking aspects that you also need to embed, and also continuous learning. We are aware that technology keeps changing every now and then, but how are you helping yourself in line with that? Yes, today we have AI, but in the future, you could be having another technology that is coming in. So how are you adopting to ensure that you continuously learn with a technology that is changing? And also maybe lastly, we are aware that there are specific opportunities that are there, but probably some of us keep ourselves in the law, not being able to take use or maybe able to embrace such opportunities. So in my experience, we've worked with government. Like I've mentioned, there are various opportunities that have been put forward. However, you'll find that even when you call for applications, a few people turn up. Why? Probably some fear, or maybe some are unable to, don't have the information. Others just don't want, maybe don't feel the necessity to apply or try such opportunities. But we believe that the opportunities are there. It's just that inner drive that is required within our population, especially the youth, especially the software developers, to take up these opportunities, to make use of the opportunities and the resources availed. So yes.
No, thank you very much. I'm hearing a common theme from the conversation today. It's not a lack of opportunity. It's there. It's that we need to respond to it and to tell others and encourage them to come in as well. I think at this juncture, I'd also like to open it up a little bit. For the team here, we've been discussing a lot about where's opportunity today, how do you prepare yourself for the future, as together we work to make this market more competitive across Africa and therefore to unlock more opportunity for you. Is there something gnawing away at your mind, a question you'd like to send to the panel? I'd like to give you that opportunity as well. Can we have a microphone? Yeah, sure. There's a microphone. Yeah. Okay, I think we'll take the first question and then we'll come back down here. And please feel free, you can direct it to any specific panelist or ask in general. Please feel free.
Thank you. My name is Robert Mugume Tinyefuza. I'm an environmental scientist by discipline, a class of 2016 from Makerere University. I've been running a tech company since 2015. It's called Fortmat. Our agenda was to solve the gap between the service seeker and the service provider gap of information, where we bring real-time information to the service seekers. I've had a chance to study artificial intelligence from the African Leadership Academy in Nairobi, and today I take an opportunity to ask some of the few things I've always had on mind to get answers from the brains like you. I had written something that is going to take like a few seconds so that I couldn't get out of my mind. I'm saying that technology is an enabler to help store data on numbers. Regardless of what sector you're in, all we need are numbers. All we need is the data. Whether it's agriculture, whether it is medicine, it's the information. And I'm asking, using the systems to analyze is the only difference that technology brings. Otherwise, we've been having this information within us, but our heads cannot analyze or cannot keep this information for long. So when we bring a machine like a phone, it can keep this information for longer. So we are asking, if these numbers are being seen, we can know the problem at hand. If you've been picking all your information in your department at work, the difference is the problem to be solved. Now the question is, technology as a must to be in every sector, can we quantify the leakages? If you look at all nations that are producing machines being imported to African countries, they create what we call backdoors. The information that we feed these machines, we actually lose more than we retain as nations. So my question is, as we advocate for a world of data, what have we done as nations, as Africa, as Uganda? Have we found a way of capturing all our information without leakages? Can we create our own languages to see that no one taps into our information? The other thing is, what is the fate of a nation that has no language of its own? It means you're feeding another database, and where are you going? The other thing is on STEM. Most of us have been lied. The science technology, engineering, and math is a hoax, because this is what we are chasing currently. But did we know that actually these same guys have added the A, the arts? Because if you don't have arts, if you don't have culture, then what you're doing is literally nothing. I advocate for data. I advocate for a data army, because guns are not going to work anymore. We are going to use the brains to see that we take over the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can tell, was it Robert? Yeah, I can tell Robert is a proper entrepreneur. He has packaged several questions in one. So I think this then goes to both Dr. Lawrence and Timothy, but anyone else, please feel free to chime in. Yeah, he asked several questions. Do we have our own vernacular in the developer tools available today? Robert, you're dealing with, Timothy, you're dealing with very sensitive information from the commercial space. Are you seeing data leakages? He asked quite a few questions in there. I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
The answer to most of his questions is yes. Of course, these things happen. The moment you engage with technology, there's going to be things some people don't like, things some people like. Data leakage, I don't know exactly what you mean by data leakage, but maybe you're putting it in the context of data privacy or misuse of data. Those things are going to happen, but I'll just try to address a few things by just approaching the different questions in a certain way, and maybe my fellow panelists can add. As we have been talking, we have talked about AI, we have talked about tech in rather very generic sense. But what is AI? AI is basically the ability of machines to think like humans, right? That's it. Let's not look at it as some foreign thing that is going to come and take over the world. It is machines that we have built ourselves, thinking like us, probably even more efficiently. So if we are to go now, why are these machines trying to think like human beings? Why are we trying to make these machines think like us? Why do human beings think? Because they want to solve societal problems, okay? So we should not talk about AI in a vacuum. We should talk about AI in the context of solving human problems. So for us who are here, the developers and anyone else who's involved in technology, this seems to be the AI and everything that comes with it. It seems to be, or it is, new tools that are coming to help us to solve problems better, faster than we are used to solving these problems in the past. There is no, if I should now bring it to in the African context, there is one characteristic of artificial intelligence is you need massive amounts of data. Because if it's going to learn a language, you must feed it the entire English language several times over, the way it's spoken in Uganda, the way it's spoken in Kenya, the way it's spoken in India, and then it starts to understand what this language is really all about. So if we look at ourselves in the African context, because I feel like we tend to drift away and worry about the Western problems and forget about what we are supposed to be doing for ourselves here. Africa and Uganda in specific, there is a long way to go in order to get to a point where we can efficiently or meaningfully put in use the artificial intelligence tools that solve our societal problems. What are our societal problems? Africa is a majority young country. In Sub-Sahara alone, 1.2 billion, or close to 80% are below the age of 30. What are the problems of these young people? Unemployment, is poor education, it is political instability and social instability, gender imbalance, health. These are our problems, right? So if we talk about all this tech and all this artificial intelligence, we need to be trying to solve these problems for us first. And then we can worry about what Tesla is doing for self-driving cars in California, a space shift going to a rocket going to the moon to drop a car there so that it can float in space. I'm not trying to trivialize. These guys have invested in order for them to be able to do the things that they can afford to do today. But for us, we still need to solve the problem of malaria, okay? We need to solve vaccination for, young children. So for us here, let's not be fooled or carrots dangled and we look away from the problems we're supposed to be solving here. The problems are big. Africa is a massive continent. Uganda is 50 million people. We are less than 500 people here, and we represent the majority of the tech space, meaning we have so much to do. Let's not worry about things that are happening somewhere else. We have a massive challenge ahead of us.
Thank you. I think you've had the clarion call from Timothy for president. But no, thank you very much, Timothy. That was very, very helpful perspective. There is a lot of immediate problems to solve here, and they represent opportunity. 1.3 billion people can't be ignored. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Arthur, Timothy. I think we need to be honest with people, especially to Yefuza who asked this question. The truth is, a businessman, a businesswoman in Kampala or Uganda, and a businessman in Silicon Valley or New York, they are the same. They share one common goal, profit. And cutting what? Cost. And for them to achieve the profit they are looking for, they are going to cut what? Cost. So therefore, and that's why because sometimes, and I say this not that I'm against business people, no. That's why they came up with something called CSR, to mask them, we mask ourselves that we are helping. But we want to make the people forget that we are actually milking everything from the population. Business is what? Profit. So therefore, I want everyone to understand that when people say, and I'll come back to your data, and there are so many things I agree with you when even it comes to STEM. When people say that, no, don't worry, these things, AI, everything, it is talk, it will not replace anyone. No, that is not true. AI will replace anyone who is not prepared, who has not armed themselves to use it. That's true. And if you need something to look at, for you to know, ask people who are animators today. Do you think I still need your services to animate? Ask people who are now, we are talking about, we are seeing cameras here just because we are still in what? In this situation. In the next 10 years, I bet if you will see any camera like this pointing at us, you will not. Now, where's the person who manufactured that camera? Where's the person who was standing behind that camera? Where's the person who was editing everything? So those people have to rethink their trade. Now, when you see a company, we've been talking about, and I'll come back to what also Timothy said, when you look at OpenAI beginning to manufacture robots for labor and agents, okay? When you see Dr. Shamim coming up with her chatbot, eventually, she told you she's an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs don't earn nothing. They earn what? They make money. Eventually, she will grow it, and she will monetize it, and she will make billions, okay? And then she will even end up having robots, or like now NVIDIA is developing digital humans. Now, whom you are able to bring a nurse at home and you can interact face to face. You talk to them. They remind you your prescription. They tell you where these lights are. So that's the world where we are going to. So, and then if we are not paying attention to that, then the gap between the rich who are able to use those things and to profit from them will actually make them more money, and most people will remain where, and then we'll have the top 1%, the rich, and the rest are not doing well. So therefore, the developers here, these technologies, I'm telling you right now, the West may be very far away from us. Yes, the train has left the station, but we can also start running or even flying to try to use these technologies, address malaria, address the poverty we are looking at, such that we can shortcut the situation, not us being contented with our problems. How are we going to solve our problems when people are saying that they are actually working towards making a human being live for at least 150 years? And that's going to happen. So therefore, we have to think like that. We can't afford to keep lying to ourselves. Now, the aspect of STEM, I agree with you, it is what? Where we are right now with the technology we are faced with, it is actually a little bit of a hoax, like you put it, for lack of a better word. Why? Now AI can do all the STEM, whatever, you can name them. But there are certain things it can't do, the culture. Okay? Emotions will reach there, but it will be artificial. The art that you're putting into everything. So developers, we are counting on you to actually become evangelists, not the pastoral but you can start pastoring as technologists and evangelists and everything. Let's change this country. We can't afford to stay behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I like how the questions are triggering us to really call on each other to be those solutions. And thank you there. Yes, please. Yes, Sylvia.
Just something small to mention. He mentioned about information and data leaking. I want to mention to you that as technology advances, also cyber threats advance, and people behind them are also continuously learning on how to use that technology to find loopholes and earn. So I believe it also comes to continuous learning. As you embed AI, as you embed the various tools, how are you also helping yourself, your team, and your users of your products to enable them protect their data and protect their information and circum the cyber threats? So cyber awareness and adoption is also very key as we adopt these emerging technologies.
Thank you. Dr. Shamim.
Just a small one. I think change starts with you. So if you do not change and remain contented, people are going to develop things, technologies, and then they will be able to take your data. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at empowering ourselves, that we can also be able to develop. Because now, those guys don't know Luganda, they don't know. They're not going to train what they don't know. It's you who knows. So train the chatbot Luganda, and then it will learn the Luganda. So that is what she talked about. You cannot complain when you're not doing anything. Do something, and then you counterattack. You're doing this, I'm doing this. You're doing the English, I'm doing the Luganda. I'm doing the Runyaku, I'm doing this. But if you're quiet, you're going to consume what they've brought for you. You're going to just accept. And then when you continue accepting, they're making more money, they are doing it, and then you're like, oh, for us, that's how we're supposed to be. And then the gap increases. So we just have to wake up. If one person wakes up, another person will wake up. And then that will change the country, to change Africa, and it will change everyone. So it's upon us to wake up and say, hey, AI has come. It's going to take my job, just even if not 5 years, but in 10 years. My daughter is growing, my son is growing. Are they going to do the same job I'm doing? No. So what am I doing right now? I have to change, I have to do something, I have to learn more skills, I have to do this. Don't leave these things for certain people. Anyone can do it, so it starts with you.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I'm very encouraged. If you're not at the table, you're at the meal. We need to act. There was one more, I think we have time for one more question. There was, for gender balance, there was a lady who had her hand up. Do you want to take the mic? Yeah. Sorry. Maybe MC, if you can give us an extra question, but yes, we'll come to this and then we'll come back. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure. My name is Mabel Msimenta. I'm from Groundbreaker Talents. My question was about, because I'm a software engineer, so I was wondering when Dr. Shamim mentioned that what can you bring to the table that AI is not able to bring? And Dr. Lawrence there has summed it up. So, yeah.
You're good. Okay, fantastic. Maybe in that case, yeah, there's one at the back. And then to this gentleman, if we're allowed some more time, please help us and be succinct with the question. Oh, sorry, there's two others this side. MC, how much extra time can we? It's running out. Okay, so one more question. Please keep it concise.
Hi, so my question is directed to Dr. Shamim, and it says, what strategies did you use to ensure accessibility and usability of your AI app in rural Uganda, considering limited smartphone penetration infrastructure?
Thank you so much for that question. When you're developing these technologies, usually, am I loud? Okay. When you're developing these technologies, you usually ensure that even those that don't have internet are able to access it. So there is also an offline version, which is almost coming, I think, in the next month, that will be accessible offline. So if those that don't have good connection can be able to get onto the platform and then be able to chat. But also in that, the internet connection or the internet accessibility has increased in Uganda also. We don't have to just every time look at we don't have. Our governments have also done some part of it. We also have a role to play because you find someone telling, okay, the internet is good, but it is slow, but it is there. You get it? So we don't have to say that we don't have. We have, but then it is not really enough. So we work for everyone, since we're a business, those who don't have and those who have.
Thank you. Yeah. I think in the interest of time, Dr. Shamim, in less than 1 minute, your closing thoughts, and then we'll just go down the table. Over to you.
Okay. Just the last thing that I'm going to talk about today is that you can do it. You may, even if you're not a developer or anyone. Yeah, thank you for that. You just have to believe in yourself, because if someone can be able to develop the ChatGPT option that we've done for our company, it's not that it has been developed by an American or something. Some might say, I'm in the US and all that. No, it is African. And if someone can do it, people have their brains. They just need that pick up. What skill should I learn? Someone can be knowing software engineering, but then there are those things that you did not study. So you pick them up and learn, and then you teach yourselves. People teach themselves. People ask, people learn. And when you learn, you get to know something. And then when someone asks, oh, how is this skill? And then you can go for it. So just have to improve yourself day by day. Know that you can make it. Know that it is possible. I'm not just encouraging, I've done it. I'm not a motivation speaker at this point, but I'm just speaking what is on ground. You can do it. AI has come and it's not going. Never think that it's going to go and you're going to go back to the dark world. No, it is here to stay, so work with it.
Thank you. Timothy.
My parting shots are for the developers here and for the rest of the country to focus. Focus here first. Because you're focused here, that's how you'll find yourself spreading your wings everywhere else. Now, focusing here doesn't mean lose track of what is happening at the global stage, because what is happening at the global stage is influencing a lot of what is happening here. Yes, we see the trends. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing, data science, all these things are happening, right? So you need to now say, where am I now? And what is my roadmap in order for me to get there? It doesn't mean that if you have been coding JavaScript, if you have been writing Python, all of a sudden I need to go and fire up my artificial intelligence, cloud computing machines. No, you are supposed to be focused on solving the problems of your community. And if The problem dictates that now, at this point, I need to apply data science, machine learning. Then you go and pick up that knowledge and expertise and use it. A bank not only needs people who count money, but it also needs the people who sweep the floors. So all of them have a role to play.
Thank you. Over to you, Lawrence.
Arthur, thank you very much, and fellow panelists, thank you. And to you all for, I always say, for enduring us, telling you whatever we have shared. But this is what I want to end with. That I know sometimes you feel let down, especially you, the people of this time. Us, we are a little bit of an older generation. We would have loved to be in a position where you are right now, where technology is something we can really play with. But I don't want you to feel let down. Sometimes you're looking for space where there is internet access, but it's not there. Sometimes you even know that there are resources that the country or government can put in place. Maybe if they had conversations with Starlink, internet to be in Uganda in places where broadband kind of internet, like we don't have it, but we can have it. Sometimes you get to feel like you're let down to do what you have to do. But I personally really believe in the power of a young person of today. And you can do so much with the technology, with the resources that we have. Just remember, you can't afford to be left behind. These things, if you sleep a little bit, like Timothy said, we are far away. But again, better late than what? Never. You can start from where you are right now. You can run, just identify a problem. Look around. We have not run short of problems. Look at a problem. Then deploy your digital prowess or technological prowess to solve that problem. You are the billionaire of tomorrow, and in dollars, not Ugandan shillings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia.
Well, I'll not emphasize more about creating coding to solve a problem. However, to add on to that, I'll recommend that the software developers or the youth that are available here to continuously learn. Make sure you keep yourself learning, be able to adopt all these emerging technologies, come with so many things to learn with, and also use the available resources. And one critical thing is, let's stop working in silos. Let's stop working alone as software developers or as coders. Let's be able to network. Let's be able to interact with people. Through that, we shall also be helped and also be exposed to other opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope all of you have had that clarion call. The key theme I've picked out personally is it starts with the self. Empower yourself, empower your communities. Let's position Uganda as being more competitive, and ultimately we'll take the opportunity in front of us. I'd like to really thank all our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your insights, and to thank you, the audience, as well. I'd also like to encourage you to keep connecting with them in the breaks, and thank you so much for your attention. Pleasure.
Thank you, Arthur. We'll ask our panelists to stay on stage for a quick photo, but also outside the TIV, Arthur, this is what you did to me. The Refactory team will be waiting for you outside to extend a few goodies to you, but we'll also have a moment at our official photo area. However, please, if you could rise on stage where you are for that momentous photo at the first ever Uganda Developer Summit. Thank you. This has been a conversation on human capital. Africa is nothing without our talent. Uganda is absolutely nothing without our young talent, because indeed, you are talented, but you are young, and you are the future of this country. So, as that photo is being taken, we are ready for you at our lunch areas, and like we say, this is a tech summit. We do things in a tech way, so we also keep time. Our volunteers that are properly marked with the Dev Summit charts will be leading us to the different launch points. But this afternoon promises to be action-packed because InterSwitch has said they are coming back and coming back hot. They want to talk to us about emerging tech and give us the emerging tech experience for Africa. So I'll ask our panelists to please follow our volunteer there to that moment out. And at this moment, I want to ask Michael to join me on stage. Was it Michael Flavia? No, it wasn't Michael. But as our volunteers head out, thank you so much. Let's give these guys a round of applause. They've done a great job. Great job they have done. Great job. So this afternoon, we have high-powered tech demo sessions. So when you're done with your lunch, we are coming back in here for a conversation with InterSwitch, and also they want to show us a lot of emerging tech. And immediately after that conversation, you see these spaces on your, okay, to my right, but to your left. Are you seeing those spaces? There's a lot of cool stuff happening there, but also where you're going to have lunch from, because we promised a tech lunch. It's going to be quite an experience. So while you're having your meal, please indulge in the tech. So see you here in about 1 hour. Yeah, so we'll get back in the room at exactly 2:15 and kick off that session with InterSwitch. They're already in the room. They're high-powered, and they're ready for us. So Michael? Oh, yeah. Yes. So as we head out for lunch, we have 2 lunch areas for those of us that have tags that are RFID for lunch. You'll be having your lunch again to my right as you're heading out left. For those of us that have that arrangement where you'll be taking care of your meals, the meals have been set up to my left, which will be your right. However, our volunteers will be there for you to guide you. So lunch is where we entered from. There were 2 large tents. That's where lunch will be. So let's all make our way and have fun. Thank you. Also, we agreed that as you're having lunch, please go to someone that you did not come here with, because that's the tech experience. So we'll be monitoring you as you're having lunch.
My name is Jason Halfway, and I'm the CEO of TechJuice. Well, despite its name, TechJuice does not sell juice. That's actually a software company. It's in its very early stages. We started in September of last year. We have our operations predominantly here in Uganda. We offer predominantly customer engagement platforms, so apps. That's really where we specialize in. We also have a marketing department that helps us with the customer engagement part and leads with the, the enhancement of our customers' business and increasing their profits, etc. We also have another part to the business of TechJuice, which is our talent placement. So we take talent that we find in East Africa, at the moment in Uganda, but we're also expanding out into Kenya, and then we place that talent into UK companies. Our reason for being here, we started life to support some other companies that I've got in the UK. So I'm a lawyer by trade, and I set up a software company to build software for those law firms. In doing so, we engaged a Ugandan lady, a lady called Millie. She was our first employee, and we were very, very impressed with the talent that she demonstrated. Darren, who is our Chief Technical Officer, has some experience in Uganda working for some Ugandan banks, and he promoted Uganda as a place to seek talent. So I came out here in November, I think it was, and I was just blown away by the talent. We did some interviews there, and we had probably 20 very, very good people for each one job that we were recruiting for, which was about 4 or 5 at the time. So we were just blown away by the talent that we had out here. Also, I'm very keen, I'm a lawyer by trade, so I'm not a techie. So any opportunity for me to operate in an environment or go in and work in an environment where I can meet people that operate in the tech sector is fantastic for me. So our involvement in the summit has given me a huge opportunity to meet people that, you know, understand what's going on here, understand the DNA of the tech sector in Uganda.
Welcome to the Digital Economy Program, an innovative initiative aimed at bringing the benefits of the digital economy to underserved communities all over Uganda. Through a blend of digital infrastructure, tools, skilling, and channels, our program supports innovators in reaching out to young people, women, smallholder farmers, and small businesses across hard-to-reach communities. The program has 4 components: Digital Rails, Partnership Program, Agent Network, and Digital Skilling. With these components, we aim to achieve our goals of reaching 3.4 million people in underserved communities, including farmers, schools, young people, refugees, and other MSMEs, and creating 300,000 dignified and fulfilling work opportunities for young people, 60% of whom are women. We also aim to strengthen 100,000 local businesses, make them more resilient and efficient, help 400 digital entrepreneurs access digital infrastructure to scale across agriculture, education, and SME sectors, and assist 1,750 MSMEs to adopt ICT tools and applications. Furthermore, our program will create 1,000 early career opportunities in technical fields. Our end goal is to build a sustainable future for 300,000 youth, 60% of whom are female, characterized by decent income-generating opportunities in the sectors of agriculture, MSMEs, and education that can create and sustain resilience for individuals and communities. Visit de.innovationvillage.co.ug to learn more about our program and partnership opportunities. The Digital Economy Program, transforming lives and communities through the power of digital technology.
Hi, my name is Roger Skagoda. I'm a Senior Venture Design Associate at Future Lab Studio, which sits at the Innovation Village. So as the Innovation Village, we positioned ourselves as Africa's partner for innovation. So we're working with both startups and industry leaders. Those could be corporate leaders, to be able to solve some of the most challenging problems in our communities using technology. So Future Lab Studio is a venture building studio. The work we're doing is do venture building, which is build startups from early stage. Either you come in with an idea or you already have an existing idea. So we provide you with the support to take that idea to market. But on the other arm is we're really working with the corporates and saying, okay, at one point, your solution may not be worth it for the market. So how do you prepare for disruption? How do you build new solutions? So the kind of support we're giving is for startups and the corporate leaders to ensure that they can be able to build new solutions for the future. Yes, so excitingly, we have some of the programs like IRA InsureX Accelerator, which builds new solutions for the insurance industry. It targets insurtechs, but also insurance companies to be able to come and build solutions within 13 weeks. And then later they join the IRA regulatory sandbox to be able to pilot and also take their solutions to the market. The second program I could speak of that we're working with is the DGX Product Accelerator, which feeds into our partner program called the Digital Economy with MasterCard Foundation. The program also looks at equipping different extechs or startup owners that are operating in agriculture, health, MSME, to give them the capacity to be able to join the program based on its criteria.
As humans, we'll go to great lengths to meet our needs, even in the face of multiple limitations. We are wired to survive. for our sake, and for the sake of those that rely on us.
There is a house built out of stone, wooden floors, walls, and window sills.
The ability to think, connect sometimes unseen dots, and create life-changing innovations defines the true essence of what can be found in our communities. We are driven by the desire for a better world. Not every idea, however, comes to fruition. Sometimes ideas end in dashed hopes and shattered dreams.
This is a place where I don't feel alone. When the gods came around to blow me down,
And when we try to push the limits alone,
held on as tightly as you held on me.
it often becomes much more difficult.
Held on as tightly as you held on me.
Every day, we're looking for new ways to solve problems through technology. Our doors are always open, welcoming more than 250 young people a day, coming in to showcase ideas and share dreams with like minds. Together with our partners, we support innovators in bringing these ideas to life. We are changing the narrative by using innovation to unlock and enable potential.
So my name is Colin Mugasha Baberokamu. I'm the Director for E-Government Services at the National IT Authority of Uganda. The National IT Authority of Uganda, or NITA-U as many call us, is a regulator, is an enabler, but also an implementer of government services. We support a lot of the different sector areas within the ICT space, and we run our mandate under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. NITA has been existing for just close to about 15 years now, and our mandate has been running around, number one, creating an enabling environment for the ICT sector. And a number of laws, as you know, have been enacted and have been promoted by NITA through the Ministry of ICT since our inception. I think more recently you heard about the Data Protection and Privacy Act, which was also part of what we now regulate under an independent office under NITA. We also run critical government infrastructure as the National IT Authority. For instance, we run more than 280 government applications in our cloud, private government cloud system, or data center, as some people call it. So we run infrastructure. We run more than 4,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable around government institutions around the country, and we intend to more than triple that in the next 4 to 5 years to ensure that we connect the whole country and all the districts in Uganda. We also develop government systems, and that's where the developers come in. We develop government systems, which we now call e-government services or e-government systems. You've probably had, and we host those government systems. We've developed more than 400 websites, for instance, for the government, local governments, MDAs, institutions within government. So we also have developers who build government systems for intergovernment automation. We also work towards connecting government to citizens, which we call the G2C, or government to citizen services. So very soon you will be hearing about possibly a super government app, a portal where citizens now can be able to access e-government systems. But those e-government systems must first be integrated first to be able to be delivered to citizens. So we're now doing the integration and then soon deliver those services to our citizens. So in a nutshell, we do broad services for the government, intergovernment, but also citizens. And maybe lastly to mention, we also help with things like capacity building, enabling of training of our youth. We also do cybersecurity support for the country. So it's a broad mandate, and that's in a nutshell what NITA Uganda does.
Innovation in Uganda has grown. Welcome to the Innovation Village, a place where every idea counts. Our story started in 2014. The Innovation Awards were our light bulb moment. Then, 3 teams were awarded out of 100+ submissions, which left the 97 entrepreneurs for dead. In 2015, we launched the Innovation Village as an idea to explore better ways to support the 97 entrepreneurs. In 2016, we opened our doors to over 820 entrepreneurs who showed us that potential is unlimited and opportunities are not. Fast forward to 2021, we have a robust ecosystem of entrepreneurs, private sector, academia, government, development community, and investors working together to harness innovation and entrepreneurship in Uganda. We have devised avenues to leverage innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology as a driver for socio-economic transformation. We have a broad community of innovators solving sector-specific challenges under the Future Lab. We have opened up the same spaces across the country in Barara, working with different entrepreneurs like Asiet, Gulu, at formerly the largest bar, now a space that converges young creators. And Ginger, the home of the Nile, to further tap into the innovative potential of the youths who are the biggest population in Uganda. Under our ventures arm, we have opened Motive, East Africa's biggest makerspace, attracting over 3,000 young people in the creative economy in an impactful and sustainable way. Kole Uganda, a marketplace that links the public to blue-collar businesses and service providers. Upskill, a skilling platform for people looking to upgrade their employability skills by providing tools, training, and a marketplace. 1,041 jobs have been created. 519 businesses have been opened and 136 youths have been linked to jobs under the Next Wave program. We have noted that funding is one of the problems faced by the entrepreneurs and have gone ahead to launch the 97 Fund to build and invest in high-growth early-stage companies. And the Kampala Angel Investor Network, CAIN, as a collection point for people interested in investing in Ugandan startups. All of these solving the pressing challenge of unemployment. Basically, we are a convergence of network, talent, capital, and physical assets leading Uganda and the region into the fourth industrial revolution. This is our contribution.
My name is Noah Nyabwana. I am the co-founder and chief of technology at Jengo Tech Limited, which is a technology company with interests in helping small businesses as well as ticketing and conference management. So Jengo was started in 2017 as a company that was at the time doing just ticketing and conferencing. We have done work with Rotary in Uganda and in Tanzania, and as far as their conferences are concerned and other activities that they have running, like the Rotary Cancer Run. We have a consultancy department that helps us with working with clients of that kind who want tailor-made solutions for their activities. So you will find that while we have a general conferencing system and a general ticketing system, that some of the clients that I've mentioned actually have custom-made systems, because our consultancy department helps with customizing to their needs. We have also ventured into platforms for small businesses. There's one called the Jengo Business Suite that is tailored to helping small business owners to keep very good records of their books, as well as to assess the business health of their businesses. It's a platform that is yet to be released. We're hoping that when we release it, to help the small businesses who cannot afford to hire accountants or people or fully fledged accounts teams to actually be abreast with the financial health of their businesses. Because the stats in Uganda are very, very unfriendly towards new businesses. While very many businesses are started every year, and not many live to see their second birthday. And the reason is usually they do not know their cash flows. They have no idea about their business health when it comes to finances of their businesses. So we are hoping that this as a tool can be able to help all these small businesses survive and celebrate their, I think we're going to celebrate their 7th birthday like we are, They should also be able to be around for 7 years and say, all right, we are now a household name, we've been around because we are keeping everything in order.
My name is Jason Hathaway and I'm the CEO of TechJuice. Well, despite its name, TechJuice does not sell juice. That's actually a software company. It's in its very early stages. We started in September of last year. We have our operations predominantly here in Uganda. We offer predominantly customer engagement platforms, so apps. That's really where we specialize in. We also have a marketing department that helps us with the customer engagement part and leads with the, the enhancement of our customers' business and increasing their profits, etc. We also have another part to the business of TechJuice, which is our talent placement. So we take talent that we find in East Africa, at the moment in Uganda, but we're also expanding out into Kenya, and then we place that talent into UK companies. Our reason for being here, we started life to support some other companies that I've got in the UK. So I'm a lawyer by trade, and I set up a software company to build software for those law firms. In doing so, we engaged a Ugandan lady, a lady called Millie. She was our first employee, and we were very, very impressed with the talent that she demonstrated. Darren, who is our Chief Technical Officer, has some experience in Uganda working for some Ugandan banks, and he promoted Uganda as a place to seek talent. So I came out here in November, I think it was, and I was just blown away by the talent. We did some interviews there, and we had probably 20 very, very good people for each one job that we were recruiting for, which was about 4 or 5 at the time. So we were just blown away by the talent that we had out here. Also, I'm very keen, I'm a lawyer by trade, so I'm not a techie. So any opportunity for me to operate in an environment or go in and work in an environment where I can meet people that operate in the tech sector is fantastic for me. So our involvement in the summit has given me a huge opportunity to meet people that understand what's going on here, understand the DNA of the tech sector in Uganda.
Welcome to the Digital Economy Program, an innovative initiative aimed at bringing the benefits of the digital economy to underserved communities all over Uganda. Through a blend of digital infrastructure, tools, skilling, and channels, our program supports innovators in reaching out to young people, women, smallholder farmers, and small businesses across hard-to-reach communities. The program has 4 components: digital rails, partnership program, agent network, and digital skilling. With these components, we aim to achieve our goals of reaching 3.4 million people in underserved communities, including farmers, schools, young people, refugees, and other MSMEs, and creating 300,000 dignified and fulfilling work opportunities for young people, 60% of whom are women. We also aim to strengthen 100,000 local businesses, make them more resilient and efficient, help 400 digital entrepreneurs access digital infrastructure to scale across agriculture, education, and SME sectors, and assist 1,750 MSMEs to adopt ICT tools and applications. Furthermore, our program will create 1,000 early career opportunities in technical fields. Our end goal is to build a sustainable future for 300,000 youth, 60% of whom are female, characterized by decent income generating opportunities in the sectors of agriculture.
Our doors are always open, welcoming more than 250 young people a day, coming in to showcase ideas and share dreams with like minds. Together with our partners, we support innovators in bringing these ideas to life. We are changing the narrative by using innovation to unlock and enable potential.
So my name is Colin Mugasha Baberokamu. I'm the Director for E-Government Services at the National IT Authority of Uganda. The National IT Authority of Uganda, or NITA-U as many call us, is a regulator, is an enabler, but also an implementer of government services. We support a lot of the different sector areas within the ICT space, and we run our mandate under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. NITA has been existing for just close to about 15 years now, and our mandate has been running around, number one, creating an enabling environment for the ICT sector. And a number of laws, as you know, have been enacted and have been promoted by you had a Data Protection and Privacy Act, which was also part of what we now regulate under an independent office under NITA. We also run critical government infrastructure as the National IT Authority. For instance, we run more than 280 government applications in our cloud, private government cloud system, or data center, as some people call it. So we run infrastructure. We run more than 4,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable around government institutions around the country, and we intend to more than triple that in the next 4 to 5 years to ensure that we connect the whole country and all the districts in Uganda. We also develop government systems, and that's where the developers come in. We develop government systems, which we now call e-government services or e-government systems. You've probably had, and we host those government systems. We've developed more than 400 websites, for instance, for the government, local governments, MDAs, institutions within government. So we also have developers who build government systems for intergovernment automation. We also work towards connecting government to citizens, which we call the G2C, or government to citizen services. So very soon you will be hearing about possibly a super government app, a portal where citizens now can be able to access e-government systems. But those e-government systems must first be integrated first to be able to be delivered to citizens. So we're now doing the integration and then soon deliver those services to our citizens. So in a nutshell, we do broad services for the government, intergovernment, but also citizens. And maybe lastly to mention, we also help with things like capacity building, enabling of training of our youth. We also do cybersecurity support for the country. So it's a broad mandate, and that's in a nutshell what NITA Uganda does.
Innovation in Uganda has grown. Welcome to the Innovation Village, a place where every idea counts. Our story started in 2014. The Innovation Awards were our light bulb moment. Then, 3 teams were awarded out of 100+ submissions, which left the 97 entrepreneurs for dead. In 2015, we launched the Innovation Village as an idea to explore better ways to support the 97 entrepreneurs. In 2016, we opened our doors to over 820 entrepreneurs who showed us that potential is unlimited and opportunities are not. Fast forward to 2021, we have a robust ecosystem of entrepreneurs, private sector, academia, government, development community, and investors working together to harness innovation and entrepreneurship in Uganda. We have devised avenues to leverage innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology as a driver for socio-economic transformation. We have a broad community of innovators solving sector-specific challenges under the Future Lab. We have opened up the same spaces across the country in Barara, working with different entrepreneurs like Asiet, Gulu, at formerly the largest bar, now a space that converges young creators. And Ginger, the home of the Nile, to further tap into the innovative potential of the youths who are the biggest population in Uganda. Under our ventures arm, we have opened Motive, East Africa's biggest makerspace, attracting over 3,000 young people in the creative economy in an impactful and sustainable way. Kole Uganda, a marketplace that links the public to blue-collar businesses and service providers. Upskill, a skilling platform for people looking to upgrade their employability skills by providing tools, training, and a marketplace. 1,041 jobs have been created. 519 businesses have been opened and 136 youths have been linked to jobs under the Next Wave program. We have noted that funding is one of the problems faced by the entrepreneurs and have gone ahead to launch the 97 Fund to build and invest in high-growth early-stage companies. And the Kampala Angel Investor Network, CAIN, as a collection point for people interested in investing in Ugandan startups. All of these solving the pressing challenge of unemployment. Basically, we are a convergence of network, talent, capital, and physical assets leading Uganda and the region into the fourth industrial revolution. This is our contribution.
My name is Noah Nyabwana. I am the co-founder and chief of technology at Jengo Tech Limited, which is a technology company with interests in helping small businesses as well as ticketing and conference management. So Jengo was started in 2017 as a company that was at the time doing just ticketing and conferencing. We have done work with Rotary in Uganda and in Tanzania, and as far as their conferences are concerned and other activities that they have running, like the Rotary Cancer Run. We have a consultancy department that helps us with working with clients of that kind who want tailor-made solutions for their activities. So you will find that while we have a general conferencing system and a general ticketing system, that some of the clients that I've mentioned actually have custom-made systems, because our consultancy department helps with customizing to their needs. We have also ventured into platforms for small businesses. There's one called a Jengo Business Suite that is tailored to helping small business owners to keep very good records of their books, as well as to assess the business health of their businesses. It's a platform that is yet to be released. We're hoping that when we release it, to help the small businesses who cannot afford to hire accountants or people or fully fledged accounts teams to actually be abreast with the financial health of their businesses. Because the stats in Uganda are very, very unfriendly towards new businesses. While very many businesses are started every year, and not many live to see their second birthday. And the reason is usually they do not know their cash flows. They have no idea about their business health when it comes to finances of their businesses. So we are hoping that this as a tool can be able to help all these small businesses survive and celebrate their, I think we're going to celebrate their 7th birthday like we are, They should also be able to be around for 7 years and say, all right, we are now a household name, we've been around because we are keeping everything in order.
My name is Jason Halfway and I'm the CEO of TechJuice. Well, despite its name, TechJuice does not sell juice. It's actually a software company. It's in its very early stages. We started in September of last year. We have our operations predominantly here in Uganda. We offer predominantly customer engagement platforms, so apps. That's really where we specialize in. We also have a marketing department that helps us with the customer engagement part and leads with the, the enhancement of our customers' business and increasing their profits, etc. We also have another part to the business of TechJuice, which is our talent placement. So we take talent that we find in East Africa, at the moment in Uganda, but we're also expanding out into Kenya, and then we place that talent into UK companies. Our reason for being here, we started life to support some other companies that I've got in the UK. So I'm a lawyer by trade, and I set up a software company to build software for those law firms. In doing so, we engaged a Ugandan lady, a lady called Millie, She was our first employee, and we were very, very impressed with the talent that she demonstrated. Darren, who is our Chief Technical Officer, has some experience in Uganda working for some Ugandan banks, and he promoted Uganda as a place to seek talent. So I came out here in November, I think it was, and I was just blown away by the talent. We did some interviews there, and we had probably 20 very, very good people for each one job that we were recruiting for, which was about 4 or 5 at the time. So we were just blown away by the talent that we had out here. My name is Jason Halfway, and I'm the CEO of TechJuice. Well, despite its name, TechJuice does not sell juice. That's actually a software company. It's in its very early stages. We started in September of last year. We have our operations predominantly here in Uganda. We offer predominantly customer engagement platforms, so apps. That's really where we specialize in. We also have a marketing department that helps us with the customer engagement part and leads with the, I guess, the enhancement of our customers' business and increasing their profits, etc. We also have another part to the business of TechJuice, which is our talent placement. So we take talent that we find in East Africa, at the moment in Uganda, but we're also expanding out into Kenya, and then we place that talent into UK companies. Our reason for being here, we started life to support some other companies that I've got in the UK. So I'm a lawyer by trade, and I set up a software company to build software for those law firms. In doing so, we engaged a Ugandan lady, a lady called Millie. She was our first employee, and we were very, very impressed with the talent that she demonstrated. Darren, who is our Chief Technical Officer, has some experience in Uganda working for some Ugandan banks, and he promoted Uganda as a place to seek talent. So I came out here in November, I think it was, and I was just blown away by the talent. We did some interviews there, and we had probably 20 very, very good people for each one job that we were recruiting for, which was about 4 or 5 at the time. So we were just blown away by the talent that we had out here. Also, I'm very keen, I'm a lawyer by trade, so I'm not a techie. So any opportunity for me to operate in an environment or go in and work in an environment where I can meet people that operate in the tech sector is fantastic for me. So our involvement in the summit has given me a huge opportunity to meet people that understand what's going on here, understand the DNA of the tech sector in Uganda.
What is the good life? The good life is every day of your life. It's every day you choose to live with heart. Every day you choose to live in the moment. Some find it in living for others. Others find it in the quiet of solitude. You may find it in the adventure of discovery, or in the gratification that comes with enjoying the promise of tomorrow. Some find it in the joy that comes with giving. Others find it in the confidence that comes with self-love. Whatever your idea of the good life may be, you can live it to the fullest with your Verve card. Choose Verve for the
Welcome
good
to
life.
the Digital Economy Program, an innovative initiative aimed at bringing the benefits of the digital economy to underserved communities all over Uganda. Through a blend of digital infrastructure, tools, skilling, and channels, our program supports innovators in reaching out to young people, women, smallholder farmers, and small businesses across hard-to-reach communities. The program has 4 components: digital rails, partnership program, agent network, and digital
Hi, my name is Rogers Kagoda. I'm a Senior Venture Design Associate at Future Lab Studio, which sits at the Innovation Village. So as the Innovation Village, we've positioned ourselves as Africa's partner for innovation. So we're working with both startups and industry leaders. Those could be corporate leaders, to be able to solve some of the most challenging problems in our communities using technology. So Future Lab Studio is a venture building studio. The work we're doing is do venture building, which is...
We start the next session in under 5 minutes, so I request all those that are in the different tents, please make your way here for the plenary session, keynote address that is starting shortly.
And saying, okay, at one point, your solution may not be worth it for the market. So how do you prepare for disruption? How do you build new solutions? So the kind of support we're giving is for startups and the corporate leaders to ensure that they can be able to build new solutions for the future. Yes, so excitingly, we have some of the programs like IRA InsureX Accelerator, which builds new solutions for the insurance industry. It targets insurtechs, but also insurance companies to be able to come and build solutions within 13 weeks. And then later they join the IRA regulatory sandbox to be able to pilot and also take their solutions to the market. The second program I could speak of that we're working with is the DGX Product Accelerator, which feeds into our partner program called the Digital Economy with MasterCard Foundation. The program also looks at equipping different ex-techs or startup owners that are operating in agriculture, health, MSME, to give them the capacity to be able to join the program based on its criteria.
Everything is impossible until it's done. This has been our story since inception. And today, we can boast of a platform where everything is possible. And like before, we succeeded in getting your attention, didn't we? Quick Teller. Everyday payments made easy.
My name is Sam Barata. I work as a General Manager Commercial for National Media Group, where I look after our sales, that's a commercial function, for print, online, TV, radio, events. I also look after the marketing function, after the courier and distribution function as well. And we're also in charge of bringing in or attracting the new revenues on new platforms, because we're a company that's going digital. So part of the element is actually being able to do that and set on that path of where we shall be in the future. We are a media company. We are part of the National Media Group, which is a regional media company, actually the biggest media company in East and Central Africa, with headquarters in Nairobi. And our mandate really is a media house. So our job is to then create or aggregate audiences and have these audiences available to influence them positively or positively influence them to make a change in their life, but also then change and influence society for a better. So our job is really to do that. That's our mandate. And in doing that, we do two things. One, create content that people want to engage with, that enables people to be better people, that enables them to develop, and then also generate the revenues that help us continue that journey of creating that content, but also creating the company for the future, because that is what we are. And the current mandate, our newest part of our mandate now is to be able to lay the foundations for a digital company. So we shall become a digital company. We are evolving from a media house to a content company, and that journey has begun.
Trust. When we're young, we have to learn it. And as life goes on, we have to earn it. Trust makes you feel safe and secure. Trust brings people together and keeps them together. But how does it work in business where large sums of money are received and paid out? Who do you trust for safe and secure transactions? You trust a company that provides payment systems that are simple, swift, and secure, and provides unparalleled convenience. You trust NITA-U, because we are convinced that it takes more than money to make the world go round. NITA-U, transaction solutions you can depend on.
As humans, we'll go to great lengths to meet our needs. Even in the face of multiple limitations, we are wired to survive. For our sake, and for the sake of those that rely on us. The ability to think, connect sometimes, and
ladies
see
and
dots
gentlemen, you are most
and create
welcome.
life-changing.
Allow it to play for me. You're most welcome. How are we doing? The mood in the room is too low. How are we doing, guys? Delegates from Nigeria, are we good? Kenya, UK is not yet in the room, but I think I see UK somewhere here. Hi, UK. You guys are good? So I guess we're all ready for this afternoon session. So we have three important things lined up. Like we said, the structure of our agenda at this summit is that you get to maximize the engagement, but also the experience. So we have three key things lined up. We have an experience that NITA-U is going to take us through a keynote. It's curated differently. It's not your usual keynote. I am sure the person who is going to deliver it is going to do their thing. We will have another interesting conversation, and then we are going to go out and experience some technology. So the guys from Propel, all the way from Nigeria, guys from Data Care, NSSF High Innovator, Nation Media, Innovation Village, Tech Juice, Clark International. Oh my God, there are so many. I can't say them all. And I know some people will mad at me for saying a few. They have got a lovely tech experience curated for us. Yeah? And we're going to be going out to explore and experience that in the different tech demo booth spaces. However, at this particular point, I would like us to go into a challenge. So I'm going to ask 2 questions. And the guys that get them right, there are 2 things you're going to get. The principal or the founder of Clark International University is going to give you coffee, but also you're going to get a chance to have a 10-minute conversation with any partner of your choosing. Now, these are partners that you're not going to find every day, and their CEOs are around. And they have said, if those guys get that question right, or any of those 2 questions right, then you're going to get a chance to talk to them for about 10 minutes. So who's ready for the first question? Do you want to create teams? We can also do teams, like a hackathon, mini hackathon. Okay, so we're going to command troops. Who wants to lead this aisle? Please stand. So this is the lead hacker for this aisle. Who would like to lead this aisle? These guys don't have any hackers. Your corporates can also be corporate innovators. No one? No one? No leader? Okay, let's go this side. Who would like to lead this aisle? Ladies, no challenge, nothing. What's going on? The leader has stood. Nice. And this aisle, who would like to lead? Okay, so we have 2 aisles without leaders. Should we assume you guys are observers? You're UN observers. Okay, you're sponsors. We have a leader here. So question number 1. Question number 1. Who's ready for it? And there are some people who are going to be embargoed. You're not supposed to respond to this question. But question number 1. Africa took a technology to the world. What's its name? Africa took a technology to the world. What's its name? Yes? Where are my microphones, guys? Volunteers, someone help me move a microphone. This team seems to have the answers. Please, you can run across the entire aisle and consult your fellow hackers for an answer. Africa took a technology to the world. What's its name? Oh, you're hearing. I go slowly. Flavia, I will need you here, but let me go slowly. Africa took a technology to the world. What's its name? So you get to answer. You have an answer? You know you're not looking at your hackers. They're saying, dude, turn around. We have the answer. Okay, we come to the middle aisle. Your time is out. You have to be the one that answers.
M-Pesa.
M-Pesa going once, going twice. Let's try again. Africa took a technology to the world. What's its name? Anyone? You guys did not choose a leader. So you first choose a leader, then we discuss. Someone has come to the front. You want to give us another response? Oh, okay. You want to give it a try? This is not accepted. Okay, but let's try here. There's someone here. You want to get an answer from him? You're the leader, so approach. Get the answer and then tell us. No, we are still here. You got your chance. Africa took a technology to the world. What's its name?
Flutterwave.
Flutterwave. Nice chance, nice chance. You go to this side. But now that Badru is seated next to you, this one here. So we get one more chance. I see the leader here, their hands, they want to give you an answer. Please, go for it.
Mobile money.
Mobile money? Mobile money? Mobile money? We're almost there. We're getting there. Africa took a technology to the world. What's its name? Okay, they get a chance.
Decentralized finance.
That cannot be a technology. That would be an interesting name of technology. Decentralized financing. So I'm going to give these guys one more chance because they're almost close to the answer. This entire aisle, you're almost close to the answer. And you get to have your leader walk away with that coffee and a 10-minute speaking opportunity with any of the partners. Someone wants to help the leader at the back. Go for it.
Digital payments.
No, now you've gone off course. You are almost home. And I can see even with the internet, you guys, you cannot. It has failed. Hey, who wants to help? Badru, you can even get the mic. Or we try again after the keynote. Okay, one last chance here.
Mobile payments.
Mobile payments. The problem is now there's these two rows, I don't know whether they should create like a union or something to create the answer. You guys, synergy. You guys need to synergize. You're answer, like you're playing in the answer.
Mobile money, instant payments.
Now you almost got it right. Then you ruined it. Who would like to give it one last chance? Now you guys know the answer.
Okay.
We are going back here. The answer this side. One last chance. That's it. And then we go into the InterSwitch keynote. Please, let's give him a chance. Like these two guys had the answer, then they jumbled it up. Qualify the answer. Qualify the answer.
M-Pesa.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. One more chance here. Oh, God. You guys, we need to start. So,
Mobile banking.
Mobile what?
Banking.
You guys, can someone do me justice on this platform? This is so unfair. Okay, one more chance to the owners. Okay, we see a guy there who is about to jump out of the chair. You want to scream the answer? System reach you? InterSwitch? No way. Peter, you brought technology to Africa. Okay. Tell us. Oh my God. So I'm going to put us out of our misery. I'm going to put us out of our misery by giving us a chance to leverage the next 30 minutes of Peter speaking. He might hint on it, but Peter is going to speak to us for 30 minutes. Think on it, sit with it. I'll come back and ask this question. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Peter Kaumi from InterSwitch, who's going to speak to us. My coffee is waiting. Oh, yeah, just get a microphone. Peter. In case you want to walk around, you can use this. It's already on.
Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Is this thing working? Good afternoon. First of all, I'll say a very massive thank you to the conveners, Refactory. You're great partners of ours, and we're really grateful for the opportunity to come and showcase some of our work and to come and speak to everyone here. My name is Peter Kaumi. I'm the Regional Managing Director for InterSwitch Group in East Africa. As it so happens, I'm a software engineer, so my first degree was in software engineering, and then somewhere along the road, I stopped writing code and went into running the business, okay? I'm really excited to be here because I like to speak to devs, because as I've said, I started out as a dev. Unfortunately, my slides today have nothing about code, okay? We're going to speak about what we have learned about working in Africa, what we're seeing happening, where we think the great opportunities are, and how we are adopting these emerging technologies that have been spoken about this morning and that we see into our business. Is that clear? Can you hear me? Can you hear me at the back? Yes? Okay. What I'm going to try to do is to finish this in about 20, 25 minutes to allow a few minutes for questions. Is that okay? All right. Now I hope I can just figure out how this works. Okay. I think I need to be closer. Yeah, I need to be closer. Okay, so I'll start by introducing who InterSwitch is. So I can't assume that everybody here knows who we are. Some of you might have seen our logo at the ATMs. Some of you only saw our logo here today. So I'll start by describing who we are. InterSwitch is an African company, okay? So our focus is on Africa. And our goal is to inspire Africa to greatness through those three things: innovation, value creation, and excellence. We've been walking this journey a very long time. Now, I won't go through everything on this slide, but we've been in existence since before fintech was a word. All right? Has anybody heard the term fintech before? We were in existence before fintech was a word. So we started out in West Africa in 2002 and have done very many things since then. Importantly, we came into Uganda about 7 years after we were started in 2002. So we've been here in Uganda since 2009. The base of our business is to work with financial sector players to ease value sharing amongst different entities, okay? And you'll see what that means. We've since grown into many countries, which you'll see, and have got a vast and very interesting mix of investors on our cap table. So people like Helios, people like Tana, Ignite, Visa, and many others are part of our investors. We serve in 23 countries on the continent. Again, remember I said we are an African company. But we have since learned that we have to learn from others in the other parts of the world. So a few years ago, we bought a company in Germany to help us learn about mobile development in Europe and to learn about data protection. So you've all heard about GDPR. They were ahead of us. We wanted to learn and catch up, so we bought a company that helped us to learn. We also have a company in the US and a company in Southeast Asia to help us learn. But we're a payments company that's providing services across Africa. Today, we have connectivity to over 800 banks on the continent. We own the biggest card scheme on the continent that has issued over 70 million tokens of value, so cards, virtual cards, etc. So it's progress that has allowed us to learn and to really serve our markets in which we serve meaningfully. We've got over 60,000 agents and have a wide array of partners on the continent and engage significantly with government, with SMEs, and other sector players. What we believe we have done is we've built a knowledge and technology and infrastructure that allows us to grow and serve everyone from a startup to huge corporates. And this is our business model in a nutshell. So we allow, can you see the pointer? We allow several different players across several different channels to pay several different players across several different channels. So we allow corporates, consumers to pay governments. We allow banks to interact with other banks through channels, mobile, web, etc. Because of what we have done over the last 25 years on the continent, we believe that Africa is rising. And it's rising because, one, of a very young population. I know we've discussed this in the morning, so I'll go through this quickly until there's a part that I want to focus on. Because of a very young population that is very entrepreneurial, so we have a culture that has demonstrated that they are very resilient, even through things like COVID. We have very high mobile phone penetration, and we see that growing very rapidly in sub-Saharan Africa, and rich natural resources to support tech advancements. So for us, what does Africa is young mean? On the one hand, we realize that we have a young workforce. So today, in Uganda, the average age of our staff is 27. 27. And you'll see some of the cool things that they're doing, both in my presentation and when you visit our booth. 27, the average age of our staff in Uganda. So on the one hand, we realize that we have to adapt to the needs of a workforce that is coming into InterSwitch. On the other hand, we realize that there are very many entrepreneurs who are coming out of universities, coming out of colleges, and thinking about interesting new things. So within the InterSwitch group, we set up what we call the Venture Builder. The Venture Builder is a program that allows us to understand what players are doing on the continent and invest in them. So we have an M&A function out of our group that allows us to invest in, that supports us to support all of these young entrepreneurs. Thirdly, we give them access to our technologies. So allow me to just go back for a second. A lot of all of this is available to anyone that comes and says, InterSwitch, we want to work with you. Today, we've got about 8,000 customers and small businesses that we support in Uganda that leverage a lot of the technologies and the infrastructure that we have built. So infrastructure, I mean everything from APIs to connections into banks, okay? So that is available for devs and for anybody that wants access to it. Okay. What have we observed as we are serving in Africa? Number one is that there are few markets that are clearly powerhouses in the mobile money space. Today, as you saw in the map, we are in Kenya, we're in Uganda, of course, we are in several other countries on the continent. We've observed that to serve in those markets, you must understand and work with mobile money players. Secondly, we've observed that there are some high growth economies that must be treated differently. So today, InterSwitch is currently entering the Ethiopian market. We are in Cote d'Ivoire and in Senegal. We understand that to serve in those markets, you do it differently, as opposed to more mature markets like South Africa, like Nigeria and others. Financial inclusion has been a story that we have discussed for very many years, right? We haven't yet quite got it right on the continent. There are some champions, like in Egypt, Ghana, and Tanzania most recently, but we haven't yet got it right in several countries on the continent. And lastly, there are some countries that are clearly fintech powerhouses, so Nigeria, South Africa, and Tunisia, and Uganda is also very close. What does this mean for us? One, we understand that in order to work in different countries, you have to do so differently. Importantly, in order to provide value to everyone in those different countries, you have to do so differently. Today, we're working with over 5,000 tech companies across the continent. And what we have understood is that the digital ecosystem has new players every single day. What we'd like to do is, within the next 5 years, to make that 20,000 tech companies. I am hoping that many of them will come from Uganda. And I'm hoping that through forums like this, we will be able to provide pathways to working with all of you. Earlier today, we spoke about the tech hub, so I won't spend much time on this. But I will spend a couple of minutes speaking about where we see high potential for sub-Saharan Africa specifically. Number one, obviously, is fintech, right? We continue to disrupt traditional financial services. And I've said we're already working with over 5,000 tech firms, the majority of whom are fintechs, and we're providing our infrastructure and our experience to them. The second is agriculture, and I'm sure there'll be someone here Very excited to hear that. We believe that agriculture will, unlocking the potential of agriculture will potentially serve the interests of Africans everywhere. So we're working extensively with ag tech firms to ensure that they are supporting farmers to improve their yields and drive food security. We believe that that is a major driver. Thirdly is education. We've heard about many edtech platforms that are revolutionizing education and providing access to quality education for people in sub-Saharan Africa. We believe it will be a driver for us. Lastly, and for us, this is quite new, is energy. We believe that Africa has potential for solar, wind, and other forms of energy to drive its energy needs. If we rely on, fossil fuels, we may not achieve what we dream of. So InterSwitch has, unsurprisingly, decided over the last few years to diversify its business. Today, we're serving customers in the telecom and media, in transportation and housing, banking and fintech, obviously, where we started, the traditional IT, healthcare. So one of the things that was on my slide earlier was InterSwitch actually owns a healthcare company, obviously government, and energy. I strongly encourage you to visit our booth that's just outside to see some of the solutions that we have built over the last few years. I'll spend the last few minutes on this slide, and I'd like to discuss in a little bit of detail. And you know, when people say AI and all of these technologies, many people say, okay, so what does that mean for your business? How are you using it, right? So I'll spend the next few minutes discussing how we are actually bringing some of these emerging technologies to life in our business. And I'll start with not Bitcoin, with blockchain technologies. So today, when I am sending Uganda shillings to a friend in Kigali, if I'm using the banking system, I actually have to send that money through the dollar. Today, if I wanted to buy clothing from someone, a seamstress in Ghana, I cannot send my Uganda shillings for her to receive in cedis. Today, if I was a business in Uganda and somebody wanted to send kwacha to me, that money still has to go through the dollar. To us, we believe a lot of value is being lost, and it does not serve the purpose we believe we exist. So we're building a solution which is going to allow for Africa to send to other African entities and countries in their local currency. Okay? What does that mean? It means a student here will be able to pay their tuition in Lagos Business School by paying Uganda shillings. And in Lagos Business School, they'll receive Naira. Don't worry, I'm good, thank you. Okay? Importantly, so that is on the individual level. We're going to extend this to corporate level. Today, when, Dangote is a very big company, but if capital shoppers want to buy something from a supplier in Nairobi, close here, Nairobi, they actually have to go and pick up dollars, right? It's ridiculous. So we are solving that problem and are currently speaking to banks, central banks, etc., to walk them through how we believe we have solved it. So please be aware that this is being done. As we've been discussing that, central banks across the continent have said, you know what? Bitcoin came and ran away from us. Can you help us understand how to build central bank digital currencies, i.e., digital money issued by central banks? So we're also working with several central banks across the continent to help them understand the strengths of digital currencies, i.e. identity, authentication, etc., so that they can roll out digital currencies. What are we seeing in 5G? So today we've built several different apps across several different channels. But we saw that as we built more utility into these apps, they started to get slower. I'm sure you're devs, you know what I mean, right? What we have seen, though, recently, wherever 5G has been rolled out, is that we can build even smarter applications without having with less worry of speed. Importantly, for us, you saw the slide that I had several different channels. It enhances the agent and merchant experience and allows them to do more. What does this mean in real value? It means a small business in Kapchorwa that was only able to do 20 transactions a day can now do 500. Because they're earning a commission for each transaction, they can earn more. And more money sticks in Kapchorwa. On IoT, we're extending a lot of our learning onto wearable devices. We have a business called QuickTeller Homes that allows interlinkages between landlords, financial institutions, and tenants. And we're building a lot of the smart home functionality into the homes that we're putting onto that platform. On machine learning, I'll spend a couple of minutes on this. Fraud is a major pain in the financial sector. We believe we have built some of the strongest algorithms to detect and deter fraud in the sector. This morning we had someone here speaking about chatbots, so I won't cover that. But I'll speak about the last one right there called attrition gating. So under 5G, you see that I was talking about agents and merchants. Today, we're able to tell banks and other institutions where to place POS devices or where to place agents because we can see data relating to consumer transactions. Importantly, again now to attrition gating, we are able to tell banks when a customer is about to leave them. When a customer is about to close their account. Because we have trained our machines to say, this person is on the way out, because we're seeing the transaction trends. Okay? Pretty helpful if you want to gate that attrition, right? And lastly, today, we very rarely roll out any new products without actually simulating the user experience, and some of these VR tools are allowing us to do that in an accelerated manner. We strongly believe that Africa and Africans have the potential to become global leaders in innovation. We believe it because we are living it, and we are living it with the full knowledge that our problems will only be solved by ourselves, right? And we believe that we have learned how to solve not all problems, but certainly some of them. And this morning there was talk about collaboration. We strongly call for it, and we are open to collaboration with anybody in the room. I know the government has extended plans on further developing infrastructure to drive the speeds of internet, etc. I was excited by the central bank here and in Kenya and the Insurance Regulatory Authority here, who rolled out sandboxes, thus making the regulatory framework more responsive to innovation, and we certainly need to see a lot more of that. And this morning we discussed digital literacy at length, so I won't harp on about that. I'm going to stop there and welcome any questions.
I don't think the applause landed. Maybe because they didn't understand a word you said. Ah, okay. You opened it up for a Q&A?
Q&A, please.
Okay.
I'll maybe 5 minutes or whatever you will give me.
1 minute? Kidding.
Whatever you'll give me.
Hi. My name is Kenneth Agina. I'm from Ardenian Labs. I'd like to ask a question that every market across Africa that we speak to would like clarity on. The third point on your slide there, regulatory framework. How is policy, regulatory frameworks driving innovation in Africa? Because from my point, I think it's a huge hindrance. I don't think the policymakers are on the same wavelength with the innovators.
All right, Flavia, am I taking one question at a time? Yeah? Okay. So, was it Kenneth? All right. So, I completely agree with you. Innovation has run far ahead of regulation. And in my view, that may always be the case. Particularly if it's going to be called innovation, right? Some regulators have dealt with it better than others. On the one hand, so let's take mobile money as an example. Mobile money started in Kenya before there was regulation, right? It even started in Uganda before there was regulation. And what we have since learned, we being including regulators, is that yes, there are risks, but there are potentially greater benefits. Because mobile money has transformed the financial inclusion in Africa, right? So if the regulator had curbed and stopped mobile money, it may have been a completely different story. And many people on the continent, our continent, would potentially have still been struggling to get access to basic financial services. So in a way, innovation is good, and even the regulators know it. But you also have to understand where the regulators are coming from. Now, I'll talk extensively about the financial services sector, but this could apply in the health sector, it could apply in insurance, etc. They're coming from a point of, is the consumer safe? And does the consumer have somewhere to go if something goes wrong, basically, in very basic terms. So they have a challenge, and they understand that they have to almost play catch up. But the reality is they never can, right? So they have provided platforms. The CBK in Kenya, BOT in TZ has provided platforms, and even the BOU has provided platforms where innovators, licensees, etc., actually share with them what their concerns are, where they're going, and how they can provide a pathway to regulation for some of their innovations. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean they'll block them. It just means that they will learn together. And this is what I was referring to in the sandboxing, right? Today, Bank of Uganda has a sandbox that allows innovators to come and say, look, I want to try this new thing. And BOU says, 6 months, we're going to do it together. We're going to allow you to work in this market or this segment of the consumer market. These are the rules, okay? Let's learn together. So that when we are regulating you, we know what to regulate. And when you are doing reporting, etc., we know what's coming, okay? So it's a balance, but I strongly feel innovation will always still be ahead. Thank you. Great question.
Thank you. Robert Mugume Tinyafuza is my name. I love data. Thank you for the presentation. It was very insightful. My question number one is, apart from helping the transfers of money, does InterSwitch also invest in infrastructure? Another one is, ahead of the digital money and the blockchain technology, we have two forces. The one force advocating for digital money, and there's another one that doesn't want this to come, because very many companies are going to lose jobs, that have companies that have been printing money, companies that have been doing the entire fiat business. And we suspect that there are some scams that have been on the internet in a way of making the population hate the so-called digital money, saying that this is not real. I don't know what you have to talk about that. The other thing is the emerging technology consumes much of energy. I could avail to you a report that is so much recent, where these big companies running on AI, running on blockchain technology, cannot now find the energy to run and mine their data ahead of the blockchain technology. And we are asking ourselves, a nation like Uganda that is in the tropics, being crossed by the equator, can't the Ministry of ICT and we could develop a way on how these guys can come and invest here, because we have enough solar system, we have hydropowers, and we cannot utilize the entire energy that we harness. Thank you.
I think we'll just take those. I don't know. Is there any burning one? I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, was it Robert? Okay. Robert, I won't speak for the ministry, okay? So I'll, with your permission, I'll park the last question. You'll place it to the PS when he gets back. Huh? Do we invest in infrastructure? We have invested many millions of dollars in infrastructure on the continent, including in Uganda. So when I say that you can come and leverage some of the investments that we have made, I actually mean that, okay? The question then back to you and to other innovators in the room is, what are you doing and what would you like, right? So our head of innovation is in the booth right now. His name is Dennis. Please go and speak to him and tell him, what are you doing, what do you need, etc. And we'll find a way, I'm sure, to collaborate. Digital currency, is it real or is it a scam? So during my presentation, I said we are currently collaborating with several central banks to collectively understand the answer to that question. Can we build central bank digital currencies safely, in a way that Omuntu Wawansi will understand, and in a way that actually delivers value and saves them money? So yes, printing of fiat currency, printing of notes and coins is extremely expensive. So we all want to save money, right? So we're working with several central banks. I don't think it's going to come tomorrow. A couple of years ago, the central bank in Kenya put out a paper. No, last year, the central bank in Kenya put out a paper where it said it was waiting. It's going to see where the technology goes. So they've clearly come out and said, not now. But we're working with several other banks to to understand, because understanding is the foundation, right? Yeah. I hope that answers your questions. Ish?
I'll represent. Thank you so much. Was it clear? Tinyefuz. Sorry? Now, you see, even as a developer, you must know how to answer. Is it understood? It says you can go on. So how do I interpret that? We can go on. Okay. Thank you so much, Peter.
All right,
Ladies and
thank you
gentlemen,
all.
Peter Kaumi for a fantastic, fantastic conversation. A few years ago, I think 2007, actually no, maybe way after that, I met that brand, InterSwitch. And I think I kept asking, so what do you really do? Until one day I went to an ATM and I'm like, oh, exactly. So well done. Thank you for the strides. Just one of the many things that you do. So fantastic. Round of applause. And InterSwitch is also our partner, so thank you for actually making this happen. You spoke on a couple of things, but for me in your presentation, the thing that stood out the most, the thing that everyone is afraid of, is the thing that InterSwitch believes is an advantage. Does anyone remember the first advantage that was on? If we put money, I'm sure your memory will come back. How much money will get your memory? 15? 15,000? He said that young people, young people are what? An advantage, right? The young population. Most people run away from the young population because of what Refactory is doing. You have to reskill, upskill, keep training, and that's something not everybody is comfortable with. Of course, I was excited when we were outside in the tent, something happened, and the chairperson of the ICT Association of Uganda, Elizabeth Ntege, said a word, adapt. Flavia, adapt. Adapt is good, eh? Do you know the people who know how to adapt? The ones who have seen life. The reason why people don't like young people is because you're still happy and you're not willing to adapt. But I know the people in this room know how to adapt to every season and everything that comes. Let me excite you about something. When they talk about tech, you come, I excite you with these people. Please come. I'm going to talk dollars, so come close. Please have his mic on so he can defend himself. I almost studied law, so I know some things.
But Flavia, this thing of...
My father wanted me to be a lawyer.
Can you imagine?
So I've read some books.
And you skipped law class.
I read some books. So I really hated when I was starting to get into the tech space that everybody made the tech industry look small. It's very big out there, but it's very small in Uganda, isn't it? Yeah. So even me, like everybody else, I said, oh, I'd get a nice job, go to America, and, give my brain there to at least be used wisely.
So wait, Flavia. So you thought you'd end up like what, downtown Nassau Road?
Silicon. Anyway, I then listened to a conversation by somebody, and if you know who this person is, I swear, I want to say the name, if you know who this person is, I'll be very shocked. That's all I can give you.
There it goes.
There are some footballers here who might know the person I'm about to say. Let me see. Does anybody know Mohammed Khaldoon?
First say the name in Ugandan English.
Mohammed Khaldoon.
Does he play
you
for
mean
Arsenal?
Arsenal is still a team?
I know. Is Arsenal a team?
Hey, I was joking. I was saying.
Yeah.
Mohammed Khaldoon, because we're in the interest of time, is the CEO of Mubadala. That sounds Ugandan.
That one I know. Mubadala.
What's Mubadala? Mubadala is, so does anybody know Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, I know.
So we've come back.
Yeah, we've come back.
I almost lost you.
Yeah.
So Abu Dhabi is run like a business, right? So the sovereign or their king decided, rather than me suffer to run and govern this country, I'll hire a CEO, tell him, hire a team, invest for us, grow us, lead us. So Mubadala runs Abu Dhabi. When I say runs, I mean runs Abu Dhabi. So Mohammed Khaldoon is the CEO. He's the guy who sits and says, how many industries? Okay. Sports, we buy Manchester City. Okay. Health, Cleveland Clinic, bring it here. Education, what's the best? Cornell, bring it. Arts, museum, which one? The Louvre in Paris, bring it. Everything. And he's invested over 300 billion US dollars in tech. Just in tech.
300 billion
His job, yes, 300 billion US dollars. His entire job is to make a profit for Abu Dhabi. The king, who is supposed to rule, comes on Fridays and says, how far? What did you do? Are people listening to us? Good. Now, yeah, good. You know, but what I loved in listening to Mohammed Khaldoon is that he said, in essence, Abu Dhabi has money, but lacks in many aspects. So what he decided is to leverage. May I have money? You, what do you have? We have the best health care. You bring it, we give you money. I have money, what do you have? I have the best in sport. You bring it, we give you money.
Give you money.
Yes. We need to learn how to leverage. We need to stop the conversation of someone coming to save us. Right?
True.
So rather, yeah.
Important clap for that point.
Because we also know when they come to save us, they also kill us.
Yeah.
The
strings attached, very long strings.
What I prefer we do is that rather than people look at tech in Uganda as small, it's us. It's us to change the narrative. It's us to change the mindset.
Absolutely.
So you have something. We haven't figured it out, but you have something. And if we can, without Refactory, without Ivan, because he's the chair, if we can collectively create a community of developers, a community of tech enthusiasts who really grow tech. Am I making sense? Rather than be online arguing about what is said about tech and all of that, can we show the world that we exist?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we actually start the conversations? Can we become relevant that people can't hide, you know, that we are in their faces?
You know, and now that you say that, Flavia,
yeah.
Imagine if every week we could have a space on like a topic, API development.
Because why wait for the Dev Summit, honestly? By 2025, by the time I return here, I want tech to be the most talked about conversation. Ready?
We are.
Ready?
We are.
Except in Yefuza, because he has a question. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next panel.
Absolutely. It's our most singular one. But Flavia, before we go there, you know I asked these people a question before.
Oh, yes,
Hey.
yes.
I asked him a question.
Apparently, you guys failed to answer a
And
question.
Peter in his presentation.
But what was the question?
he
Maybe you were
said
not
that-
clear.
Yeah. Africa brought.
What was... Uh-huh.
Who wants to remind us?
No. Africa brought what?
There are those people there. I can see they have been hacking exams.
No.
But Flavia,
Badru, you
shall
can't
pick
answer.
we shall pick this one up
Okay.
after the next
okay,
session.
all right.
So
yeah.
So you please, yeah.
All right, so allow us to welcome a technologist, a development communications consultant, someone actually I'll have interest in because she's literally in the field I want to get into, tech and communications. She has an interest in citizen-centric tech and sensitive technologies and artificial intelligence. She's also one of the most famous people on a certain app that I won't mention. Maureen, again, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the next conversation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Flavia, for the kind introduction. My name is Maureen Agena, as Flavia mentioned. I think I should just start. My name is Maureen Agena, and she said I'm a technologist, but I'm also a communicator. So I try to merge the two, but specifically development communication. And I'll be your moderator for today. And I was listening to the previous speaker, and I think he has made my work very easy, because the session we are going to have is on emerging technologies. And I will request each of my panelists to come to the front, and then we'll introduce them while they're here. I'm sure they know what panel they are on. Please just walk to it. I have there, all male. Let's have all the 5. Let me see if they are all around. Thank you, gentlemen. I see one is missing. I guess it's the gentleman from NITA-U. Yes. Because I had very tough questions for that one. I hope he's coming. Okay, that's beautiful. So these are the 5 gentlemen that will be speaking to us about emerging technologies, both in Uganda and in Africa. And I would like them to introduce themselves. You know, sometimes you don't do a very good job when you introduce people. So I just like to introduce themselves, mention your name, the organization you represent, and what you do there, and then I can take it from there.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isaac Odong, Deputy CEO of TechJuice. By training, I'm a human resource and organizational specialist. I'm also an investor with 22 AI tech companies in the US. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Davis Agawa is my name. CTO and co-founder of NITA-U Limited. NITA-U Limited is a agri-fintech, voted the best global startup award last year. We finance farmers. We leverage AI and digital technologies to ensure that farmers convert their farms into businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Tisime. I am the programs lead at Zimba Women, where we empower women in the technology space and business. As well, I'm also into the entrepreneurship space, and I lead a team at a company called Vermark, which is in the creative space. And I was very interested when someone mentioned something about STEM, and including the A for arts. Yeah, and I'm very, very passionate about technology and business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Just activate your mic. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kenneth Agina. I'm the head of business development with Ardanian Labs. Ardanian Labs is a venture studio and a tech lab that's actuating the tech revolution across Africa. I think we are really driving the conversation and actuating this tech revolution by ensuring that the 4th industrial revolution does not pass us by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we'll have 5th panelist introduce himself when he arrives. So, like I mentioned, we are going to talk about emerging technologies, and I think the previous speaker hinted so much on them. And we all know that this digital age has brought with it a lot of technological advances, especially these emerging and interlinked technologies. And we are talking virtual realities, voice-activated technologies, AI, blockchain, Internet of Things, big data analytics, and all that. Hello? Okay. Of course, with these technologies comes a lot of potential, right? Efficiency of work, innovation, and all sorts of the advantages that technology brings. However, there is always the downside. To anything good, there is always a downside. And we've seen a lot of ethical issues emerging, especially when you look at issues of AI. A lot of technological challenges, a lot of societal and legal challenges, people going to court, people being sued, and all the things, and a lot of crime. So today's panel is going to help us understand what these emerging technologies are all about and how we can leverage on them. And for this particular session, if we manage our time well, we'll have 2 rounds of questions from the panelists that they will address, and then we'll open up for the audience to ask. So without further ado, I'll start with you, Kenneth. Are we prepared as a continent for this digital revolution? And how prepared are we, based on your experience?
All right, thank you very much. Interesting question. And I'll give a very interesting answer to that. The biggest talent resource pool exists in Africa. And as Africa, I think we have decided to take charge of ensuring that this talent resource pool is for Africa. So there's a lot of programs that we are running across Africa with, working with industry, working with, the DFIs across that support Africa's initiatives in building resources, relevant tech resources. I repeat, relevant tech resources. Why do I repeat that word? I think working with across Africa, working with our academia, there is what do you call it? There is the training that these young people go through is a lot of times outdated. And we, on many occasions, find that whatever they've been trained on is not necessarily up to speed with what industry requires. But there's a lot of organizations that have taken this challenge up and said that, okay, let's ensure that the resource pool that we are bringing out is relevant to what is needed today. We are past this thing of, getting tech tools that are built for the first world for us to consume.
Yeah.
We are at this point where we are building tech tools that are relevant to us.
Yeah.
I'll give several examples. Let's look at something like how am I going to be, from financial services, what are the tools that are going to be used to score my credit rating? Aren't they just tools that are built out of the Western world?
Mm-hmm.
Are they not tools that look at, for instance, what is my climatic condition where I live? What's the climate? My business. Is my business in agriculture? And agriculture, climate, health. How do you interconnect all of these?
Right.
Sorry, I think I may have gone beyond.
No, that's fine. That's sufficient enough. I'm sure.
But just think about it,
yeah,
building tools that speak to these specific
needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important. You raise something very critical, especially when it comes to skilling young Africans, and the fact that our institutions of higher learning are focusing on, old style of teaching and not being up to speed with the technological changes that are happening. So when we bring it back home, Dave, you mentioned that you work with farmers. What do we have in place regarding emerging technologies, and how is that being leveraged?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the first thing that we need to know that we have in place is resource. In this case, human resource. Obviously, maybe if I could go back to your previous question, are we ready? I want to say that we are getting there. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the human resource that we have in Africa, and particularly in Uganda, is we are learning, right? Back in the day, people were having specific jobs, but now there's a lot of human resource coming into IT. And that means that this is the resource that is going to build what we want to get there, right? The other thing that we know and we have is obviously internet. And it's may be common to everyone, but some of us when we were growing up, this was not a common thing. But it's a very powerful resource for learning. So if you combine those two, I think it means that once you get a resource, once you get talent, once you get people who are willing to learn, and learn not just from conventional classes, because we've seen that that has not been very effective. If you go to university, what you've learned in university is most probably what you're not going to use in your day-to-day work, especially if you're in IT. So those two things, the ability to learn and the resources that are available, mean that we are getting there, and those are tools that we can use. Of course, I want to mention the open source tools that are available from the world all over, and the other developer forums, the open source language models that we can build upon, but also just learning from them and bringing them home to actually utilize them and customize them for our needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much that you highlight that. And for Mark, you said you work with Zimba women. We've been talking about SDGs world over. And I was reading their report of 2023, and it's titled Times of Crisis, Times of Change, which really speaks to the conversations we are having now. They recognize the role of science in accelerating transformation for sustainable development. So my question to you is Africa making good use of its scientists to attain these SDGs? And by scientists, I mean also technologists.
All right. So I think I'll start that question. I'll give the response to that question with a quote that I love from that report, which says, "The transformative power of science can only be fully realized if it is inclusive, equitable, and supported by robust policy frameworks." And when we were having the keynote here, we saw that there's a variety, there are very many things that he talked about, and his last slide talked about the policy, the collaboration, infrastructure development, and regulatory frameworks, and digital literacy. So to bring me to that question of are we fully utilizing the scientists and the technologists within Africa? So I would say yes and no, right? And why I say yes is because there's so many initiatives that have been put up that are seeing to the realization of these goals, both the quality education, gender equality. And when I speak of gender equality, the fact that I work at Zimba Women, and I am proud to say that I am the lead on a project called the Hard Digital Future UG, where we are skilling women in the informal sector and trying to see to get them to a point where they can apply for software development courses at Refactory and things of the sort. and also building the infrastructure and seeing how they can integrate technology within their businesses. So ideally, it's to build the ecosystem. So there are quite a number of initiatives that have been put into place. I would start with that, as I mentioned, Hard Digital Future UG. That is just in Uganda, but that speaks to a bigger. It speaks to a bigger picture, which is the digital transformation roadmap, and this is ideally sort of an umbrella for the different initiatives, and this is helping these initiatives realize these goals. I don't think I can exhaust them all, but that's specifically for Uganda. But when you go broader to the African scope, there is one specific one which I look at, and it has five, it's the high fives, and this is by the African Development Bank. And this is Light Up and Power Africa, Feed Africa, Industrialize Africa, Integrate Africa, Improve the Quality of Life for people of Africa. So all this is helping to realize the goals of the SDGs, and also fully utilize the scientists that we have to build more innovative solutions and put into place frameworks that support them at the end of the day. Yeah.
Thank you. That's why I needed the person from government to really ask some very quick questions, like how much funding goes into research from our national budget? How much innovation is coming out of our government as Uganda? How are we moving in that? But I guess it requires a government person to answer this. So I'll come to you, Isaac. And I want to ask you a very simple question. What technology innovation means to you? When we first came into these spaces a couple of years ago, when people spoke of innovation, it was mobile apps, people developing apps, M-Health, M-Education. It was all mobile. But things have changed. And I'm sure the definition or how people look at innovation has also changed over time. So Isaac, how would you define, what would technological innovation mean to you? And are there models and success stories that can be replicated across our continent in terms of technological innovation?
Yes, thank you. So in simple terms, technological innovations are tools, systems that we use on a daily basis to improve on our quality of life, as simple as that. Regarding success stories, I'll start with 2019, thereabout, the early 2019, before COVID actually struck. So we got a call. We were actually moving out to the Maldives with our boss. At the time, I was doing fashion and design, which is actually what inspired my clothing today. And we were going to the Maldives, and we get a call from a friend in the US who's a trainer, and says, look, there's something that is hitting the US so hard. It's a virus, right? It's most likely going to spill over in Africa very fast. And we panicked. We watched the news, we looked, we saw a yacht on CNN, and we panicked, right? And so he says the best thing to do right now is to invest. It didn't make sense. Why would you invest rather than save? Because at the time, people were saving money, people were pulling money out of insurance, out of saving schemes to save for that time. And he said the best thing is to invest. So my boss comes to me and says, look, I'm willing to put up some cash for you. It was about $100,000 US, and you're going to invest in these companies. It won't make sense to you right now. It didn't make sense then, but it now makes sense now. And
you have a good boss, $100,000.
$100,000. He's a wealthy guy. He's a Ugandan. So he invests the money and says, I want you to invest in marketing software, AI software, invest in sales software, invest in customer experience software, invest in finance software, and invest in mindset. So if you look at those are 6 pillars that ideally run a business. Again, it didn't make sense. But when the wave passed, and we had to make the money back and of course, pay him, which was a very painful thing. But it then made sense to me that, wait, I'll give a typical example, right? So we have a salesperson, and I'll tell you the only time she's gone to the field is maybe on 4 occasions. All our leads are generated from software in-house. So if, let's say, the guy from Zimbabwe Women comes and says, look, I'm looking for women groups in South Sudan, I'm looking for women groups in the event he wants to scale, I'm looking for women groups in Arua, in Mpigi, I can simply sit down, and in less than 10 minutes, I'll have generated a lead pool of all the groups that are there, name, phone number, email, if they have a Facebook page, if they have a Google My Business page, how many ratings do they have on Google My Business, if they're a business that has been reviewed by clients, all that information will be given to me. Then I can tell him, look, out of all the 100 maybe leads that I've gotten, basing on the filters that you have qualified these guys on, there's maybe 30 that would be a good fit for you. So that saves him transport costs of moving. That saves him time to do research, and so that is that. If as business owners here, we have to understand every single day how many leads have come in, how much revenue have I made. There's software for that. Right now, I'm just giving examples. There's a software called Pipeline Pro, right? I can live with it, Pipeline Pro, without doing anything else. So I can generate leads, I can call those leads, I can SMS, I can email them, I can WhatsApp them, and it will give me, I can even get revenue, I can even get cash from them. So what these guys have done is they've integrated payment processors on the platform, making it much more easy for you to actually receive cash and even send out a proposal. So if you're generating, say, 1,000 leads, and at the same time you're using the same interface to interact with those leads, I don't need to move outside of that system, because at the end of the day, it's going to give me a report. In Africa, there is, coming back to farming, there's an innovator called Ujuzi Kilimo, right? They're in Kenya. What these guys have done is integrate AI with farming. So they come and install systems on your farm that are able to tell farmers in real time quality of the soil, and that improves on your crop yield. Let's go back to 2007 when M-Pesa was just launched in Kenya. Right now it's servicing about 45 million people in Nairobi. Let's look at Wala in South Africa. They are a Bitcoin-based system that is providing funding to the unbanked people who are not able to open up an account in South Africa. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, there's so much going on, and there's usually that fear of so many people losing jobs along the, as technologies emerge and advance, so many people get off. So you have to find a way of keeping yourself relevant. But I'll get back to you, Kenneth. Just to check what some of the new trends in technology are in the landscape that have been quickly adopted, especially by governments and business enterprises, and what opportunities they present.
Thank you very much. I think Africa remains a leader of sorts. Everybody has talked about what M-Pesa has brought to industry, both private sector, government sector. But when you look at opportunities around the agriculture sector, which is, Africa's bread basket is everything to do with agriculture. So developing tools that can be relevant to the smallholder farmer to ensure that they're able to maximize their produce in the simplest way is something that Africa is in the process of doing. And I can point out a couple of tools that are being built today to help that smallholder farmer to be able to, just from his, we call it a Mulika Mwizi phone, a very basic phone, not a smartphone, establish the health of his produce, to be able to figure out what does my output look like from my small quarter-acre farm. This is going to, create a huge, it's a big difference for farmers, for smallholder farmers.
Okay, maybe just to stick to that, besides that good side of what this emerging technology, what the landscape looks like and what the government is using them for, are there some downsides? Are there instances where governments have used them, say, for surveillance, to suppress voices of citizens, whatever negative thing you can think of? There are some, you could give examples from Kenya itself.
I think the governments that we work with from East Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, all appreciate this thing that we call data privacy. We've got, in Kenya, I come from Kenya, sorry I didn't say that earlier. We've got policy around data security, which is, even prior to taking your product out to the market, data security is a very key thing. There's a lot of DFIs that the industry works with. The industry, by industry I mean the startup industry. I don't like the term startups. I refer to them as businesses. And I hope we all conform to that, because startup is not really what these businesses are. At the end of the day, I think the key thing is for them to generate revenue. Sorry, I just lost my direction a bit, but yes.
Okay, thank you very much. At least you made mention of something that's very important, data protection. That's a conversation for another day, with regard especially to how governments work. But I'll come back to you, Dave. Kenneth mentioned something about farmers, and I've noticed that a lot of us are making reference to farmers. A lot of the work I've done on technology has really been with farmers. A lot of my career work has been with farmers, and I understand and know how technology can literally turn their life around. So, Dave, you work with a fintech that serves that very important demography of farmers. How are you using these emerging technologies? It's very close to the first question, but I want you to bring it out practically.
Yeah. One of the things that we pride ourselves into as NITA is building what we call alternative credit scores. I already mentioned that we're an agri-fintech. We have a microfinance license. And at NITA, obviously, we learned quickly that we can't use technologies from outside Uganda to actually assess if these farmers can take loans or not, because their metrics are going to be totally different from ours, right? So what we did is we set up an AI team. Of course, it was always hard to get well-equipped or educated people, but we managed to get a few, some actually from Refactory. At NITA, we have about 6 Refactory alumni, speaking much to what good work Michael is doing in the team.
Beautiful.
And we've been building all these models to identify, okay, this farmer, yes, we won't ask for security, but what are they actually able to take a loan? And if they're able to take a loan, how are they able to pay it? So using AI, that has been like one of the primary tools. We've also tried to leverage what we have around. It's not always emerging technologies, but I think even what we have as technology can be a good tool. WhatsApp is a very common tool in Uganda. So instead of you carrying your whole desktop to a village to ask for it, to do KYC, which is very important it's a policy in Uganda to do KYC for people who borrow. We do all that via WhatsApp, so it's easy. People know what they want. They know how to use WhatsApp. They've been sending photos before. So we just do a little bit of training, and a combination with that and phones and smartphones, SMSs, and that's what we've actually been using. And these farmers are actually very excited because they, for the first time, have people who understand their needs, who know that I don't have to go to a bank and wait for 2 weeks to take a loan, but can just take 5 minutes knowing well that they have assessed how much I can pay back, not based on anything else but my produce.
And about how many farmers do you work with?
Yeah, so we have about 14,000 farmers in our systems. We've given over 5 billion in UGX on loans.
Wow.
So we are still picking up. Thank you. Our focus has been dairy and coffee, but we've also tried to explore other crops because we've seen the need there as well.
Okay, and again, forgive me for sticking to this, but when you look at the bigger picture in terms of the genders, who takes more of those loans? Do they use them for what they're intended for? And how do you monitor that?
Yeah, you'll be shocked, but there's a significant number of women who have taken loans, and actually are the best repairs. They repay more.
Of course.
And in part, it answers the second question. They know what they're doing using this money for. They are not just going to use it for anything else, but buying fertilizers, inputs that they actually need for their produce, and are very intentional when they're taking these loans, knowing that they're going to utilize them.
Yeah.
When it comes to reason, we try to keep track of this. Sometimes we actually don't give the money straight to the farmers. We actually go to the suppliers and work with our partners to go to the suppliers and say, can you give these people inputs on credits? And then we'll be the one to do the payment.
Like a voucher system or something?
Like a voucher system per se.
Okay.
We've also introduced insurance, such that, these farmers are protected. We know how bad the weather has been of late.
Yeah. So like crop insurance or livestock insurance.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I was once doing a training up country, and I remember asking, it was a training for women, and I asked a question that if I gave each of you, it was actually both women and men, if we gave a woman 5,000 after this training and a man 5,000, what do you think the woman would spend the money on, and what do you think the man would spend the money on? You'll get shocked what the response was. And so when he says women are more, intentional, I mean, the man will go maybe to the nearest trading center. And please, I'm not speaking this from a biased point of view. Don't misquote me, but this is what happens. Probably buy some liquor, buy some muchomo, and go back home satisfied, expecting a meal. The woman will probably buy a bar of soap, buy some food for the family. And what the woman brings is what is shared by the whole family. And again, please don't misquote me. I'm just sharing what happened. But these are realities. And that's why I asked the question about who gets the loans and do they really use them for what they get them for. And another reason I was asking is because of the challenge of, that used to be, of women and men in terms of accessing technologies. Oftentimes it's the man who is the head of the household who has the technologies, the phones, the radios, and all this. So that used to be a challenge. I don't know how it is now. But moving on to Mark, there's been lots of downsides about these technologies, both emerging and the old technologies. And they affect women and men differently. We all know that. As someone who works primarily with women, or whose work focuses on women, what has been the biggest challenge for them with these emerging technologies?
Okay, thank you. I think before I get to that question, I would want to contribute to the conversation that Dave had started. So you'll find women, it is very well known that women are the highest knowledge seekers. So they always want to learn and grow themselves. And that is why you'll find mostly women are seeking loans and they want to know how best they can handle this money and use it effectively. Unlike for the men, I'm not talking about the men in the room, but based on the experience that I've gotten working with mostly the informal sector, and I'm looking at those that are deep down in the villages, the rural areas, mostly northern and the eastern part of Uganda. back to the question, when you talk about the emerging technologies, of course, the biggest challenge that you'll face, both for the men and the women, is the social culture norms. We are in a country that has that relies so much on culture, right? So, allow me. I would like to relate this question to the hard digital future, because this is I got to experience firsthand on the difficulties that both men and women are facing when it comes to technology. So when you talk about the social cultural factors, you'll find that there are certain cultures that don't embrace technology. You'll go and tell them everything that you'll preach the gospel honestly, and these are people that will not receive the message. However much you preach and you even try to add incentives to this, they will not appreciate that. And when you come to the bit of this, men always have the ego, so you'll find this is a difficulty that we face, because when we invited women to be trained, the men refused them. Or even when they came, I would give an example. In a certain district in northern Uganda, we were in the middle of a training, and a man came for his wife at around lunchtime and dragged her out of the training. It was all, we were seeing this firsthand. So you'll find there is that bit of, so women are facing it facing it harshly. So you'll find that they can't take on spaces to enhance their education in technology, and then also the men will keep on asking questions. If my wife gets this knowledge, this one wants to be the man of the house. You see that? So that is the biggest problem that most women are facing when it comes to technology. And then when you look at emerging technologies, yes, we have the likes of the IoT, the AI that is coming up, and various other technologies. I don't think we as a country, there are very few, how can I call it? There are very few entities, I would say, like Refactory, that are offering access to knowledge in the different emerging technologies. So I would say access to these technologies is something that is hindering both the men and the women. And if you don't have the knowledge, you can't really know. You will see ChatGPT. I can guarantee that there are very many people who took about a year or two without getting to understand what actually ChatGPT does, or how you can even get it. You see that? And what you can use it for.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mark, that you bring that up, especially on the challenges of, working with women up country. It's interesting to know that those challenges still exist. But I just want to throw a question before I come to Isaac. How many people have been bullied online? Like real cyberbullying? Okay. How many people have had their identity stolen? Like someone creates, I can see Flavia, like someone creates a parody account or something, and or creates actually an account, gets your photos, and fool people that you're. How many people have almost been trafficked? Really interesting that there's someone. I mean, these are some of the challenges that exist with these emerging technologies. How many of you, the students who are here, have used AI to plagiarize work and your lecturers have caught you? Yeah, so those are the things. I mean, it affects different people at different levels. We can talk about these at this level because we're at this level. Cyber stalking, bullying, trafficking, and all these kind of things, plagiarism. But let me come to you, but at the grassroots level, it's a whole different ballgame. It's an issue of access And when we speak about access, we are not speaking about the network and the actual gadget. We are speaking about things as basic as language. In Africa, we've made the language of the internet English. How many of you have your languages here on the web? Which language? Acholi. Is it there? Can you do Google Translate in Acholi? Is it? Who else has? Sorry? Yes? Which one? Runyankole, is it there? No. I think for Uganda, it's only Luganda. It's only Luganda. But how many languages do we have? The Luo that is on Google is more of the Kenyan Luo. Yes. Yeah. How many languages do we have on the web? Our local languages. You see, those are some of the advantages, those are some of the things we can take advantage of with these new technologies. Other people have their languages on the web. We don't. We speak English, and that's our official language. It's our language of communication. We don't even have a national language. And people are already putting their languages on the web. Okay? So those are some of the things to look into. I don't know if you had wanted to speak to something or it was about the language.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, the language, but I wanted just to emphasize the need to build capacity around ethical use of emerging technologies.
Right. That's right. And that's why I asked how many of you have been caught plagiarizing using some of these AI technologies. I mean, that's the ethical dimension that he's looking at, because it's a crime actually to plagiarize and not acknowledge. So, and that's what I mentioned in the beginning, that with the efficiency of these technologies, we have legal, ethical, societal challenges that come with them. Yeah. How do we handle these, both at individual level, but also as governments? And again, that's why I wanted the person of NITA-U to tell us what regulatory frameworks exist in trying to cap this. Finally, Isaac, do we really need to invest in these new technologies? Or should we focus on business as usual?
Yes and no. Yes, because one, there is work. So I'll just give a typical example. Right now, I have a virtual assistant. So as I'm here, there's someone who's actually working on my social media, right? But she doesn't have access to my Instagram password, my Facebook password, my X, and my LinkedIn. So what I did is I invested in a software called LastPass, okay, for last password. And how the software came about is they identified a problem in the market. So typical example, I'm a construction company, and I hire a social media manager to handle our social media. And there's a conflict, maybe payment doesn't come on time. And this person decides to withhold the logins to there, or they can do whatever they want with. And if obviously it hurts the reputation of the company. Right. So what LastPass does is it bridges that gap. So what they do is you open up an account, you put in your logins for the accounts that you want to manage, and what you do is you just give a link to the other person to open up another LastPass account, and then the software logs in for them.
Wow.
You see that? So meaning that they do not have access.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying you need to invest in them.
Yeah.
Last night, and this is for everyone who wants to have access. So what I did is I built a website using AI. In about 30 minutes, it was done. I guarantee you not. It's there. My team will show you when you go to the tent. If you're a business owner who wants a resource, maybe you're poor at marketing, yeah. You're poor at sales, yeah. You're poor at customer experience, you don't know how to build a website, all that training is there for only 2 weeks, for free. We've already paid the money, we've invested in this material, so you don't have to pay a single coin. All you need to do is just go to the tent, have your name and email registered, and the team will give you access. That is all. So yes and no. No, because when you mentioned plagiarism, one thing most people don't observe is that there are universities like UNICAF, Makerere University, MOOBS, that have invested in anti-plagiarism software, right? But what they don't know is that the companies that actually produce the content, whether it's an essay that the student is going to submit as a thesis, have also gone ahead to rework their AI. So I'll give an example of one of the companies I invested in. Is called Longshot AI, right? Yeah. So with Longshot, there are so many filters. After I've asked it, so the thing about AI technologies is the prompt is what determines what the output is going to be like. Right. If I say that, I'm Michael, I'd like you to create, I have an amazing Refactory social media team, and I'd like you to create content about the Uganda Dev Summit for the next maybe 24 hours or 48 hours. It's going to give you a prompt basing on that. However, if I say that I'm Michael, I'm the executive director of Refactory, and we've invested a lot into training students around artificial intelligence, machine learning, and our audience are going to be students, are going to be policymakers, are going to be business owners, are going to be people from other countries. I'd like you to speak to their thoughts, speak to their fears about what the event is going to be about. I'd like you to go ahead and give examples and statistics about AI technologies, about technology basically that would help them, but also that they need to be careful about. And I'd like this to be robust, I'd like it to be comprehensive. And I put that in the AI. It's going to give you nearly 90% content that won't be picked up as plagiarized content. Yeah. But again, what these guys have gone ahead to do is you can pick that output, go ahead and feed it into the AI, and say, make this human-like.
Oh,
you see that? Meaning that even if I submitted it and they took it through the software, it's going to say this is 99% human. So the companies are out, they're thinking smart. So every time and do this as a typical example. Just go to Twitter and just mention, don't tag. Say, I've used LastPass before for this and this and this. They have AI tools that pick when someone has mentioned them. And they'll go back and say, thank you, Isaac, for mentioning us. You've not tagged them, by the way, because they're listening. They have what they call listening tools that listen in on what people are saying and then use that data to go ahead and improve the software or not. On the negative side of it, you asked a question about the downsides of AI. Not to scare everyone here, but there are AI tools right now on the internet, about $24 a month. I could get your number, I could read your WhatsApp messages, I could read your text messages. When you receive a call, I could receive the same call and listen in on what you're saying. And governments are doing this without informing people.
That's why I needed the government guy.
Exactly. But guess what? If I'm using browsers like the Onion browser, I'm safe from that. WhatsApp is not a secure platform. No. I hate using WhatsApp. My team will tell you I was off for about 2 weeks for reasons that I have tools on my phone that tell me someone is attempting to check, is attempting to get through my phone, to get certain information. And I got off. Majority of the communication between me and my virtual assistant is either through Slack. There's a software called Threema that is used basically by the CIA, by the Black Ops guys to communicate, because they'll tell you that if there are apps on the internet that penetrate communication platforms like Facebook, you mentioned someone creating identities about you and they get through your phone. So they try to think. There was a conversation, I think it was 2 years ago in Silicon Valley between executives of the NSA, CIA, FBI, and students of Silicon Valley. They asked a question, what can we build that is unhackable, right? And there was a test that was given to try hacking platforms. And they developed something called the Red Dragon. It was ideally taken by China right now, but what it does is it's a Google of sorts. If you went in there and started asking information, it starts sucking data as opposed to giving you data. And they say, this is actually scary stuff. So what they did was they built an anti-solution to that and say, why don't we have a software like Threema that is, I don't know the technological words to use, but it's almost next to impossible to get to that communication between users. Thank you.
I guess there's so much, and I would encourage you to meet each of these panelists personally to learn more about, we are always learning, and to ask any further questions. But before I open up the floor, we still have about 19 minutes. I just want to ask, how many people use TikTok here? People, just raise your hand straight. How much time do you spend on TikTok on a typical day? Anyone? Sorry? 12 hours. Oh, that's scary. Why do you think you're hooked? Do you know why? Algorithms, right? You click one video of maybe someone dancing, you'll have 100 of them pop up. And you know, that's what you wanted to watch in that moment. And then you spend the next 3-4 hours on your phone with your neck tilted and, you know, just unaware of your environment. Those are some of the things about what AI is doing. But I wanted to mention something about what Mark mentioned about people being resistant to technology and all the things. My last tour of duty of, 8 to 5 kind of job, I was in Nairobi and I was working with an international research center called ICIPE. It's the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology. And I'm sure very many people have never heard of that. But these are people who research anything and everything insects for food and for feed. So when you see a locust outbreak, those are the scientists who are sent to try and mitigate and study the movement. I think we know that at least for Uganda, a lot of people eat grasshoppers, right? Or white ants, depending on where you come from. But there are people who eat there are other people who eat termites. There are people who eat all sorts of insects. And when you listen to these scientists talk, you get shocked at how passionate and how much protein you can get out of insects, for food biofortification. And that's still agriculture. And now they are trying to incorporate technology in this, like AI, to try and study, let's say like insects. In Uganda, where do the insects come from? The grasshoppers. Which district? Sorry? Masaka side, right? But do we know exactly where those insects come from? Like we just see them flying and people in Masaka bringing them to Kampala. So I think those are some of the good sides of AI, trying to eliminate, again, like I said, I have the worry of so many people losing jobs along the way, but that's the world we are headed to. But just trying to understand the root cause of everything, the foundation of everything. And I think being in an institution of higher learning here, I think AI would be revolutionary for education, if only we harnessed that potential, and if only we did it ethically. So I think at this point, I would like to open up the floor for questions. Please feel free to address any of them. There is Isaac here, there is Dave, there is Mark, and there is Kenneth at the extreme end. Over to you.
This is Dr. Kimi Salon, the Dean Faculty of Science and Technology at Cavendish University, Uganda. I think I'll thank the organizer of this occasion, Flavia. This is a good conversation that has been opened up. My focus will go to Kenneth. I think you tickled me. I'm from higher learning, okay? And I have 20 years in the university setting, okay? Now, I would like to imagine, I don't know, instead of training, in fact, the first conversation you had is where I'm following, because it seems there was a gap between you are, I don't know, is a campaign that you're having, because it is all over like Africa, that you are struggling to, again, to go and reskill these people that we are producing from the universities, okay? And maybe, have you thought of the collaboration? Because it is one thing that we also, the universities, because also we are players, okay? We are well aware what you are talking about, but also we are emphasizing the collaboration, the regulatory framework. I think it came in and emphasized. Now, me, I'm thinking this conversation that has been opened up today, I think it has to be amplified, okay? Taken to a higher level, because it is symbiotic with the higher education and you in the industry. we cannot do the ping pong, okay? That higher education, or actually, I've just run out of class to come here when I heard about this, because we have to get these answers. You cannot run away from us. We have to provide the knowledge, what we was talking about, that there is a problem. Actually, I'm to ask who? Dave, do you have a sustainability framework in terms of digital accessibility and adoption? Yes, it's true that you have reached how many thousand people?
14,000.
14,000. But it is true in Uganda, digital penetration is 33%. I was going to ask which region is that? And I would like to see those people. If they are using this, I can use them as guinea pig. Yeah, if they have adapted, they are using this WhatsApp. We know very well internet penetration in Uganda. I don't know which percentage. And it is true, we have what? Out of the 45 million people, 9 million people can access what? Internet. So these are challenges and the truth. So this conversation here, to me, we cannot take it light. And whoever organized this, I think we need to take it. It is good, East African community.
Yeah. Thank you.
Has been represented. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's about collaboration with universities, and Dave, it's about the sustainability. And I think Isaac wants to also respond. Let's just take note of those questions, and you'll just respond. I don't know if we have any other. Yes, please.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
My name is Juliet Nakawes. I recently graduated from Refactory, and I'm already employed just a few months from graduation, and from an organization called Groundbreaker Talents that equips ladies between 18 and 25 years with skills in technology, digital skills. My question goes to Isaac. I really loved the conversation right from you and the rest of the panelists. Isaac, if I heard you right, you are an investor, right? I would like to understand what are some of the criteria that you follow to invest, and what are the target industries or entities that you'd like to invest in, and at what stage do you invest in? Because I'm looking for an investor, because right now I'm running a startup and I need investment. So I would like to know the stage such that I can ensure that either align with the requirements or expectations or a qualification. And the other question will go to the panel list from Zimba Women.
Yeah, that's Mark.
Mark, from the conversation I've had, and this is my second time meeting you, you're trying to empower women, their businesses, and equipping them with skills that they need such that they can thrive in their businesses, right? Yeah. You know, we have a lot of events that keep on happening, right? But most of the events most of them are happening within the central. And if we are to look at the population of Uganda, the largest percentage is covered within the upcountry. And if the organizations that we have that have been set up, like Zimba Women, I would like to understand some of the places that you've accessed beyond the Kampala. And I would like to understand the impact you have made within those particular areas. And on that point, I would like to understand the strategy that you've laid down to ensure that those impacts that you want to put on those ladies are being met. Because
thank you. Let's give others an opportunity to ask. I think you're just asking their areas of operation, and I would encourage that you actually meet Mark post this. He will answer probably the first question, so that you have a conversation beyond this. Let's have another question here. Let's keep them brief.
Okay. My name is John Mofula. I am the head of AI for a company called Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence. It's in Nairobi. We have like 35 AI engineers, most of whom we've trained ourselves. So I've been building typically AI products for the last 6 years. And I've seen the transition even now as AI as disruptive from its stages when it was nascent, when you're building traditional models for classifying simple things, documents, all the way to using transfer models from big tech to using them here. Now you can tell an AI system to give you another model, to recreate another model on itself. And I'm talking from a perspective, I've been an engineer myself for a long time, and I'm talking from a perspective of now consumer sovereignty. My question is in consumer sovereignty, because the theory of consumer sovereignty in Africa is not the same as it is in developed countries. OpenAI, the consumption of OpenAI products like ChatGPT in America is not the same as in Kenya, because we do have our own bottlenecks, administrative bottlenecks, the governance frameworks, infrastructural capacity, even capital itself. Now, I mostly work in agri-tech and financial services. There are people who currently consume some of the products that we build, but now the rate of adoption is not leveled up. It's not leveled up. If you do the statistics in between these continents, it's not leveled up. And my question, so this brings my question. Now, not just for AI, but also other emerging technologies like IoT, digital twins. You know, everyone is speaking about AI, but if you look at it, there's digital manufacturing, there's a lot of classifications that are
So what's the question?
So the question is the key to AI growth a collaborative factor between stakeholders, the people, the consumer, or is it more a capital-intensive question?
Thank you. I guess that one. Isaac, definitely. Do we have one more last question? Oh, okay. Michael and then Maureen.
Yeah, mine, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but I thought I would speak to the whole talent university space. And the one thing that I would share with you is that I worked at university for 13 years. And one thing I can say is universities are like elephants. By the time they change, the target has moved.
Yeah.
The question you asked, John, is the question we are dealing with at Refactory. The belief, and I see it in universities here, the belief that knowledge is kept and resident at universities, and yet the industry doesn't care.
Yeah.
And I'm saying this not from a point of saying there's no value for universities. There is value for universities. Actually, there's a study that has demonstrated that for the first time in the last decade, university enrollment in the US has gone down. Why? Because people are adopting what you call micro-credentials. Something short that works and gets me to work.
Yeah.
I don't have to spend 4 years to get into the software engineering industry. In Europe, universities have started accepting credits from micro-credentials. So if I have a micro-credential from Google, a university will take me on and look at the units that I have done, and they regard them as credits, passed, and you don't have to redo them.
Of course.
So I agree, there's need for collaboration. But that collaboration needs to happen from a point of willing. My last assignment at Makerere, I attempted to bring industry to the university. I have people here I worked with, and who were thrown out. Thrown out not because the university said go, we were thrown out by attitude. The attitude of who are you? What have you studied? What do you understand about pedagogy? Like the things you use that industry really doesn't care. Pedagogical approach. These industry people here don't care. So I just wanted to put that context, that yes, industry is willing to collaborate, but the universities also need to be very open to the extent that it doesn't have to be a 4-year degree program, or if it is, we also need to engage the National Council of Higher Education, our regulators, and begin to expose them to say, how do we approach education?
Yeah.
How do we approach skilling? Of course, there's this whole argument, and I've heard it from professors, that you need to build theoretical foundations and then advance to, you know, the whole...
And research and evidence-based.
Those things. This man called Agaba here, he has hired people from our place. I don't remember him asking me, please, I need software engineering as a degree. He only tells me, Michael, send me 5, and I want to pick 2. And I send him 5. Of the 5, there will be a social scientist, there will be somebody who is a high school dropout, or graduate, sorry, high school graduate. There will be, dropout is very insane. Yeah. They've just graduated from high school, that's the highest qualification. A high school graduate, there will be, and then Davis will come back to me and say, I have taken these 2. And one of the 2 is a high school guy. Has never gone to university, has never studied software engineering.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we even have a living example in Uganda.
Marian says the person is in the audience. I didn't want to pinpoint out, but if you're happy to stand, you can. What am I trying to say? I really want this conversation to happen.
Yeah.
And I like that you're raising it. But my request to universities is be willing to listen and learn. We may not be practitioners. Why? Because knowledge access has been democratized.
Yeah.
And I will stop there.
Yeah, so Michael, I mean, you alluded to high school dropouts, and I was saying we have a living example in Solomon King. He's leading like the biggest robotics thing in the country, and I mean, he's not a university graduate, he's very old, but he's doing phenomenal things. And again, not to downplay education. We need education. I guess a lot of us here are students. A lot of us here have, you know, at least the minimum university degree. And just like Michael, I worked with a network of universities in Africa, and the very things he's talking about are the very things that actually happen. That the industry is moving very fast, and the university is not even trying to play catch up. And so they focus so much on the teaching, research, you know, how many papers have you published for you to get promoted to professorship, you know, and then the community engagement is almost, because those are the 3 roles of the university. So I'll request Mara to ask a question for now, have our panelists respond, and then we take it on from there.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Maren. I have other names, I will not say them. I'm the communications officer for IMATA, and so I wouldn't be doing my job if I don't correct Dave. It's not 14,000 farmers we work with, it's 40,000?
40.
40, yes. That was not the question, though. I wanted to bring it back to the topic of the panel. So we've talked a lot about the problems, we've talked a lot about whether or not we're solving them, whether or not there's potential and readiness. I wanted us to have solutions a little bit more. So knowing what each and every one of you know about the ecosystem readiness, the talent that we have currently, if you were going to start a company or invest in a company today in Uganda, in what industry would it be in and why? That's my question.
Thank you very much. I see so many hands, but I'm being told that I've run out of time. So I'll let the panelists respond each in 1 minute, and then if I get a signal to go on, I'll go on. If I don't, unfortunately, I'll have to end this. So let's start from the extreme end.
All right, thank you very much. I'll start with your question first. I would personally invest in the agriculture space, because agriculture drives most of the sub-Saharan Africa's economy. Agriculture will impact many, many lives across sub-Saharan Africa.
The second question I'd like to address is, Mwalimu, your concern is very genuine, and we need academia to run with us. We are very closely working with academia. I can comfortably say here, Michael, if I could, we have partnered with Refactory as our Uganda partner to drive all our collaborative efforts and initiatives that we're running here. One of them is currently live, which is a capacity building program in the Web3 space, the distributed ledger technology space, where we are looking to certify 3,000 engineers in the distributed ledger technology space. And more information will be made available through Michael and his team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, in a minute.
All right, so I think I'll start with Marion's question. I would as well start a business or invest in the agriculture space. Not necessarily because it's the backbone of Africa or Uganda, but because it has so much potential for growth and scalability within the next few years. And also the integration of technology within the agriculture space there's always something new that comes up every single day that someone has not maybe done before. And to answer the earlier question about the impact that we do in the different other districts. So we have set up communities across East Africa. We have a community in Kenya, we have a community in Rwanda, and in Uganda specifically, we have set up communities in the north and the east. So we are impacting different people in those specific regions. And for the last 12 months, we were able to skill up to 1,117 women with digital skills. And of those 1,117, 100 have been able to receive financing for their businesses. And 265 have expressed interest in furthering their knowledge in the technology space. So that is something that we are doing, and we hope to increase the numbers even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, Dave, in a minute.
Yeah, Marion knows the answer to this. Obviously, it's agriculture. We already do work in it, but not just agriculture, but focusing on young individuals. Our youngest borrower is about 19 years old, and this person took a loan to buy more cattle, and that's a very good example of what we see every day. And to your questions, sustainability is at the core of what we do. Being an AI company, we require data, and you already know that there's almost no data in agriculture in Africa. That's the first thing we had to build, and we had to build it offline first, so meaning that the data can be sent later. And it's not everyone that has WhatsApp, but a number of farmers have, what are these, low-end phones? Feature phones. Yeah. And that is also a leverage that we have. The other channel that I didn't mention is SMS. It's very, very important for us. And just even sending a reminder that, hey, you've delivered X amount of money and you can get a loan, that goes a very long way in actually encouraging the farmer to take on this financial business.
Thank you. Finally, Isaac.
I'll start with the last question. E-commerce, agriculture, education, insurance, hospitality, creative. I say this because I've worked in all those markets, and I know what actually it takes to work. To Juliet's question, I would be lying to you if I told you that I'm going to ask you about your customer avatar, year-on-year growth, business model canvas. What I'd like to hear more before I invest with anyone is their story. Where do you want this to go? So I have a team that usually vets everything. So they look at it and say, okay, these are the numbers and everything. Numbers can lie a lot. We've seen that, right? We can come and display fancy spreadsheets here and everything. That can lie a lot. Your customer and exactly what you want to achieve. If you're able to sell me that vision, then I'm able to come in and say yes. to the gentleman, just a comment, right? So Innovation Village through MasterCard has built something called Community Pass. And this is aimed at addressing the exact question you asked, that you said 33% of Ugandans have internet access, right? And there are those with feature phones. Right now, with Community Pass, it's a program that is designed to allow a farmer who doesn't have internet access, online internet access, to access services without having to go online. So I don't want anyone to quote me wrong here, but when the government says 33%, I think they do not cater for those people who are actually being catered for by Community Pass. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Before I close the session, I would like to make 2 announcements. One is that Tech Juice would like to sponsor 3 people to Refactory. And that is from Isaac. They're offering sponsorship to 3 people. So you'll reach out to Michael, and I guess Isaac will speak to him, and then they will choose the 3. I wish the 3 all the best of luck, and thank you, Tech Juice. Finish this. And then I would like to also take this opportunity to invite all of you to 2 events that will be happening. One on the 2nd of August at Protea Hotel, that's the Internet Governance Forum, to talk about everything internet. And the second on 11th and 12th of September, that's the East African Internet Governance Forum. You can check online to register or to submit a session presentation. It's been an absolute honor moderating this session. And for those whose questions were not asked, I encourage you to speak to the panelists individually. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Maureen. Flavia, they say ladies first always. We'll find the microphone there. Thank you, our panelists. We'll ask you to stand for a group photo on stage. And I ask our Refactory team that will meet you just out there at the official photo area to exchange a token. Please smile. Perhaps Maureen should come in the middle, no? Ladies. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Hey. So, Julia is heading out to extend a token. Our partners could go through right here. And again, this is an interesting one for us. And I'll ask Flavia to first grab a microphone. So, Flavia, you're looking for a microphone. It's okay. I got you. You got one? Okay. You can be audible. Have you found one?
No, but before you pack the microphones, can I use them just for 2 seconds? Ah, okay. It's okay. I'll be here for now. Do we need to shake a bit? Yeah, we need to. Michael says we need to shake a bit. Does he need to teach us a dance move? That's the problem about suggesting things like that.
You know, someone told me techies don't know how to dance. How many techies?
No, Bambi techies don't know how to. Techies don't know how to have fun.
Guys, do techies dance? Do they dance?
Nah.
I had a dance someone there in the corner. Are you sure? Flavia had an idea just now.
No.
Go for it, Flavia.
So, Michael or Lillian or Ivan need to help me. How many categories of work or jobs exist in tech? So we need one product manager.
Product manager in the house.
Is it data analyst or data analyst?
Data.
Sorry, a data analyst.
Do we have a data analyst?
So one product manager, one data analyst.
Come on, guys.
One Scrum Master.
Scrum Master, yeah.
One
engineer.
One DevOps engineer.
You have something against
DevOps. But DevOps
guys.
and engineer are 2 different things. Who else do we need?
UI,
UX. Guys, if you are any of these things, please feel free to come. We're looking for one product
representative.
manager,
Yeah.
one UI UX. I can be UI UX. Impossible college.
Flavia. Don't do it. Don't do it. But product managers in the house. No one.
A
Yeah,
blockchain
please,
is that?
please,
No, you
lovely,
come.
lovely.
You come.
Let's give a guy a round of applause.
You'll tell us what you're representing.
Product manager.
Right?
UI UX in the house.
Someone is asking, what if we show up and we're all doing the same thing?
It is okay.
We shall figure it out
Shall
here.
figure it out.
So wait. So we want one DevOps,
anyone?
one
DevOps?
product manager, one
one?
Scrum, UI UX, blockchain.
I see a Scrum Master somewhere.
Blockchain something. Engineer,
I
blockchain.
see a Scrum
If
Master.
there's a blockchain engineer here.
Okay.
I'm in the wrong crowd.
So we are missing only, I think, a DevOps
What else?
engineer.
There's
Do
no
we have a
DevOps engineer here.
Lovely. Scrum Master.
You're a
anyone?
DevOps engineer?
So we have a Scrum Master here.
Sorry, we need another microphone.
There's a Scrum Master here.
Cyber security.
Cyber security.
Yes, but you have a tag for
But
a
you don't-
delegate.
Sorry? Data analyst. Did you get a
Data?
data analyst?
Does anybody do
No,
data?
please, bring it in.
Come,
Bring it in.
data.
Bring it in.
Thank you. Here.
What if you're what?
Someone. Oh, we missed Timothy.
if
There's
you
a
are
full
old?
stack developer here.
I think I see someone.
Timothy
representing.
likes those
What
people.
represent-
Full stack developer.
There's a computer engineer. I said this.
A what?
Computer engineer. Correction. A prompt engineer.
Any politician in the house.
Flavia, wait. We have a prompt engineer.
No, what's that now?
I have-
Guys.
But
guys.
anyway.
There's no politician?
We are okay.
Okay, sorry. Someone has the microphone, but I think let it start here.
I think cybersecurity can
give him
serve
the
as
mic, 'cause
government.
cybersecurity is government.
Can serve as politician.
So you tell us your names and which of those things that you're representing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Emmanuel Mensah. I'm a graduate of Refactory. Is it 2021? So proud to join in Refactory. I was working as a researcher, M&E person, and then I transitioned into data analyst, but I do all of them, qualitative, quantitative. So yeah.
Well done.
My name is Brani Patience Patricia. I recently graduated with Refactory, the CSE program with Python. The DevOps engineer. And
Yeah.
yes.
Obugalo for the DevOps engineer, Patricia.
I'm currently in my boot camp. Yes.
I asked a question, what if you're all?
Full stack developer.
Okay. Yes, hi everyone. My name is Juliet Nakawes. Right now I'm working with Bank of Uganda. I'm working as a project manager and a software engineer as well. So I'm managing the project we are working on, which is a transport management system. We are looking at how these staff members are being able to use the organization vehicles. So with 2 companies, Bank of Uganda, I don't have a degree. I had my senior 6 2022, joined at Refactory. It's about where you want to see yourself. That's it. If you want to see yourself somewhere, go for it. If you want to see yourself sitting, please sit. But if me, I want to see myself as being a company owner. Yeah, I need to see myself somewhere. That's it.
All right.
I've dropped the mic on her behalf.
We have the government representative in the house. Continue.
Well, I'm Tishabe Trinity Francesco, and I'm the cybersecurity officer at ShareCard. Yeah.
A lady in cybersecurity.
Hacker in practice.
Well representing. Alpha in practice is her code name, you guys. I heard on stage. Go on.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Mulu.
Voice.
My name is Keith Mulu. That's more deep. Yeah, my UI UX designer.
UI UX, we go. Pass it on.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm glad to be here. My name is Shafiq Gore, and I'm a UI UX designer. I'm also currently enrolled in blockchain technology and web development at the Kibo Foundation. I am here representing EV Workforce Solutions Company Limited, located in Kabalagala. We specialize in creating software for payroll processing. We help business owners to pay salaries to their employees. We help institutions, organizations, and businesses to remit taxes and pay benefits to their employees, NSSF, pay, and all that. Thank you very much.
You are that guy. You're that guy.
You're that guy.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Shadrach Bazatsinda, a.k.a. Bash Shadrach. Yes. So I manage a project. I work with Dasans, and the project I manage is connecting people with disabilities to their care support providers. So we are building an application that can easily, if someone who has an impairment, for example, hearing impairment, looking for an interpreter, he can go on Dasans and find the support provider from there.
Nice.
So that is the project and the project manager. And also, I have a background in UI UX.
Hey.
Okay.
Wow, brilliant.
What time is it? Okay.
You
Hello,
have to
guys.
prompt us.
I'm a prompt engineer. I think most of you never heard of it. I think I'm the only one in Uganda, not so?
Don't do it.
Okay, I'm Roland Ganafa. You can call me Ghana. I'm also handling a project with BOU. She found me there. And also working on another system that connects people with skills, technical skills. So if you're in Nakawa and you need a plumber, you can get them in real time. If you need a tailor, hairdresser, you can find them. Instead of you going to Namugongo or to Wandegea, you can find them here around Nakawa.
Nice, nice.
Okay.
Flavia, take it away.
I just noticed that these are people you should definitely hire because they won't ask questions.
For real.
It's only this gentleman who said, Mpozi, why are we here? The rest didn't ask. So I only need, don't you need 6 for your punishment?
No, I have managed to, you know, in technology you have to be dynamic.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
You are sorted.
So you are, okay.
I am ready.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Ivan has 8 punishments for 8 people.
8. And
the punishment is because why do you just go without asking
Why
questions?
did you just come?
Why do you just show up without asking? Where are we going? Why are we going? Who are we going to see? No running. So you pick a number of your choice, and the cane is brought, and we shall show.
So the DJ is going to spice it up. He's going to just play a
So
song.
that we mark for the crying. So as you're being punished, there's no tears.
So we're going to only have this like 2 times only. So the song will run, and then when it lands on you,
someone is running. Someone is running.
There's no running.
In fact, we start with him. He picks a number of his choice.
We
tell him his problem.
Cyber security can go first, so she can protect the stage.
Right. So just pick a number of your choice.
You can move the paper around when the song stops.
No. I think I've seen these people. The amount of skills among these people. I don't. Hold on, DJ.
These ones, they might.
Hold on, DJ. I was a politician in my other life. I can sniff corruption from a mile away. You take back your paper. Pick a number of your choice. He reads your punishment.
The numbers are from 1 to 8.
1 to 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, up to 8. You remember counting? Just pick a random.
Yeah.
Pick a number, and you're not allowed to pick the number that has been picked. So quickly, we start.
In fact, you cancel the number that
wait.
has...
4.
8.
8. 6. 2. 7. 1. 3. You have no choice.
So now, what number is that?
We start with the 4. We go with 4. Oh, we start with 1. Who chose 1? You lie to us and we see. I know who chose 1. If you chose 1, come in front.
And number 2, remember yourself.
Now, number 1. Tell us.
Let her read the number 1.
Okay. Please read it as it is. Don't change the
and
one.
Answer as it is.
Oh my. The last lie you told.
It is a lie. You don't have to think about it.
Okay, you want the last lie?
Hey.
Because I have to think
To
when
think through
was
your-
it.
How many lies do you tell?
The last lie.
Life has become hard.
I don't lie.
No, that's the last lie she told.
That's the last lie you
Eh.
told. So we leave her, has she? We leave
Yes,
her. Okay,
that's the
number
last
one.
lie she
You're
has
allowed
told.
to. Number 2, up front. Aha. Please, read it as is. Don't change anything.
First name of someone you secretly like.
Hey, first read it loud so they hear.
First name of someone you secretly like.
The first name of someone you secretly like. Just the first name. Don't tell us the whole name.
Nitegeka.
Number 2, get off my stage. Go. You go. You are too political. You have been corrupted. Number 3 up front. We go. This number 2 has failed me. Number 3. Please. Now I don't know what to do for you because I feel sorry for you, but there is no option. Please read as is.
Show off a talent.
Aha. Show off a talent. Do you need a microphone?
No, yeah.
What is your talent?
I can do psychology on someone.
You have to practice psychology.
Yeah, I can tell someone's character by just.
Okay. I am going to give you a task. Please walk to any gentleman in this quadrant and give us a character in 10 seconds. Just walk anyone there. Go and land on one. Just run. Hurry, hustle.
We didn't hear the talent.
That she can psychoanalyze someone.
Okay.
By just looking at them. So we need
Okay.
to just one.
Hey.
That one. Analyze. Look and analyze.
I think he's open to learn and you always
Me teacher. No. Me teacher, let me tell you the truth. We were in the same class. We were in the same class. Pick someone who wasn't in JavaScript, please. Thanks, even. It's okay, we all look like Python JavaScript. Look for someone
Just
else.
one. Just pick. There's someone hiding from you there. Land on him. He's there. Analyze.
Guy look camera.
Data analysis. That one.
We want this.
What's going on?
The one in the camera.
Yes, whichever choose. Data analysis, chap. Which methodology are you deploying?
I think he's a shy and loyal type.
Can't repeat it.
It's
Number
okay,
4.
bye, even.
Number 4 up front. Number 4, please read.
If you had to change your name, what would you change to?
You say Nitegeka, you see.
No. I would say, since my name starts with GA, I would say Gallon, the gallon of Uganda, like Elon Musk.
Gallon?
Yeah.
The gallon of Uganda. Flavia, come for this one. I can't manage. Number 5 in front. Thank you, Mr. Gallon. Thanks for coming. Number 5. People are running. Number 5. Please, unless you want to show off another talent, you can. But number 5.
If you were vegetable, which would it be?
If he were a vegetable, which one would you be? Think through all the vegetables.
What's a vegetable?
Brother.
I think I will be carrot.
You'll be a carrot. I like this guy. Number 6. Where are we? Yes. Please.
Tough word you hate to pronounce. Tacos.
Please go.
What's the word? We've not understood.
I can't something there. Okay, number 7, where are we?
In which year will you found your Fortune 500 company? That would be 2040.
2040. And finally, we'll go. Wife so far, I think Maureen wants to have a one-on-one. Go and sit right there. Number 8. Please, there is no debate. The number is there. The question is there.
What is the first name of your first tech crash?
It is just the first name of your first tech crash.
That is Winnie.
Winnie. Are there Winnies in the room? Any Winnies?
Yes.
Thank you. I now have the pleasure to ask Flavia to please do us the honors of inviting. Oh, okay. So we have international delegates, guys. People that have flown all the way from Nigeria. I have the most singular honor to invite Chizrum from Propel from Nigeria. Let's put our hands together. She would just like to talk to us about the opportunity they have for you. You know, we say today in this summit, if you leave this room without an opportunity, already Tech Juice has chosen to take on how many? 3. They're employing 300 developers. Propel from Nigeria has said they have come to fish. Chizrum, how are you feeling? Do you love Uganda? How is Uganda?
Uganda is very far from Nigeria. Yeah, over 8 hours plus. Yeah.
Take it away.
Good evening, everyone. We're not behaving like people that came for a tech event. Good evening, everyone. All right. It's so great to meet everyone. My name is Chizurum. I'm Nigerian, and I live in Lagos, Nigeria. And I work with a company called Propel. If you haven't visited our booth, if you haven't heard about us, this is the perfect time to pay attention. So we're a startup, right? We're a startup in Germany, and our goal is singular and very simple. We just want to ensure that talent in Africa is equally distributed around the world, and I'll explain what that means. So imagine you want to work for what sometimes we call an international company and what some other people will call a global company. And there seems to be a gap between your desires and then the reality of your desire. So think of it, you want to work for a company, let's say, for example, Meta. Meta is even very popular. Maybe you have a particular kind of company you want to work for, and then you're wondering, how do I work with this company? How do I even find them? And then most importantly, since we're in an age where people are talking about, bias, especially when it comes to African tech talent, you're wondering, how am I sure that these people I want to work for actually want to work with me? And what Propel does is that we serve as a bridge between your dreams and your reality. So what we do is we work with companies in North America, Europe, and South Africa to place tech talent in jobs. And we do this through something we call community as a service model. So we already know that communities and training academies like Refactory already do a lot of work, training, upskilling, and then after then, there's like a gap, which is employment. So that is also where we step in. We work with communities to place individuals in these communities to take jobs. So this way, you don't have to bother about where the company is situated, how you find them, and then, the entire bias that we all, talk about these days. And it's simple. All you have to do is be part of a community that is a proper partner. Refactory is already one, and all you have to do is just sign up and get started. There are no hidden fees. We're not charging you for anything, and we are not taking a portion of your salary. So just remember, what we do is we act as a bridge between your dreams and then your dream employer. So we bring the job close to you. We source these companies, or we work with these companies to bring you a lot of jobs. I've been listening today, and we've had conversations about AI. A lot of people came out, and they are like developers, they are data analysts, and all. At Propel, we cater to everyone, both on the technical and on the non-technical side. For example, I am on the non-technical side of tech. I'm a program manager. I moved from operations to community, and then now to program. So it doesn't matter what your expertise is or what you're doing, regardless of wherever you are, even if maybe you just finished training and you're looking for your first job, or you're transitioning careers from this to that, you can find those kind of jobs that you want on Propel. So the big question is, how do you get started? We have a booth outside. If you turn to, I think this is my right, we have a booth over there, Propel, with our roll-up banner. You can come speak to us after. If you need more explanations, we're there. If you need to sign up, we're there. Or if you even have a community that you want to plug into all the amazing things that we do, you can speak to us. And for every other person here, maybe you have a company and you want to source the best African tech talent, we are the ones for you. You can just meet us at our booth and it will be sorted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And yes, you can actually see Propel right through the window there. Make sure you go there and get so much more information. I'd like to welcome the Donor Relations Manager at Fundibots, Mary Hilda Kongo, because the next conversation, our final conversation of the day, is a fireside chat. Come. Round of applause for Mary. Yes. You'll do us the honors of telling us who will be on our team for the conversation that's coming next. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, come on, can we stand up for a minute, please? Let's stand up. Everyone on your feet, please. I see some people dragging their feet. Gentlemen, please, on your feet. Thank you. I'd like to do an icebreaker for us to stretch. Flavia, can you help me? Just something quick so that we can stretch.
So, Esther, please you want to give us something?
One of our team members for
Esther,
Refactory would like to help us to the
come.
stage.
Come. You guys.
Ivan, you're a bully. Leave Esther to shine, please. Yeah, you indeed. No, please. No, Esther, please. Thanks, Ivan.
This is where I leave the stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's have our seats, please. Good evening once again. Okay. My name is Mary Hilda Kong. I am the Donor Relations Manager at Fundibots, an edtech organization that is producing and providing practical learning tools to young people in Africa. I have the honor of moderating today's fireside conversation. And the conversation is going to look at investment in tech and the developer ecosystem in Uganda and Africa at large. I'll be joined by these amazing people, Solomon Opio, who is the founder and lead at Soltech Digital Solutions. Arnold Quizera, who is the ecosystem manager at Nosken East Africa. Perez Apio Masinde, who is the program lead at Outbox. And Philip Gasatura, who is the country director of Catapult in Rwanda. Janita, I know there's a team that's supposed to be joining online. Are they connected already? Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you, everyone, panelists, for joining us once again. Please take a minute to introduce yourself, and then we can dive right in.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's still afternoon, evening? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Solomon Opio. Like it has been mentioned, I lead Soltech Digital Solutions. I have been part of the developer ecosystem for, I would say, the past 10 years. I also lead the Google developer groups for Kampala, mostly focusing on cloud technologies right now. I don't know what else. I'm a software engineer by profession. Basically,
okay.
that's...
Yeah, thank you. Perez?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you can all hear me. Yeah, so my name is Perez Apio Masinde. I am no longer the programs lead at Outbox. I'm currently the chief of
Chief Operations Officer at Outbooks. The program lead is now Bob, who was here earlier in the morning. Yeah, so I've worked in the venture space for about 8 years now. My main role has been around supporting entrepreneurs to come up with growth plans that can help them raise investments. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Are they ready, Janita? Okay. I'll pass the mic to Arnold.
Hi, my name is Arnold. As mentioned by the moderator, I am the ecosystem manager for North King East Africa.
Thank you, Arnold. And then finally, Philip.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Philip Kasatra. I'm a partner with Catapult Africa, based here in Rwanda, and we invest across Africa. Great to be here.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you, everyone. Excited to have this conversation with you. So we're going to start with the basics. Between 2020 to 2023, African startups raised almost $10 billion US. Where is this money coming from? In which tech sectors is it going into? Solomon.
Okay. One thing I want to mention is that when it comes to investment within the tech ecosystem, definitely people are looking at, when we're thinking about these are the biggest, you're looking at areas where there is need. And I would say we have seen a lot in finance, we have seen a lot in agriculture, transport. Those are the key areas I would say is catchy for the ecosystem. And but I think the first one would run to things related to finance. I've seen that quite a lot.
Thank you. Karen?
Yeah, so I would say where I've seen the investments going the most, I agree with Solomon, the fintechs, but also those that are in services. So the services could vary from health to transport and things like that. The who and the where, I would say that we've seen the VC funds investing. We've also seen development partners partnering with different entities locally to invest or inject money in businesses. We've also seen High Innovator, which is under NSSF, the pension fund, investing in businesses. And like we earlier mentioned, we've so far invested in 27 businesses that are in tech. Yeah. In terms of countries, most of the money comes from either US, Denmark, Netherlands, yeah.
Okay, thank you. For Philip and Arnold, I'd like you to focus on where the money is coming from.
I think I'll let my elder Philip go first.
No, so I'll give our experience. For instance, a lot of capital still comes from the DFI community. That is a lot from European, not too much from the Americans. We've seen more from the Europeans, but we are starting to see local institutional capital come into this place. Our fund that's based here in Rwanda, we've been very fortunate to have the local pension fund as one of the anchors, and so we're starting to see that happen. But I think to the question you asked earlier, where do we see this going? I certainly agree with Solomon, it's in the fintech space, but more and more that we're seeing going into climate tech, that we see that being deployed into.
Thank you. And yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think let's just flip it a little bit. We're seeing a lot of money going into fintech and climate, which are the low-hanging fruits. But if we are to see where the money is going to be, I think the money in which I could differ a little bit from Philip and the others, because I think the money is going to be where we want it to be in terms of what we want to focus on as our competitive advantages. So, case in point, we always talk about the example of the likes of Israel or the likes of Finland who are able to build, or Estonia who are able to build their startup ecosystems over the last 20 years and how they built them, there was a very linear focus on one particular sector for them. So for Israel, it was the case of, let's start with cybersecurity. But last year alone, Israel food tech companies did 1.6 billion US dollars, and that is in the middle of the war that they are engaged in the Middle East at the moment. So there was an overpour of the cup, and that's because they got one thing really, really right, which was the cybersecurity ecosystem, and people gave them money for that because they were really good at it. So in our case, we need to be able to find what are the sectors that could give us the competitive advantage. Is it health tech? Is it agri-tech? So the money goes to fintech because fintech is what literally most of us are producing on the continent, or it's what is seen as the low-hanging fruit for most of the startups on the continent. So in the long run, if there's money, everyone is going to channel it towards, what's the next Flutterwave, what's the next Chipper Cash. Yeah, and it doesn't spread out because we are not focusing on maybe other sectors that could give us a competitive advantage. So the money will be where we want it to be.
Like what sectors could we be channeling our attention to?
I think health tech is one of those that we could really, really be good at. But even before we channel there, I think there has to be an understanding of the need for more government involvement in setting up things like, or encouraging things like pension funds to be able to take the risk of investing in startups. Climate tech is another one that I think Africa could be potentially lead on as well. And also, if there's a solution we have a startup in Kigali called Fixer. And Fixer has this amazing tagline, which is they're the linked in of the linked out. So we have a very big population on the continent that doesn't have access to ICT, to technologies, to internet. People who are able to figure out how to solve for this big mass, I think that is another direction that is going to attract lots of investment in the short run.
Thank you. A significant portion of the money that's coming into the African continent is going to the big four, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. What are they doing right, and what can we learn from them? Solomon, would you like to go first?
That's a good question. This is something we have seen right from, let's say, 10 years back when I started my journey into this supporting people in the tech space. One, I remember I used to be a judge at a competition called Pivot East. One thing we would see was that we had about 3/4 of innovators, coming from Kenya. That was number one. Uganda was somewhere. And now, again, around the same time, we used to have Microsoft investing heavily on developers in Uganda. But what we noted at the time was there was a representative of Microsoft who came. At that time I was working with Outbox. A representative of Microsoft came and he was telling us how Microsoft was so disappointed in the number of people who are actually building on their platform. So I think then for the Pivot East, someone mentioned, and I want to agree with that person, had said, we are sort of shy. Now, the developers and generally people who are in the ecosystem, there is this fear of, when I share this idea of mine, I'm not going to, I'm not, someone is going to steal, if it's still in the idea stage, they talk of, someone is going to steal my idea. And so
a number of brilliant ideas come, but then at the end of the day, they die. So the investment that we would see with Microsoft, even I would say even Google, they invest where they see people are utilizing their platforms. I happen to be in the US, and one thing they showed us it was something like statistics on the regions who are actually using Google products. Africa was definitely struggling. And now, when you get to countries now like Uganda, you can hardly see anything. Kenya had something, of course, Nigeria. Now, I think the energy that we have to actually, step up and do things around technology, maybe we need to have a bit of, we want to always be pushed, which should not be the case in the kind of field we are in. So I think, yes, there is that bit of, we want to be pushed, and also, of course, when you talk to people, a number of people are talking, hey, we do not have, the investors and all that. Investors want to see you start. Yes, we may be working on something. There is the fear of, if I jump onto this, and I do not get the funding, then I will not have what? I cannot, I cannot take care of myself. I cannot, unlike other countries. But you see, I keep telling people, one thing we need to do is step forward, ask for help. We need to be tapping on the right buttons. We need to understand where these investors, where there are people, the investors are. There are people who invest in this ecosystem. If we talk about the likes of the NSSF, there is a MasterCard Foundation. Now, some of these guys do not exactly know what people are doing. If you can actually come out and, show to the world what we are doing, then we are going to begin seeing investors get to the country.
Thank you. Thank you. Perez?
So what I would say they are doing right, I would speak from a point of what I believe we are not doing right, or we are trying to figure out still. One, I would say we don't have an enabling environment for investment. So up until recently, when we got the recent tax amendments on the policies around investment, it was quite blurry around how an investor who's foreign comes in and invests in a business, because there were very many elements of double taxation. So there is that around the policy. Then the infrastructure that we have locally around things to do with data access for a software developer or someone who's building a tech product to come up with a well-informed decision on what kind of product to develop for the market. Yeah.
Okay. Philip?
Hi. I think when you look at where some of these investors return, in order to achieve that, someone needs to be doing 100 million annual revenue. So a lot of these companies go to the big four markets, your Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. Not really because that they have better talent. And honestly, they do not have better talent, right? It's just that they have numbers, massive numbers. And so it becomes a case of, if I go into a Nigerian market and you find there's a certain population of 100 million, there are chances of hitting that kind of revenue in a market like that one. One of the biggest challenges I think a lot of African countries that we face is we do not own or have access to value chains outside our borders. And so part of by what I mean by that is, take for instance some of the research that we are seeing in North Africa and South Africa. A lot of those in North Africa and South Africa have very deep R&D expertise. And because of that, they are able to develop technology that is very IPable. I think one of those that was a Tunisian company in biotech that got acquired Those are quite rare, but that's in North Africa and South Africa. What you find in sub-Saharan Africa, and I mean from Kenya, Uganda, going westwards, is you tend to find that they're solving for two major things. One, it's a marketplace for something, or there's a financial play. It's a fintech for payments for something. And unfortunately, if we have a company in Kenya doing a marketplace, 9 out of 10 times, a company is doing it in Uganda. 9 out of 10 times, a company is doing it in Rwanda, in Ghana. And so for scalability, it becomes very difficult, particularly with the countries that are in between those markets that are quite huge. So it's access to value chains, but also size of market is what I would say is part of the challenge. But I think how do we get some of those, that venture capital coming into what we're doing? I think it is showing a path to high revenue. I had the experience, I run and I keep saying, I wish I had, today a lot of VC money is coming in, and I keep saying, where was it when I was starting? My first agri-tech company was in Kampala, maybe about 10, 16 years ago, and it failed very miserably. And so that is a learning experience in terms of every VC is saying, look, go ahead and start. You need to start. But also understanding that getting through to those numbers, and I was not able to show a pathway to even generating 5, 10 million, it becomes very hard. So who step in? It becomes, unfortunately, the grant and the early stage VCs who are focused on a different angle. I'll pause there, but those are some thoughts in terms of why you're seeing venture capital go to the leading markets.
Thank you. And finally, Arnold.
I think he dropped off.
Oh, okay, great. Not great. Sorry. Sure. So Arnold and Perez both mentioned policies and governance. We don't have anyone from the government on the panel, but I'd like to ask all of you who are citizens of African countries, how can we as citizens come together to hold government accountable and assure that they are providing adequate support to develop a tech and innovation ecosystem in Uganda and Africa at large? But let's start with home.
So I think, one, when we look at what we are doing, we have talked about, yes, the policies and all that, but it also goes, yes, I know you've asked about the policy. It may go beyond the policy. If we are Ugandans, we come together and we know there is, we're doing great things. I must say, first of all, it starts by us coming up. In this ecosystem, we have had a lot of, I'm doing my thing, so-and-so is doing their thing. Let's do them our separate, we move separate paths. One of the things I've seen, when you look at the development that we see in other countries, even the US, when you look at conferences like Google I/O, Google Cloud Next, conferences like those, they actually invite Microsoft. That means there is willingness for people to work together. So if we come together as the techies, or the people in the tech ecosystem, and then we get to government. So first of all, get together and come up with, if it has to do with writings and all that, go and present your case. But again, we also need other players. So if we look at ourselves as, the techies, there are people who may be very good at, even things around policies that we can actually, we bring them on board, and then we can get to government and hold them accountable. But again, while we do those, I think it's also very important for us to show that we are actually doing things. So we have something that we are working towards. Government would be interested in, people solving for the most pressing challenges. If you look at Kampala, there's a lot of jam. We have talked about things like health, agriculture. If we get to put up things which speak to the challenges of Ugandans, then I believe government can listen to us. But I believe it's most important for us to first of all come together. If we come together, if we are one voice, then we can get to government. I have had a number of times I've gone to speak to. When you get to government, you actually realize that they're excited about the things that we are doing. So the excitement may die if we are not resilient. So we need to keep pushing. We need to keep pushing, then we can begin to see change. I know they'll tell you, there's bureaucracy and all that kind of stuff, but I believe we can actually get there.
Thank you. Perez?
I don't know what to add after Solomon's detailed speech, but yeah. Yeah, so there is need for us to actually collaborate and have evidence to show to the government of what is actually existing and what's on ground, and then talk to the right people, because if you're not talking to the right people, then whatever you're saying is going to stop right there. So you make sure you're talking to the right people, have the right people in the room. But that's not to say government is not doing anything at the moment. We can clearly see it's trying. It's doing the best. I don't think it's the best, but they're trying. So, yeah.
Okay. I'm very interested in hearing from both Philip and Arnold, because I'm biased, so this is my opinion. I do think that the Rwandan government is more efficient and effective. So, Philip?
I don't know if more efficient than effective, or they have seen that this is something that is very imperative to the economic growth. And so we've been very fortunate. There is a Ministry of ICT that is very intent on building this as an economic sector. Unfortunately for Rwanda, does not have, say, the land mass of Uganda or what, so agriculture is not that huge an economic output as, say, Uganda and the neighboring countries. And so technology and ICT is a lever. And I think that has shown in how the efficiency of government has played out. And so they've invested heavily in the infrastructure to be able to afford that platform. But also having champions within government is very, very important. And I think, but to add Solomon's point, even within government, being able to show the results. Because even government wants to say, I think there's that song, take a cent of all over. They want to see if they put their money there, what do they get? Yeah. And so it's critical to show, even for these technologies that are coming, are there those that are driving revenue? Are there those that are helping efficiency? I think colleagues I know at NITA have been very intentional in driving some of those technologies, even in a government to citizen services. Those are where you get that efficiency. I think one of what I've seen here in Rwanda is they looked and saw how many government services are there. It would take them almost 50 to 80 years to be able to digitize all of those services. So what did they do? They then invited the startup community to start to build on top of one of the platforms here called Irembo, which builds a lot of those government services. So it allowed for that engagement. So it allowed for startups to start to plug in to now provide some of these services that government cannot provide. They provided the infrastructure and allowed them to bolt onto them. And so having those kind of lead champions is very, very critical in my view. Capital-wise, I think they have put some of that. They've been able to attract some capital. Government has, I think there is a fund here in government which was called the Rwanda Innovation Fund, where government was one of the anchor investors in that VC fund for about $30 million US. It's about $100 million fund. So they are putting money where they want where they want to see results. So those two things are point to infrastructure, champions, and putting money where their mouth is. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Arnold, I hope he's back on the call. Is he?
Not yet.
Okay, right. And then finally, before I open up the floor, what resources do you offer to tech entrepreneurs and startups, and how can they tap into them for each of you? Resources, yeah.
All right, if we look at, if we talk about resources that we offer, one, the biggest thing we note, especially for the developer ecosystem that I've worked with, the developers I've worked with, in Uganda, we mostly see people come, they get knowledge, and guys are working, they get into, working into, they literally leave the country. They may be here, but working remotely. One thing that we have tried as much as possible to do is to have a pool of, we have a pool of developers where we keep, first of all, encouraging, let me call it a platform where developers can come and find what they need in terms of what to do, work to do. But again, the challenge we have seen is that you have a place where developers come. Someone says, I need a developer, for example. And one thing you see is that the feedback they give you is that, these guys could not do the job. So one thing we have tried to do is to, first of all, ensure that while these guys are learning, they have linkages to mentors who can support them further. One thing, then the other area which has been usually left out is when these developers get to a point where they are, yes, they are learning, intermediate. The programs that we have, which I believe the likes of Refactory should begin thinking about, is what is it after that in terms of, yes, you may be looking at the minority group. Developers already have their skills, they have, and they are left out. These guys actually need support. So it's a matter of finding them. We have seen developers who have been in the system for quite a long period of time, and they're still at the same level, doing same things in and out. So mentorship should go beyond the trainings that we have at the lower level. Let's call it the beginner level or the intermediate level. So one thing we're actually looking at is build a platform where all these guys come together and find the right people to connect with.
Thank you. Very quickly, in 1 minute, Perez.
Solomon. So I'm going to speak from an angle of an accelerator that supports entrepreneurs and businesses.
Okay.
So what I would say we are doing as Outbox is, one, we are partnering with different development partners to run different accelerators that tech businesses can tap into for investment, that initial seed that you probably could not raise from a bank. And then we offer investment readiness services to the business. We've seen businesses that we've worked with before, after they have received that initial seed round, they are able to now raise capital from a bank or even from other VCs. Then the other thing I would say we are doing, we are soon launching a skilling program for the young people who are running businesses trying to see how we can digitize them so that they can scale their businesses and unlock more opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you. Finally, Philip.
I think Catapult is a VC fund, and so we are investing heavily in some of those companies that we see have the ability to scale. And what does that mean? One of the biggest challenges that I mentioned is many companies do not have the ability to scale outside their geographies. And so we tend to stick to our geographies. But one of the things we do is once we've invested, we run an accelerator program. This is very much designed to those that we invest in. But post that, we do provide support services. So that's more from your, I'll give examples of shared CFO services. Would look at bringing in not just mentors, but operating partners. Because you tend to find in the market, there are very skilled people who coming to retirement who would like to get involved with some of the companies. And so they bring a knowledge of these skill set, because the young tech team also have a lot of skill in the technology. But in terms of the business side, they do need a lot of support on that side. And so we're trying to marry those two people. One of the things we tell a lot of our tech companies is the team that you start with, who's got you from maybe 0 to 100,000 or $1 million, and after that, who is starting to scale, may not be the team that is going to be there that when you're starting to see or scale to, let's say, 50 million or so. So it is, what does that team look like? And so we bring in those kind of partners to help. An example of point in case is one of those who's doing, let's say, in distribution. Bring on someone who's worked with either Coca-Cola or Unilever in sub-Saharan distribution. How they come and be part of that one. Because breaking into those markets, you need to leverage that knowledge and experience. And so that's what we kind of do in starting helping our companies scale from one market to another market. And that's the kind of support that we provide, because one, it helps us de-risk. It also helps us find within our portfolio those that have the ability to scale, because as a fund, we're looking at those that have that ability to return our capital, but also cover for those that we know will not make it.
Thank you. I'm going to give an opportunity to two people to ask questions. No comments, questions, please. Keep it short and sweet. Any questions?
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Christopher. I am a software developer at IMATA, and my question is going to, I think, Philip. So you talked about how narrow and limited the domain our local entrepreneurs kind of like try to tap into. So my question is, so we have a number of entrepreneurs out there that are actually tapping into our local market and taking advantage of that. So how, and it's a bit limited when it comes to our local entrepreneurs tapping into foreign markets. So there is a challenge that there is something we can tap into that we have identified in a foreign market, but not really feasible in our country. So first of all, do you recommend local young entrepreneurs to try and tap into such markets? And if so, do you have any hints on how they should actually approach that?
Thank you. A lady? A question from any ladies? There's a gentleman with his hand up. If not, then the gentleman over here, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Benjamin Majema. I'm a junior developer, financial literacy trainer, and infant entrepreneur. My question, I suppose more particularly to Mr. Philip, is about, one, what are the ways that you can scale beyond your borders, given those limitations? Are there ways that a startup can scale, especially when maybe it's just started, maybe first year, second year, but would like to scale into another market? and still be able to scale and maybe still be either profitable and still, run as a startup? So are there ways that that can happen is my question.
Thank you. Philip?
Sure. I think both questions are kind of related. And I would answer it by saying, before you walk, you need to crawl. Before you run, you need to walk. And so there are steps to get there. Because the market is very brutal. There are top engineers around the world. That's not to say I have seen some talent in some of the companies that we're taking a look at in Uganda, in Kenya, and the region. They're good, there is good talent. I think there's always a rush to scale before you've sort of bedded in what you do at home. And one of my mentors several years ago said, trying to scale something that's not inefficient. And for those of you who've done math in the past, if you try to scale something that's at 80% efficiency, so that's 0.8, you're just going to scale something that is 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8, and that never crosses 1. But as soon as you get to a 1.1 times a 1.1, it starts to be exponential. So I think getting the efficiency and good at home is very critical. Now, are there markets there through collaborations, through, yes, absolutely. Are there markets where you can plug into open to other platforms? One example, there's one that I know, a well-known platform, say in the finance space for SMEs is QuickBooks. QuickBooks has made its open APIs, and so people have built tools that plug into that one. People have built tools for something as simple as a CRM for hairdressers, plugged into QuickBooks. And you don't need to be doing only software for hairdressers in Kampala. If something plugs into that one, it is scalable. So someone who uses QuickBooks and says, I'm a hairdresser in, Ghana, how do I download? So you're looking at what are those platforms that allow you to get that exposure and experience, because they are already global platforms. That's one route I would look at. In terms of if it's a very specialized, who is doing or making sales in a certain industry that you can say, how do I now start scale? Because some of the things that people start to think of scaling is, oh, I need to go hire a team. And I'll give you an example. One of the companies that we were looking at, and this was in Kenya, was doing something in IoT around water in apartments. And so they said, oh, we're looking to go into North Africa and other places. So they were looking at how do I hire? I said, look, why would you go and hire a team to do that? Someone's already in distribution of something that's to do with water. So for instance, there's the Davis and Shirtlift. Everyone knows that one. What do you do to align with them so they become salespeople for your product? And the way I look at it is Microsoft is in every country, but Microsoft does not have a team in every country. They have distributors who are already selling to their clients and are saying, it doesn't cost you much more to sell this one. How do you sell it? So it is in defining what are their sales models, coming up with that one. If it is something that earns them revenue, it is figuring out different revenue share models. So you don't need to think about scaling in terms of, I now need to go set up an office there. It is finding what kind of partnerships allow for that one and coming up with those kind of agreements that allows you to scale. Fintechs have done this. Well, maybe not. Fintechs find it more difficult because in Africa, we've got to deal with 52 regulators, which is a big challenge. But other industries, it becomes much easier to do distribution via partnerships. And building those partnerships, looking and saying, look, does what you have work? And what they don't want to do is figure out that it breaks down here and not tailor-making it for just you. The other one I would say is, and again, to what Solomon said, then there is need for government. Government is still the biggest spender. Not only in Uganda, Rwanda, and Africa, government is still the biggest spender. That ability to invite the tech ecosystem to start to build on top of government services is very critical because it builds the expertise, it builds the experience that then these tech talent can go and say, look, we built this here. I know one company here that helped build the equivalent of the much famed IFRIS. They built it here. And now that company is going and they're doing the same thing in Ghana, in Zambia, because they had the expertise here. They built that expertise here. And it's a local company. They're about a team of about 12, 15 young men and women, just the same as who is in the crowd. So that is very important and leveraging that one to go and sell because you're always selling what is your expertise?
Thank you so much, Philip. Awesome. We've come to the end of our panel. Some key parting shots. One, show to the world what you are doing, as Solomon mentioned earlier. Two, make sure what you have works, as Philip just said. And then finally, make sure you are accessing resources, actively going out and looking for those opportunities. Thank you all for being here, panelists. Thank you for creating the time to be here. That's it. Have a good evening.
All right, so let's have a photo opportunity. Philip, I guess this is the one part you will miss out, unless we can pop you up on the screen. I guess we can pop you on the screen. And
I'm sure the engineer can Photoshop me in.
And put your best smile forward. Okay, I think right straight. And then right after the photo moment, you'll be led out by one of our team members for something special. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Flavia. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I'm carrying all your energy for the evening, I'm guessing. So a couple of important house announcements. You see the thing that you were given? Are we all seeing it? Can we see it? Please make sure you come with it tomorrow. Because it will simply be scanned and you'll be granted access into the space. Also, we're going into now the exploration bit. I like to call it exploration because there's so much in there, you guys. So we have a couple of mentors out there, yes, professionals that have actually said they're coming here to give their time to help you. So if you're a student, you've been working on a project, something that you've been trying to crack or hack, and it's not working out, there are professionals out there that have given their time to be here and to listen. If you are from a business or you run a company, you have something that you've been trying to fix, it's not working, there are developers out there that are willing to do that for you. As we said in this summit, you leave with something. Flavia, can I tell you something? So I met someone today. Oh. So if you have not met any techie in this summit, tomorrow is that day.
Yes, yes, yes. We'll see you too. First of all, how was today?
How was today? If you're to use your 5 fingers, give us a rating. Let's see ratings.
Michael should turn around and see the 5s.
People.
But I've seen a 2. I've seen a 2.
I have seen a 0 like this, you people.
But let me ask, hold on. There's a guy who has done like this. Is that 1 or 5?
I don't know. I don't know.
But thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to kickstart today with you guys. Ivan and I, tomorrow we shall be here.
Tomorrow we shall be here. And Flavia, you don't want to tell them that tomorrow is the big banger.
Yes, because I've seen the list of people who are actually going to be on panels. These are the people who are inside the innovations.
They are the
people who actually press yes, no, yes,
with the
no.
jobs.
The decision makers. So you need to be here and tell a friend as well.
Absolutely.
To make sure they can
and
join us.
And we'll wrap up tomorrow with our closing ceremony. Tech Juice is powering our celebration tomorrow.
Nice,
so
nice.
Please, if you came in a suit today, come in some sneakers or something. Please.
That's true.
I promise. Come with sneakers.
To relax. Come to relax.
Flavia has promised tomorrow.
Yes. Sneakers it is.
Thank
Thank you so much. Let's
finished.
go mix and mingle to network and have some free time.
Please head into the tents, head into those spaces, the tech demo booth. There are specialists out there waiting to help you. Both sides, even as you head out. Also, meet a new friend, guys.
And none of my enemies want that smoke like cancerous lungs. I got a target on my back.